Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Israeli forces detain activist Greta Thunberg after intercepting the Gaza aid flotilla as protests erupt around the world. 2 people have been killed during a terror attack at a synagogue in Manchester. On day 2 of the US government shutdown, Trump urges Republicans to cut Democrat agencies as mass federal layoffs threaten workers. And Elon Musk has become the world's first half-trillionaire as the value of Tesla and also SpaceX rise. Now, the death toll from a 6.9 magnitude earthquake that struck central Philippines has risen to 72, and nearly 300 people have been injured. Many more remain missing, and reports say over 170,000 were affected by the disaster. Plus, there are fears of aftershocks, as Patrick Falk reports.
Rescuers working through the night to clear rubble in the city of Bogo in Cebu province. Bogo was the epicenter of the quake, the deadliest to hit the Philippines since 2013, when a 7.2 magnitude trembler killed more than 200 people. Here, the bodies of a missing mother and son trapped under a house were retrieved. Sporadic rains and damaged bridges are hampering efforts to save lives. It's unclear how many people remain missing, but officials expect the death toll could still climb. Meanwhile, survivors are struggling with widespread power outages and displacement. Many people have been forced to sleep outdoors in tents. Some gathered in open spaces to collect relief supplies. Reports say the quake destroyed at least 87 buildings and nearly 600 houses in Bogo. There was little left of this McDonald's outlet besides the signage. Security guard Mark Ochair witnessed the moment it came crashing down.
It really collapsed. It was like, bam! And then the other side of our building collapsed. It's a good thing that all of the people were all out front.
Ochair fears there may be more to come. Many people are still reluctant to return home.
We are still anxious because there are still aftershocks. Now we've even lost count of the number of aftershocks we've experienced because there are a lot of them. And it's been like that since last night. I haven't even managed to get any rest yet.
Outside Cebu Provincial Hospital, more than 24 body bags were lined up on the pavement. For many, the pain of discovering the lifeless bodies of their loved ones was too hard to bear. Others felt lucky to have escaped unscathed.
We thought we would have died today, but we're thankful that we're all safe. I'm thankful to the Lord.
The Philippines sits on the Pacific Ring of Fire and experiences more than 800 quakes each year. Survivors have little choice but to pick up the pieces and rebuild their lives. Patrick Falk, Al Arabiya English.
Activists, including Swedish climate campaigner Greta Thunberg, have been detained by Israeli forces who intercepted a flotilla carrying aid to Gaza. Israel said the boats from the global Sumid flotilla were told to change course as they were approaching an active combat zone and violating a lawful naval blockade. Here's the moment they intercepted the vessels.
This is the Israeli Navy. You are approaching a blockaded zone. If you wish to deliver aid to Gaza, you may do so through the established channels. Please change your course toward the port of Ashdod, where the aid will undergo a security inspection and then be transferred into the Gaza Strip.
For more on this, I'm joined by Saif Abukushek from the Global Movement to Gaza. It's a pleasure to have you on the show, Saif. Thank you for joining us. We just saw that video there. How safe is everyone on the aid flotilla following the interception from the Israeli military? And have you heard from any of those on board?
We haven't heard yet from our participants on board. Our lawyers right now are doing the interviews at the port of Ascalon, and we continue to wait for them to exit the port to be able to receive the updates and the feedback. What we know for a fact that Israel started interviewing the kidnapped participants before having their lawyers attending and not allowing them to have their basic right of legal support. And it would have been great to show, in addition to the video of the Israeli soldier informing of the arrival of the flotilla and the message about where aid should be delivered to our response. Because our member of the steering committee, also Thiago, sent a very clear response why the aid has to go through the flotilla, why we have to move in this direction, because of the violation of international law, because Israel using humanitarian aid as a method of starvation against the Palestinian people, because there is a genocide happening in Gaza. And this is why this flotilla is being mobilized.
We have heard reports of intimidation and dangerous tactics by the Israeli military. What more can you tell us about the safety of the people who are on board and what they experienced during this journey?
Well, as a matter of fact, we have seen on the news and also on the map, the interception happened in international water. So it is clear violation of international law and maritime laws when Israel boarded those ships by force with Israeli soldiers, as you can see, carrying their guns. For any person, any human being to be faced with a gun, it's already a stressful situation. It's a psychological warfare that Israel applied on all the participants during the period. As you know, during the process of the flotilla, our ships were attacked by drones. 11 ships earlier were attacked. And then when we were docked in Tunis, also we received 2 attacks by 2 drones. The way that they have attacked the ships during the night of yesterday, some of those with cannon mortars and some other material that we couldn't identify. Some were forced to leave the ship and be taken into the Ascalon port. Those kind of practices that Israel has applied on the participants, we understood that they might go into this violent approach and terrify the people. However, we at the same time determined to continue the process of the flotilla and to continue this mission, because we understand none of those risks are compared to the risks that Palestinians are dealing with on every second in Gaza during the current genocide.
And Saif, the Israeli government has characterized the flotilla as a selfie yacht. Greta Thunberg and her team had tried this before and actually failed. Is this just a very expensive publicity stunt which has caused a lot of trouble for other countries?
I don't really understand the concept of causing trouble for other countries when genocide is happening. We have been witnessing genocide for 22 months. Are we saying that the life of Palestinian civilians do not matter? Are we saying that children being starved to death is okay? Are we living today in a moment where broadcasting genocide and witnessing it doesn't move anything in us? Israel has been violating international law for years now, and it has been investigated for genocide crimes. We have received a few weeks ago a report from United Nations that literally says that Israel is committing genocide. We saw how humanitarian aid deliveries in Gaza is being used as a trap to kill more civilians. the way that hospitals were bombed, schools, universities, community centers, journalists, your own colleagues in Gaza, even representatives of international organizations. Israel has no credibility regarding the accusation that they do. And for people to risk their life through the Mediterranean just for a selfie, I think they would have found other areas or other adventures. People came together because they don't want to be complicit. We came together because we cannot bear it on our conscience that we live in a time where our children will grow and ask us, what have we done to stop genocide? What have we done to stop the massacres and the starvation of children and babies in Gaza? This is why people came together. We have everyday persons participating, not only activists, not only prominent figures, not only politicians, not only parliamentarians. We have journalists, we have doctors, we have lawyers, we have people who work every day and they are not involved in any type of activism. The only thing that they care for today is we will do everything we have in our hands to stop genocide. And we are doing that because politicians are not doing their job, because the governments who are supposed to act on our behalf and supposed to protect our lives and the life of civilians are not doing that. This is why people from every place, we have received more than 50,000 applications for people who want to participate in the flotilla. This is not about one person, it's not about one figure, it's about a movement of people from more than 45 countries. The 5 continents participated in this flotilla. We are not talking about one ship. Yesterday, we have seen more than 40 ships trying to break the siege. And right now, another 9 ships are on the way with the Freedom Flotilla trying to break the siege. This is a movement that has started and it will not stop until the end of genocide and the end of siege on Gaza.
But I just want to ask you a question right now, and that question is about Hamas. The BBC understands that Hamas military leader in Gaza objects to President Trump's ceasefire plan. We are still waiting for official confirmation from Hamas about this proposal. What do you think Hamas should do now? Because many people are saying that what Israel is doing is because Hamas started it on October the 7th. So right now, should Hamas also free the Palestinian people?
You understand that I am Palestinian?
Yes, I do.
My family were expelled in 1948. I am a Palestinian refugee. We have been living under military occupation for 78 years. And Hamas was created in the 80s. Before the 80s, we have been living 40 years under military occupation. My both parents were in prison. I was shot in my face. I grew up in a refugee camp, and I have so many friends who lost their life in this situation. Hamas is an excuse that Israel is using to continue their crimes. And in the West Bank, Hamas is not governing. It's the PA that is governing. However, there are more than 600,000 Palestinians who were displaced from their homes, that they are not anymore able to go back to the refugee camps in Jenin, in Tulkarem, in Nur Shams. If we want to find a justification for the starvation of young children, of women, of civilians, we can find any justification that we want to look for. But the truth is, the ones who are violating international law, the ones who are intercepting civilians in international water is the government of Israel. The ones that we can see resolutions coming from all many countries about their actions is Israel. Israel has declared a few days ago, when several countries recognized the Palestinian state, that there is no Palestinian state, that they will not allow a Palestinian state to be established. It is about time that we stopped complicity of media, complicity of politicians and investors in those countries who perfectly just promote war. We have seen one of the advertisements that Israeli companies are using to promote their products. They have promoted a drone that was following a civilian in Gaza between the bombed houses. And after that drone managed to bomb that civilian, they announced our drones are effective. This is the type of promotions that Israel is doing. They are producing war for other countries, and that's not acceptable. We cannot have it on ourselves. I'm not a spokesperson of Hamas. I'm not a member of Hamas. I cannot tell you what they should do. What I can say for a fact that anyone who stays silent in the moment of genocide is complicit. If there is any person today that is okay with the starvation of babies and civilians until death, then this person should be checked. We cannot allow this in our daytime. We cannot allow this in our lifetime. We have to act as civilians. We have to act as civil society, because politicians are not acting. Because Israel is publicly saying that they will displace all the Palestinians outside Gaza and they will annex all of the West Bank.
Safe, thank you so much for taking your time to speak to us. I'm now joined from Rome by journalist Elena Travatoni. Thank you so much for joining us. So people have gathered in Greece, Italy, Germany, Tunisia and Turkey to protest against Israel's interception of the aid flotilla. You are currently in Rome. Are you surprised by the widespread demonstrations as anger does build over Israel's blockade on Gaza?
Well, Leigh Ann, it's actually not a surprise because it's been building up over past weeks. There have been demonstrations here in the last weeks. 10 days ago, there were some huge general strikes that pretty much ground Italy to a halt. And as soon as the news came out last night about the flotilla being intercepted, people just ran for the streets. I was actually in Milan last night and I saw people running to designated squares where it had been indicated to gather for protests, and that happened across 100 squares around Italy. People feel this very, very, very strongly. I'm not surprised at all, and no one is really surprised. And what's actually incredible is, this is a peaceful movement. People are trying to transmit the message that no violence is acceptable, and violence at these extreme levels is something that everyone should be protesting. But what's incredible about these demonstrations is that they sort of cut through political parties. There are people from all areas of society, from the extreme left to the extreme right. People are out on the street in Italy. Behind me is a small bastion of the protesters, but everyone has relocated tonight to the Colosseum, where there's going to be a big sit-in overnight before the big general strike tomorrow.
And I want to talk to you a little bit about this general strike tomorrow. Italy's Prime Minister, Giorgia Meloni, has criticised the Gaza flotilla and a planned general strike, as we've been talking about, in the country tomorrow. Is she right that this does nothing to help the Palestinians and union workers just basically want the day off?
Oh, well, there's a bit of a debate and rising tension over those comments, obviously, but she's actually in quite a difficult position because you can really feel sentiment out here. You can really see public opinion veering in a very specific direction. And there is an informal poll that's circulating. It's not a government poll. It's not an institutional poll. But the numbers speak very, very clearly. They say that 80% of Italians, that's 8 out of 10 Italians, very much want the government to take a very strong stand against the violence. They want the government to call it and to decree it as genocide, and they actually want the government to officially recognize Palestine. Now, the issue is this: it's not clear if this poll is completely founded on the right figures. Obviously, 80% of 60 million people is very large number of public opinion. So even if it's less than 80%, which it could well be, the pressure is very much mounting. The domestic pressure is very much mounting. And it's not just coming from the opposition. A lot of the centrist and centre-right and right, people that are aligned with the right wing of Italian politics really want Italy to take a stand. And whilst Meloni is very much, slamming down on the unions and on the strike plans, the government has, however, informally been very much trying to negotiate with Israel to try and safeguard the people on board the flotilla boats, so much so that Italy even sent a Navy boat to travel alongside the flotilla until yesterday, when it had to turn back, obviously, because it was getting very close to territorial waters, and it was there just on a support and protect mission, and it couldn't, obviously, if it carried on, it risked getting embroiled in what is being addressed as by Israel as, the entry into the blockade zone. And also, obviously, Tajani, Italy's foreign minister, is very much working to try and get the Italians that have been stopped by the Israeli forces out of Israel within, a couple of days of their arriving from the flotilla. So, they are acting on two fronts. However, it will be very difficult for the Italian government to actually recognize the state of Palestine, and political analysts tell me that doesn't seem to be on the cards, at least for now, unless, unless the situation in terms of domestic political pressure from the street, from the people, becomes unbearable.
Alina Trabottoni in Rome for us. Thank you so much for joining me. Now, 2 people have been killed during a terror attack at a synagogue in Manchester. The major incident has taken place on the Jewish holy day of Yom Kippur, and the suspect was shot by police. For more on this, I'm joined by correspondent Ollie Barrett, who is in Manchester. Ollie, thank you for joining us. 2 arrests have been made after today's synagogue attack. You were on the scene. What more do we know?
That's right, Leigh Ann. 2 arrests have been made only about 1,500 feet from the synagogue that was attacked, very close to where I am now. You can see the police cordon behind me here, and there are various police cordons in and around the area of the synagogue itself. Still a very, very visible, heavy policing presence here in the Crumpsall area of Manchester, but also in other parts of the city as well, and in other parts of other cities across the UK as security is beefed up around synagogues up and down the country. You mentioned that those 2 arrests have been made. We await to hear more detail about that. You also mentioned that 2 people have been killed in this attack, and they were 2 people of Jewish faith who were at the synagogue on the holy day of Yom Kippur. We're told also by police that 4 further people are seriously injured. What eyewitnesses are saying, Leigh Ann, is that the vehicle that was driven by the suspect went quickly towards the crowd at the synagogue, and then the suspect, the attacker, got out of the vehicle with a knife and started attempting to stab people after that as well. Now, the bravery of people who were at the synagogue at the time has been praised by police and eyewitnesses as well, as actually stopping the attacker getting further into the synagogue premises itself, potentially stopping a much worse attack than that which unfolded. The police were on the scene within 7 minutes of getting a first emergency call, and not long after arriving, they shot the attacker dead, and that was partly because he appeared to have an explosive device of some sort, or at least seemed to have an explosive device on him. Police confirming that the attacker has been killed. They say they believe they know his identity. The other thing that we have been hearing from police is that they are trying to reassure different parts of the community here in Crumpsall. This, as you've been saying, a holy day in which many members of the Jewish community come out and go to their synagogues, and obviously don't expect something like this to happen. That said, many members of the Jewish community here have been saying that they have been fearing that something like this might happen somewhere in the country because of heightened tensions over the Middle East. But in terms of the police cordon here, as you can see, still a very heavy policing presence, although police are trying to reassure the local community that they believe that this particular incident is now over.
And Ollie, the Prime Minister flew back to the UK today in light of this attack and is holding an emergency Cobra meeting. Who is there and what is going to happen behind closed doors? Basically, what's the point?
Yeah, Leigh Ann, the Cobra meeting is an emergency meeting which is called together when it is deemed necessary, which can bring into one room and also remotely attendees as well, people who are needed to contribute to an incident of this scale. So that's government ministers, that's senior government officials from different departments, it's policing chiefs as well from different parts of the country. Obviously, because police are saying this is, they believe, a terrorist incident, the terrorist response will be led by London's Metropolitan Police in key and close conjunction with police here in Greater Manchester as well. So the Home Secretary was there, Shabana Mahmood, joining remotely. Yvette Cooper, the Foreign Secretary, was in attendance. David Lammy, the Justice Secretary and Deputy Prime Minister, among those taking part. That meeting has now ended. And really, as I say, the point of it is to make sure that there is a joined-up approach and response to what unfolded earlier today from a governmental level.
Ollie Barrett, who's in Manchester for us, thank you so much. Now, the federal government has entered its second day of shutdown after Congress failed to agree on spending bills. President Trump is using the moment to call for cutting Democratic agencies and clearing out dead wood. House Speaker Mike Johnson defended Trump's authority to decide what gets funded, saying the president will prioritize administration goals. The Senate is set to return tomorrow for another vote. For more on this, I'm joined by CEO of Market Bridge Advisors, Hunter Gaylor. Thank you so much, Hunter, for your time this evening. Let's get into what's happening. So President Trump is set to meet his budget director to determine which Democrat agencies to cut. Is Trump trying to put maximum pressure on the opposition to pass this bill?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's always a pleasure to join you. But I want to be very clear on this. This is not a Republican shutdown. It's a Schumer shutdown. Mm-hmm. You know, people forget that the Senate requires 60 votes and the Republicans only have 53. So nothing moves without the Democrats. The House already passed a clean continuing resolution. There were no gimmicks, no games. So because the government closed, it's Chuck Schumer. He used his power to block it, and he holds the keys. And he can open the government or close it. And if he chooses closure, which he did, you know, that's his decision. And this is his shutdown, and he has to own it. So what Trump is doing right now is exactly what he should be doing. And just a few moments ago, House Speaker Mike Johnson came out and said Chuck Schumer himself said it would be reckless and irresponsible and dangerous to shut down the government. But now he is leading the exact charge in doing that. So we'll see how the vote goes tomorrow. But, you know, this is a Schumer shutdown. Nothing more, nothing less.
And let's talk about that a little bit, the Schumer shutdown, because Republicans have also blamed AOC for the shutdown and labelled it at the same time a Schumer shutdown. So I've heard both AOC and Schumer. Yeah. So who do you believe is truly responsible for this government shutdown?
100% Chuck Schumer. In reality, under the Senate rules, there's 60 votes are required. And, you know, as I mentioned, the Republicans hold 53. You know, I think because he's getting so much, it's just political pandering. That's what AOC is doing. Anytime she can get her name in the news or in the media or make it all about her, she will. But, you know, we call it a Schumer shutdown because the responsibility rests with the one man who holds the keys and refuses to use them responsibly.
OK, so the White House press secretary Caroline Leavitt says that President Trump could fire thousands of workers. Do the Republicans see this now, Hunter, as an opportunity to get rid of agencies that basically waste taxpayer money and, as Donald Trump said, are dead wood?
Absolutely. I think he's doing the exact right thing. If they're going to sit down and shut down the government, why should we be paying these people? It's our hard-earned tax-paying dollars that are going to, you know, these people in these useless positions. I mean, the federal government is one of the largest employers in America, and that's a lot of money that goes to a lot of people. And so, you know, if they want to shut down the government, then as it's shut down, these people should be starting to be furloughed and laid off and start saving the taxpaying dollar or start saving the taxpayers' dollars because, you know, it's just irresponsible for what the government's doing. So Trump has absolutely all right to go in and use this time to start slashing and limiting the size of government. So I think he's on the right path.
You say that, Hunter, but do you think this will have a wider effect on the economy? Because you say furlough jobs and cut jobs, that will just add to the US jobless rate and the data that we see coming out. And it could have a wider impact on people's jobs and spending abilities within the US economy. And we also know that Donald Trump wants the Fed to cut interest rates. But it all seems a little bit difficult if you're going to cut thousands and thousands of jobs.
Well, he's not cutting jobs in the private sector. These are public sector jobs. The government doesn't create anything. Free markets create things. So if you work in the government, you're not creating things except bureaucratic red tape. And by the way, when the government shuts down, the markets go up. The NASDAQ's up. As of right now, it's up, and the S&P was up and the Dow was up. So as far as I'm concerned, if you work for the government and you don't actually produce things, right, then I don't count federal jobs as part of employment numbers.
Okay, no problem. Understood, but they would be added to the employment numbers just to make that argument when it does come to this, because that's something that people have been raising concern about. And I was just wondering if you think it is a problem, but obviously you don't. There has been rumour that Trump is not worried at all about this government shutdown, but some Democrats and other analysts are saying he possibly should be, because we know the longest shutdown in US history was between 2018 and 2019. That was under Donald Trump's government too, and it did really affect the economy. Do you think he should be at all worried about his voter base?
No, I'm not concerned about it at all. I don't think he should be concerned about it. I think his voter base is saying, listen, we elected him to do his job. He's doing his job. And look, he's in a hostile environment with the Democrats and AOC and all of these things that are going on. So no, I don't think he should be concerned at all. I think they'll come to a quick and swift resolution on this, and the world will get back to moving. I mean, it's not affecting my job. And as far as I'm concerned, the longer the government is shut down, the private sector can move. So I think when people tie too many things to, the government to the economy, that's not a good thing. And if Trump is out there saying, yes, lower interest rates, which we got a little bit, hopefully we get more, this is just nothing more than political theater at this point.
Well, the good news is President Donald Trump is also still getting paid, as we know, Hunter. But I just want to move on to another topic.
Well, wait a second. He's never taken a paycheck, though. He's never taken a paycheck.
But he still gets his paycheck, even if there's a government shutdown. I know he's never taken one, but theoretically he still gets paid, while other federal workers are not being paid.
But the federal workers, what are the federal workers doing? The reports have not come out of which federal departments are being fired. And so, if these people that are showing up that I would argue are the quiet quitters that don't do anything in Washington, and Washington is already, way overemployed. So, I just think it's irresponsible for people to make these type of talking points saying that, if you work in the government, I'm not getting paid to do a job. No, if the government shuts down, it's shut down. You're getting paid if you're not doing work.
Well, I'm glad that both of us are getting paid today, Hunter. Thank you so much for joining.
You and I both.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks. Now, Elon Musk has become the world's first half-trillionaire. His net worth briefly reached $500 billion after the value of his businesses, which include the electric car company Tesla, of course, and the rocket company SpaceX, have climbed in recent months. For more on this, I'm joined by consumer broadcaster and also author Kate Hardcastle. Kate, thank you so much for joining us this evening. So, as I just said, Elon Musk has become the first $500 billion man. What is it about the person Elon Musk that just makes him so successful as a brand?
Well, thanks for having me. And as you mentioned, it was very brief because it dipped straight back down. The reason we got to that number is because it's been very much based around one of those companies you mentioned. Tesla has been finding good grace again with consumers, it seems, and particularly with investors. So the worth of the business went up. And therefore, because Elon's worth is based on the share value, the market, and what investors see as the opportunity ahead, that's why we've hit that figure. But you mentioned somebody who is certainly doing well in terms of the financials. He is quite a divisive character. He's a character that has certainly got his own brand, and some people really applaud and see him as the disruptor, the maverick, almost this bull running against the rest of the crowd, doing things differently. I've interviewed people who've worked for him who talk about his 5-minute rule for everything, how efficient he is. But as we know, even earlier this year, he was heavily aligned to President Donald Trump, and he was very vocal about some of his feelings on the platform X, which he also owns. challenge, and that is to not everyone's liking. And he's a divisive character in that way. So he's not someone that is ever going to earn his fortune by being likable by all, but he is certainly somebody who, it seems, understands trends, the business world, and is not afraid to take chances.
Yes, and that's actually a really interesting point, because I think, you know, when we saw him in the White House for that short stint, Kate, it was heavily scrutinized. But in some ways, he's managed to change his fortunes around, if we do think about it, and almost got his magic back again. And do you think that is because he is a person who just speaks his mind, because he tells the truth? He's refreshing compared to the normal CEOs and the wealthiest men that we see out there.
I think that's a really interesting question, and I'm going to break it down a little, if I may, because it is just like most things that are emotional, just not as simple as a yes or no answer. What I can tell you is I work on numbers. So when he was very aligned to President Donald Trump and he was making very vocal statements on the politics, Tesla's shares suffered. As we've seen that step away, we've seen Tesla shares and interest start to go up again. So one would say that he's probably in his best interest to see the light and see how actually he can step away from some of the politics and focus back on business, and that might actually be successful with him financially. But I do work with incredible leaders who are very true to their values, who are very kind-spirited and have set up their own trusts, a lot of charity work, etc. I think that can be just as successful. I think we've got to just go into the emotion of fear. What does success look like to you? You're in a region where there is so much incredible wealth, but you're in a region also where there's so much incredible goodwill and community. And I think that a lot of leaders do find a sense of humanness in making sure that they have a balanced life, because they find wealth and good fortune in being a good community player as well.
And also, we've heard today that Bollywood superstar Shah Rukh Khan has also entered the billionaire club. What is driving his success and his wealth?
Isn't that interesting as a flashpoint that you have two very different characters, their finances earned from a very different route? I think the magic that you've got when it comes to SRK is consistency. The values that you know, that you look to, of a performer who is good at what he does, but has been something that people can trust in. They know what they're going to get from him. They feel that the products that he associates with, that the creativity pieces that he associates with, all feel like him now, because he's become so much of a persona. And I think it's so interesting, this news story kind of highlights two very different men who have been incredibly successful and wealthy, but have a very different set of that kind of brand equity, that look and feel in the public eye. And I know that fans of SRK will have much celebration for him reaching such a pivotal point financially today.
Yeah, and as you say, two extremely different men, lots of things set them apart, but also you work with a lot of people and people who are very successful. What is it, do you think, that drives people to the success and gets them into this billionaire status that only some of us could dream of?
Right. I mean, money certainly gives you options, doesn't it? And I think that's probably what most of us want from financial comfort and success, that we want the ability to choose. And I do work with leaders, and I train them on their brand and their equity and their positioning. And for some, they crave something like this. They would love a moment with you on the television and media notoriety. For others, it's actually that community piece. They could be much, much wealthier, but they've dedicated and given so much back. And for others, it's actually different interests, keeping them going, keeping them excited. We've seen a lot of entrepreneurs that have actually gifted their companies or part of their companies back to their own workforce, which is an incredible setup of community trust. So different elements, drivers. A lot of it comes from our backgrounds, what we had to deal with when we were young, and that sees a lot of these leaders actually choose the supportive work that they might go into community-wise. The thing I do want to say, though, is I can't wait till you and I are on screen again talking about two female entrepreneurs that have hit those dizzying heights.
Oh, me too. I'd love to have you back on and we can talk all about that, and it will be the ladies that will rule the day. Kate Hardcastle, it's been so wonderful to have you on. Thank you so much for your insights. A reminder of our top stories. Israeli forces detain activist Greta Thunberg after intercepting the Gaza aid flotilla as protests erupt around the world. 2 people have been killed during a terror attack at a synagogue in Manchester. The US government shutdown enters a second day with layoffs looming and billions in funding on hold. And Elon Musk has become the world's first half-trillionaire as the value of Tesla and SpaceX rise. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and, of course, follow us on X. GNT is coming up next. Plus, we'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to the Dailies. International media widely covered Israel's interception of the global Sumud Flotilla, highlighting the dramatic naval raid, the detention of activists and growing diplomatic fallout. In the US, however, coverage remains dominated by the government shutdown, with federal closures and political deadlock keeping the story at the top of headlines. So most international media covered the Israeli interception of the global Sumud Flotilla carrying food and aid to Gaza. More than 13 boats of the 40 vessels comprising the flotilla carrying about 500 activists were intercepted by Israeli Navy, who detained over 200 activists who were on board. The Israeli naval forces boarded the vessels and took control of the intercepted ships and transferred detained activists into Israeli custody and ports. Other flotilla vessels are said to have continued attempting to sail towards Gaza. Palestinian and Arab media covered the story extensively, while Al-Quds, which is a Palestinian newspaper, also published a profile honoring Greta Thunberg's solidarity with Gaza. The piece describes the Swedish activist as being best known for her climate movement, and that she was arrested twice by Israeli forces while attempting to break the Gaza blockade with the global Sumud Flotilla. Thunberg's first arrest came in June 2025 when her ship Madeleine was intercepted, followed by a second detention yesterday, October 1st, aboard the Alma. The piece highlights the international criticism Israel's actions provoked, with human rights groups and countries such as Turkey, Brazil, Malaysia and Colombia demanding the activists' release. Deported to France the first time, Thunberg reaffirmed her commitment, declaring that climate activism and human rights are inseparable struggles rooted in global justice. The Guardian reports that Israel's interception of the global Sumud Flotilla has sparked global outrage and street protests. Italy saw the largest mobilization, with an estimated 10,000 people in Rome and major unions calling a general strike to denounce the detention of Italian citizens. Demonstrations also erupted across Europe, Latin America, and also Asia, while also Turkey, Ireland, Mexico, Brazil, and Malaysia condemned the naval action as illegal. Colombia also escalated tensions by expelling Israel's remaining diplomats. The piece points out that Israel defended the operation as a necessary security measure in a combat zone, insisting aid could be delivered through official channels. The episode, the report concludes, has deepened Israel's diplomatic isolation while increasing solidarity movements worldwide. Israeli media covered the interception, with many reporting the Israeli claims that documents from Gaza show Hamas's direct involvement with the aid flotilla, as Israel claims. The Times of Israel reports that Israeli authorities have released documents that have been retrieved from Gaza, alleging direct ties between Hamas and the global Subud flotilla. Now, the documents include a 2021 letter from Hamas political leader Ismail Haniyeh, instructing the Palestinian Conference for Palestinians Abroad to coordinate the flotilla, and also a roster of PCPA operatives, several of whom are senior Hamas figures, as the piece also reports. Now, Israel claims that PCPA designated Hamas, or it is, as Israel claims, a designated Hamas front abroad, owns dozens of the flotilla's vessels via shell companies. The article frames the claims as evidence that the flotilla is not a purely humanitarian mission, but part of Hamas's operations, as Israel claims. Israeli media also reported on the unprecedented U.S. security guarantees to Qatar that President Donald Trump pledged by signing an executive order to that effect. The order mandates treating any attack on the Gulf Emirates' sovereignty or independence or even infrastructure as an assault on America itself. Now, this commitment, framed to include potential military action, comes weeks after an Israeli strike on Hamas-linked sites inside Qatar, which spurred Doha's demand for stronger U.S. backing. The report also underscores Qatar's strategic value as host to major U.S. air and naval bases, as the pact, according to the report, is the strongest defense guarantee Washington has ever granted to a non-NATO state. The report goes on to say that Qatar has long sought assurances against regional threats while balancing ties with neighbors. The piece concludes the agreement signals a dramatic U.S. shift in Gulf security policy. American media continue to focus on the U.S. government shutdown, with some further analyzing the impact of the shutdown, while others blamed Democrats for the governmental halt. Mark A. Thiessen wrote in the Washington Post, arguing that Democrats triggered this government shutdown not to defend Obamacare, but to preserve temporary subsidies from Biden's American Rescue Plan. The author stresses that these tax credits, initially framed as pandemic relief, were set to expire in 2023 and then extended to 2026. But he says Democrats now want to make them permanent. Thiessen blames Biden's $1.9 trillion package for fueling historic inflation and dismisses Democratic claims that Republicans are undermining health care. The article frames the shutdown as a politically unsustainable gamble. For Thiessen, Trump should resist concessions, portraying the standoff as Democrats clinging to Bidenomics and rather than genuine health reform. Foreign Policy, in its analysis, examines how the latest U.S. government shutdown reverberates beyond domestic politics into national security and diplomacy. While military operations continue, nearly half of the Pentagon's civilian staff and more than a third of State Department employees face furloughs, disrupting intelligence gathering, military exercises, and diplomatic planning. The piece quotes analysts who warn adversaries such as China and also Russia will use the shutdown to highlight U.S. dysfunction undermining its image as a reliable partner. Former officials stress morale concerns as unpaid staff may disengage or even leave the workforce, raising long-term security risks. Foreign allies also face uncertainty with cancelled visits and delayed coordination. The piece concludes that the shutdown fuels both strategic vulnerabilities and damaging perceptions abroad. The New York Times explored President Trump's controversial call to deploy U.S. troops in American cities, framing urban crime as a war from within. The analysis highlights Trump's remarks delivered at Marine Corps Base Quantico, signaling a break with America's long tradition of non-partisan military designed to face external and not domestic threats. The piece traces this tension back to the Founding Fathers' fears of tyranny and recounts past efforts by military leaders and Congress to resist politicizing the armed forces. Today, however, Trump's allies in the Pentagon and Republican-controlled Congress have largely endorsed his vision, raising alarms among historians and veterans. The piece warns that politicizing the military for partisan aims risks eroding its credibility, professionalism as well, and constitutional role. And we'll end with this obituary that was published by The Telegraph that pays tribute to Dame Jane Goodall, who passed away at 91 after transforming the study of chimpanzees and redefining humanity's place in nature. Beginning her research in the 1960s, Goodall revealed groundbreaking discoveries. Chimpanzees use tools, eat meat, and display both empathy and also aggression, traits once thought uniquely human. Despite criticism for giving names to her subjects, her pioneering observational methods became the standard in primatology. Beyond science, Goodall became a global voice for conservation and animal welfare, founding organizations and writing influential books. Her legacy extends from the forests to international platforms, advocating environmental and humanitarian causes, making her one of the most influential scientists of the 20th and the 21st centuries. That's it for today. Thanks for watching.
Well, we can speak now to Dr. Ali Jarbawi, who's a former Minister of Planning and Administrative Development of the Palestinian National Authority. Dr. Jarbawi, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. What was your initial reaction when you first read through this plan, this 20-point plan put forward by President Trump?
يعني في البداية كان هناك نسخ متعددة من هذه الخطة.
As a matter of fact, in the beginning, there were many versions of this peace plan. However, the final version, to the best of my belief, still needs just to provide more clarification, especially when it comes to implementation. Apparently, there are no set deadlines and things are remaining loose, and therefore the withdrawal by the Israeli forces from Gaza, when will it take place and at what kind of stages are we talking about? Therefore, there are many loopholes in this plan. With that said, there are some really positive points for the Palestinians, including, without limitation, to the following. The fact that making reference to Israel, that it won't be able to have a permanent occupation or nor will be allowed just to annex the West Bank or just to embark on any displacements of the Palestinians, and even the individuals who must leave, then they have the choice to return to the Gaza Strip. Furthermore, the Israeli request, as they stated that they want just to finish Hamas completely, then I think that everyone has been talking about just the fact that Hamas operatives might have a free exit, and this might open the horizon in the near future to integrate Hamas into the political process at large. One more point, if you allow me. It is about the Palestinian Authority, even though it will not be present, at least for the time being, in exercising its authority over the Gaza Strip. But this remains open just in the future, and once it embarks on sweeping reforms. And the last important point is that the door remains ajar for the possibility of establishing the Palestinian states, and that has been the call of the Arab countries that have been overwhelmed by following this matter, and for the Palestinians to have self-determination. Therefore, we can build on these points collectively, but as you know, Tom, the devil lies in the details, and those details will be of paramount importance, and especially that Prime Minister Netanyahu, even though once he just came back home and he just voiced his approval, he has been always saying that there is no place for the Palestinian states, and the PA will never be a part of the future governance structure in the Gaza Strip. The matter which might raise the concerns of the Palestinians and might also place obstacles on Hamas to adopt this plan.
Okay, thank you for that, Dr. Jarbawi. I mean, Hamas officials have received this plan. They've got a deadline to respond. They're promising to examine the deal, the proposal. What sort of a response do you expect them to give?
I think
Hamas is not now in a really good position to reject this offer, because this war has been raging for some time. The positive aspect of this plan is that we will pull the curtain down on this bloody war. When this will just happen, we are waiting just to see. But I think there is really a genuine prospect to bring this destructive war to the Gaza Strip to an end, and also to the Palestinians who have been suffering for some time. And therefore, Hamas is demanded to withdraw as a political movement and as a resistance movement for the Palestinians. I know that this is a hard pill to swallow, a better pill to swallow, but remember, Netanyahu has been just giving promises in the previous rounds of negotiations, and every time he brings some other changes, and the previous agreements went out of thin air. Hamas could never say yes, and at the same time they could never say no to a plan that will remove their existence without providing a clear answer on the pathway that are very important. I'm talking about the details here.
Okay, and obviously Hamas must release all hostages within 72 hours. That's what President Trump has instructed them to do, or else. But given that the hostages are one of their only bargaining chips now, do you think it's likely that they will hand them all over within this 72-hour window?
إذا ما لم يكن هناك
Unless there are just clarifications for the roadmap, and I'm talking here about the timeline for the implementation of this 21-point peace plan, I believe Hamas might agree to release not the whole hostages, but maybe just some of the hostages, so that it could keep the door open for the possibility of seeking the required clarification. However, the window for Hamas is really narrow. The matter which might drive Hamas at the end of the day to accept the plan its entirety without being really satisfied with the request that they had about those vague terms of the plan where Israel is having the upper hand when it comes to implementation.
Okay, so you seem to be suggesting that we may get a partial acceptance from Hamas rather than a full acceptance of this deal from Hamas.
يعني أظن ذلك.
Yes, I think so. Of course, the United States will reject this proposal. We have to see the details then. But initially, I don't think Hamas will agree without any reservation about this plan as it stands today, given the fact that there are no timeline and set deadlines that should be part and parcel of the implementation. Therefore, I believe the initial response that we have to expect from Hamas is to say that they would accept the plan in principle, but when it comes to implementation, they, and especially the release of hostages, I think Hamas might really accept or maybe offer to release some of the hostages, provided that it will show its willingness to release the remaining hostages in case Hamas has got the set deadlines and there are some guarantees for implementation.
Now, it's being reported that there was no direct Palestinian involvement in the creation of this 20-point plan, whether it be Hamas, the PLO, or the Palestinian authorities. But was there any indirect input from the Palestinians with regards to building this framework?
Unfortunately, I don't have just very solid information about that, but I'm quite confident that the consultation with the other actors like Saudi Arabia, Egypt and Jordan, all those parties that were present in New York while meeting President Trump, I think those consultations have been always ongoing, whether with the Palestinian Authority or with Hamas. Therefore, the Palestinian demands and the Palestinians' concerns have been quite well known for those Arab countries that have helped in bringing this plan to light. But we have to remember that what has been agreed upon with the Arab and Islamic countries as a plan has to go for some changes and amendments by Netanyahu after consultation with their U.S. counterpart. And the final version of this plan is that has been amended following the Israeli demands, which does not go just exactly with what has been requested by the Arab leaders and other Islamic leaders with President Trump.
Dr. Jarbawi, there's understandably a lot of mistrust on both sides. But some people are saying, and some people see this plan as something of a trap, and that it could somehow ultimately result in a military re-escalation by the Israelis in Gaza. What do you think of that theory?
I
believe that it would be really hard that once this plan is approved and things go to the implementation, I don't think there is a turning around for Hamas, especially that President Trump will be holding the position of the board for the peace board, and there are also many other members from the Arab countries, from the international community, will be quite engaged with the implementation of this plan. Therefore, it won't be easy for Prime Minister Netanyahu to change things midstream, or maybe just try to breach any of those clauses. However, with those 21-point plan vagueness, there could be some room for Prime Minister Netanyahu to claim that this is the only Israeli interpretation for this clause or for that clause of the plan. And that's why no wonder to see some challenges when it comes at the time of implementation. However, rejecting this plan after just adopting it will be hard for all the parties.
Now, I can imagine that for a lot of Palestinian people, there are trust issues with the British going all the way back to the early part of the 20th century. So the idea of having, as a sort of leader figure in Palestinian territory, the former British Prime Minister Tony Blair, is going to be, for some people, difficult to accept. Do you think people will accept him? And do you think people will trust Tony Blair if he is indeed given the position he's been touted to take, to really safeguard the interests of the Palestinian people?
يعني هناك تاريخ سلبي.
We had a history that was blemished with many dark memories with Tony Blair in our region. And I don't think that there is really much confidence with Tony Blair to be taking the helm for the implementation of this plan. How things might evolve. However, maybe Tony Blair will be more aligned to the Israeli interpretation. And I'm talking about the mindset of the Palestinian people rather than being more responsive to the interpretation of the Arab countries or the Palestinian. However, there are many issues that might be really taking place at the time of the implementation. And we know that the Palestinians now are requested to comply with this plan without being engaged or involved directly. And there is a kind of warning or ultimatum by President Trump to Hamas that you have 3 or 4 days, but you are not allowed just to delve into details. This means that it is something like coercive process imposed on the Palestinian people. If the plan is to be adopted, then the Palestinian will rely on the engagement of the Arab and Islamic countries that could be effective. So the Palestinians and their rights and their concerns will be conveyed by the influential Arab countries and along with the Islamic countries, including Turkey, vis-a-vis Israel. And therefore, the Palestinians do not favor to have Tony Blair on the team, but if this is what it is, then they will deal with that matter as per the new evolving situation.
Tony Blair was the Labour Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, and the Labour government currently in the United Kingdom has recognised Palestinian statehood. Does that change anything with regards to perceptions of the British and perceptions of Tony Blair?
This recognition by the UK is quite a positive sign, and it has been welcomed by the Palestinians, but it was just too little too late. After more than 1 century of the Balfour Declaration and more than 75 years of the establishment of the Israeli state and the injustice that the Palestinian people have to suffer. Therefore, this recognition is not like a donation or a gift to the Palestinian people, but it has been imposed by the status quo. And as I told you, it has been welcomed by the Palestinians, especially that it has come at the time where the international communities have been collectively acknowledging and recognizing the Palestinian people. And therefore, the importance of those recognitions for the Palestinians is in that now there are divisions among the conventional and traditional European countries toward Israel, and this is really a good sign, and we can build upon it. But recognition alone is not sufficient. If it is only just a mere recognition, then this is a symbolic gesture. The Palestinian people would expect that those countries who have recognized the Palestinian states, including the UK, will embark on taking measures against Israel if it continues its destructive war on the Gaza Strip, and also to embody the Palestinian states that have been recognized.
Okay, and just lastly, if you were to communicate a message to Hamas with regards to how to proceed with this document, what is your message, sir?
I
think that the situation on the ground is no longer now acceptable. I know that this decision will be harsh and tough on Hamas, because Hamas is required to dismantle itself, but Hamas as a movement has got its base of supporters, and this support will continue in the near future. But I believe that ending the war in the Gaza Strip and building on the positive aspects of the Trump's plan, with the assistance of the Arab and Islamic countries, I believe this could be a catalyst for Hamas to accept this plan, and especially in case the Arab countries have really fulfilled their promises in providing assurances, guarantees, and gave the required set deadlines for implementation.
Okay, well, we've run out of time, but we really appreciate you speaking to us. Dr. Ali Jarbawi, former Minister of Planning and Administrative Development of the Palestinian National Authority. Thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
I wish reality were as easy as talking. He grows up but keeps that innocence. That's the instinct God created us with. Mahmoud's dream is to become a pianist.
Is speech the only way to express thoughts and feelings? Descartes, the father of modern philosophy, said, "I think, therefore I am." He didn't say, "I speak, therefore I am." There are many means of communication around us: drawing, music, singing, writing, sports. Even eyes have a language. Each one of us is different. We share many things and differ in many others. The same applies to autistic people, who can be similar or different. Since medicine discovered autism 8 decades ago, half of people around us still see it as a mystery. And such people do not try to know anything about autism, Even scientists disagree over it. Some see it as a psychological or neurological disorder, while others consider it a genetic biological problem. Why don't we know a lot about autism? Today, we try to reach them. We are not looking for a cause, a doctor, or a cure. This will be a special mission in which we go to them to find out their thoughts and feelings. Do they live in the moment only? Or do they dream and wish? Do they understand adolescence? What is lying? Or politeness to them? Do they know they are different? We thought it would be enough to get answers even to some of those questions. It's impossible to reach everyone, but it led us to a few of them. A young man living in his 20s, and in his story, a message for every human.
I exactly experienced the entire 5 stages of Kubler-Ross. I experienced every single stage. Starting with denial, I experienced this stage in the sense that I cannot believe that my son has autism. There is nothing wrong with my son. It must be a stage that would pass. You know how mothers might fool themselves. They pretend that there is nothing wrong, then there's the stage of anger. The anger stage involves questions like, why isn't he interacting? Why should Mahmoud be autistic? Even though I never asked myself or God about why I had to go through this.
When I was young, my father used to sing for me in the car. I love you when you speak. I love you when you draw a smile. شو بحبك لما بتحكي ترسم عشفافك ضحكي شو بحبك لما بتبكي بتشكي وعم بتغلغل فيه حبيبي انت الأحلى عمري بقلبك عم بيحلى عطرك سحرك صوتك رسمك صار مني وفيك.
Sometimes I thought about committing suicide. I wished death for me and my son, but my death wouldn't change anything. In the end, my son would be left alone, and that's not what I want for him. When I felt that I was fed up, as they say, I could no longer bear this angry and depressed fate. That's when it started to search for psychological solutions. Thus, I studied psychodrama therapy, because I was convinced that I wouldn't heal. In 1 or 2 sessions, or even in 1 or 2 years, I was convinced I needed to know how to face my feelings and understand my psychological condition throughout my life, because I knew my current situation would continue all the time.
شو حلو حبيبي شو حلو هالقمر شوفوا ما أجمله بس أنا عبالي دلله وحياتي ما حدا بقى يزعله. I don't like hurting anyone.
أوقات الدنيا بتوجعني وساعات بتعاند ويايا لا بخاف وحخاف ازاي يعني دايما مطمن طول ما انت معايا.
During World War II, a psychiatrist was influenced by the power of compassion and resilience in human spirit. In 1969, she introduced a model named after her, about the 5 stages of grief. Through this model, Kubler-Ross wanted to speak out loud about the feelings a person experiences when faced with a shock that shakes their inner peace. The transitional stages in the Kubler-Ross change curve begin with shock, which leads to denial. Then anger takes hold. Then we begin bargaining with ourselves in a one-sided dialogue. We want to escape the crisis without making any effort. Then comes depression and sorrow. Despair and all negative thoughts start to attack at the same time. Acceptance is the beginning of the solution.
And out of love for her son, she feels hatred. She thinks she hates her son, but in fact, that represents in psychology the stage of anger in Kubler-Ross model. She becomes angry with herself because she feels those emotions, which are unfortunately normal. If we had psychological awareness in education, she wouldn't be blaming herself. Once I reached the stage of acceptance, he started to show results that I had been waiting for years of effort. He started to show me those results. I reached a state of acceptance that it's over. I accepted him however he is, whatever progress he makes or doesn't make. That's it. This is my son, and I want to love him just the way he is. And that is the golden key.
I accepted Mahmoud as he is, like any mother who wanted him to lean on her. But what happened was the opposite. Fatin's dreams of Mahmoud graduating from university with a postgraduate degree did not come true. Mahmoud opened a door to his world for her, and he amazed her and made her forget the routine life and the struggle, competition, and racing against time in everything.
I used to be afraid that something might happen to me. And how would Mahmoud eat? He doesn't know how to say, I want to eat. He wouldn't say, I'm thirsty. I have to bring him water. But what worries me is his perseverance. Mahmoud has overcome it, thankfully. Thank God, you could say.
Do you consider that the great achievement was by Mahmoud or Fatin?
It was definitely by Mahmoud. We honor mothers in our society, and we see the efforts made. But, unfortunately, we don't understand the value of that effort because they struggle just like we do. They struggle with themselves. It's not something easy for them from the start. It's not easy for them because we are breaking their nature. In fact, I'll tell you more. We are distorting them. We are distorting their nature so that they become like us.
Due to the commonalities within the stories, we went to Niraj, a young boy who is talented in drawing and video games, a boy no older than 12, who speaks, reads, and writes. He has a small home, with a family, school, and friends.
At this time, I don't know nothing about the autism, so I was just thinking why he don't talk. Why he don't talk? Because he was speaking, is eating good, sleeping good. I think when I call him, he don't come. I say, Niraj, he don't look at us, don't come. So one day, when he was 3 years old, with nothing, no speak, he just making sounds like. At this time, I don't know nothing about autism. I know autism only. I know some children with development problem have autism. So when I come back home and I went to the internet, this is something wrong. You never have to go to the internet to check and solve your problem. Oh my God, what only bad things about autism only. But there I see a picture of my son.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, I would say so. I would say that, I mean, being in denial is kind of running away, isn't it? It's an indirect way of saying you're running away if you are in denial. You know, maybe you're in denial because subconsciously you know it's true, but maybe you're in denial because maybe you don't know what to do, so you panic. And it's definitely Artemia is what woke me up. You know, kind of she would bring me back down to earth, saying, this is not going to go away. He's not going to snap out of it. It's not something that there's no medicine that we can just give him and he's going to be okay. And then I would see what she's doing. And that's, then that was like kind of the inspiration to, I want to be part of this journey and help where I can. That's basically how I transitioned from not doing anything into trying to do something. I see myself as a father to Niraj, not as an autistic child, but as a normal child, which gives me an oversensing comfort. So it's not, I should do more with Niraj because he's autistic. It's more, I should just do more with him just because he's just another child. So I think now I'm not beating myself up because he's autistic, and I think that's a testament on how far he's come.
When he was 5, we take him to one psychologist, and she told me, "Oh, you have to understand because you will never talk. When he gonna be adult with the mind of the child." He just told me like this. My son is talking now. If you say that for one mother, you take her hope. Yeah, your hope. You need to give hope. You need to say, "Oh, buy this book. Oh, do this, do that. Come back here. Let's do something." They need to be positive.
I've never had pets. I'm not a huge pet lover, but I did try, and whenever we take him to the park, try and push him towards the dogs in the park. And yeah, he liked them a lot. And now we have cats, so he's plays with them as much as he wants. I did try to play football with him. He doesn't want to play. So then I just kind of revert back to what he's interested in, and because at the end of the day, that's how you maximize engagement with anyone.
The doctor tried to steal her hope, but she failed twice. As a doctor, and as a human, that's what happened to Artemia. She lost herself chasing books and sources for guidance to reach her son. Her mission wasn't easy, and notably, the majority of books written about autism were written by autistic people themselves.
One of the therapists told me we have to make some exercise with him. You put some up with the hot water, no, very hot water. Yeah, one is something like lemon, or do this exercise as many as you can. Okay, show me phone. Good work. Show me cooking. Good work, Niraj. Show me jumping. Good work. Coloring pencil. Good work, Niraj.
She pulled hope out of pain to get her son to read, write, and draw, and express himself, even participate in competitions with others. They are not in their own world. They are in ours.
How did they help Niraj?
Oh yeah, definitely. So when we have games that involve, but mainly those kind of group games, is definitely you bring them in, and the kids don't know they're doing it. The kids don't know they're helping. For them, they're just playing.
Was very difficult, was very depressed in the beginning. And now I see my son, he can talk, he can ask what he wants, he have good behavior outside, he learning many things. I like my son like this, I want him like this, I don't want another son. I don't want a perfect Niraj. He's perfect for me.
They don't know they are different. We are the ones who create the difference. Many realize this truth. Nahed, the mother who wants to help them reach their fullest potential, to discover their skills without differences and bullying.
I am Nahed, a mother before anything else. I built this entire place. dreaming of a space where Ahmed could live, where I could watch him grow. My dreams, like any mother, were very big. Unfortunately, after I started this place, Ahmed's needs were different, and today Ahmed. What exists in this place? But the place has become for all the Ahmed in this world. I now have more than one Ahmed. I have Ali, I have Khaled. They call me Mom, and my son does not talk. After my long journey with Ahmed, he stayed the same. I was the one who changed. So I wanted to change Ahmed, but Ahmed won't change. Ahmed granted me exponential strength to be the person I am now, capable of helping all these people. I really do not see myself as strong. Is there a greater strength than that? This is Ahmed's strength, although considered as disabled, but they are not weak. They deserve to live. We all have our own kind of disability. The only thing these children fear is losing their parents. They fear because we have become their safety, not the society. The community as a whole must change so that children feel safe. Then comes competition, and there comes desire to achieve self-worth. Children do not feel safe. Their safety is us. So we must give our children safety before we ask society to give them safety. A group of young men graduated from our center are now working in government agencies, in Emicor, and some working at Siemens Energy, with very good salaries, comparable to university graduate salaries. These children must have experience and skills so that they can compete in the labor market according to their capabilities.
My name is Andrea, and I'm 18 years old. I consider myself as a kind person. I love helping everyone who seeks help. I enjoy spending time with my family. I believe there is love inside every person. Each person has a beautiful soul within them. How would you describe Mahmoud? He is a kind person and musically talented. He plays the piano and sings, and he is also handsome.
How do you describe Andrea?
She is my friend. I love her very much. She plays the piano and the guitar.
I was studying a major that I love. I was easing my conscience as a mother by studying something that could help my son. We can manage behavior either with reinforcement or punishment. When we know which reinforcement is best for the child, we can use it to teach the child to ask and express themselves. It is not necessary to express by talking, because many autistic do not speak. So we can use pictures, or we can use an iPad, to be able to communicate with them, and they can communicate with us. This skill is one of the most important things we teach a child. It's one of the foundational skills we begin with for a child. Honestly, the early stages were the hardest for me. I used to repeat sessions that he learned with the specialist every day. I would reapply the speech sessions with him 4 times a day. I used to repeat them on the same day. At the times when I could not do these sessions, I would repeat them through activities I would do with him at home. So when he became responsive, when he was ready, when he became ready to expose him, experiments to find out what does he like, so we tried. To experiment and discover what he liked, we began teaching him the field of computer and software, and we tried exposing him to all fields until we discovered that Mahmoud was excellent at playing piano. He can express himself, his anger, his joy through playing the piano.
What if we were asked to pause for a moment and put on the shoes of this mother or sister or that father or brother just for a moment? What if we realized that one of our children is on the autism spectrum? Everyone we spoke to never wished to switch roles. Instead, they asked of those around them or those they encountered on the street or in the store or the cinema or school. Anyway, they wish to grant these passes by the children with autism a little understanding and a little love.
It pains me to see him grow up, still with that same innocence and childlike nature. Maybe because I'm afraid for him, afraid of his innocence, the purity of his thinking, his unconditional love for people, and his lack of awareness of the evil in this world. The initial phase is exceptionally challenging, initiating them with their first word, the first letter. It's a very challenging stage. It's one of the most challenging stages. The challenge of adulthood is also affected.
And I want to say to the ones who abandon their children, go back to them. They need you. Do not be ashamed of your children. Your son may not be what you dreamed of, but they become something you never dreamed of before. I am really grateful for his presence, no matter what he is. Of course, I wish he does not suffer from autism. I cannot imagine my life without his presence.
What do you want to say to Dad?
I played the piano.
If you want to talk to him but he is away,
I call him.
what do you tell him?
Come. I love playing piano and drawing and sports and swimming.
What do you do in the kitchen?
I make a labneh sandwich.
صعبة في أولها مع بعض أنا وأنت أكيد هنكملها لا 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 لا.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Tunis, the capital of Tunisia and one of North Africa's easygoing cities. Yet, behind its laid-back approach is an exotic appeal.
Tunis deserves to be the perfect introduction to the region. You'll find most of the main sightseeing in the Medina or Old Town, which is already an attraction in itself. There are winding routes along the alleyways, and behind the high walls, you may find yourself lost. But that's the charm of the city. There's a fabulous mosaic collection of the world-famous Bardo Museum. And then there's the remnants of the once glorious Carthage that's a tourist highlight. Carthage, the fabled wealthy seafaring city of the Phoenicians, lies scattered across the Bay of Tunis. Its columns and pile of marble rubble are bordered by a panorama of the Mediterranean Sea. And who could resist such a view? The sea is actually vital to Tunis's prosperity. The Carthage was completely destroyed in the Third Punic War in 146 BC. And the surviving ruins is worth the visit. The view is yet amazing, especially with its seafront setting. Meanwhile, there's also the Medina district or Old Town. It is considered Tunis's historic heart and known as the Port de France during the colonial period. Because while the old town walls of the Hafsid period may have long ago disappeared, when you get inside the mosques, mausoleums, and the madrasas, or the Islamic schools for learning, you'll see opulent tile art and splendid Fatimid and Ottoman architecture decorating the streets. Get lost in the beauty of the district's monumental relics. Last but not least is, of course, the shopping. In Tunis, the Souk des Chechis is a place to be. Makers of Tunisia's traditional woolen hats will be found here and are even conducting workshops. Looking for furniture to bring home? You'll find them between Rue Gemma es Zaytuna and Rue Kasbah. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Agree or face the consequences. That's the warning to Hamas following the announcement of a new Gaza peace plan. Israel says it's on board. The White House has called it historic. But there's a catch. Hamas wasn't consulted. Is the future of Gaza being decided for the Palestinians without their input? We debate the latest deal on Counterpoints. It's coming up soon.
Because we are certainly not the least and maybe the most indigenous people to the region. Until you,
dude, you're Polish.
Chuck, stay with us. I'm going to come to you after.
No, I am not willing. I am not willing to engage in this kind of discussion.
Agree or face the consequences. That's the warning to Hamas following the announcement of a new Gaza peace plan. Israel says it's on board. The White House has called it historic. But there's a catch. Hamas wasn't consulted. Is the future of Gaza being decided for the Palestinians without their input? We debate the latest deal on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. It was a typically superlative-laden address from the US president.
So this is a big day, a beautiful day, potentially one of the great days ever in civilization. Big day.
Alongside Benjamin Netanyahu, President Donald Trump outlined the 20-point peace plan that has the backing of Israel, along with many Western and regional countries.
And as I was called by many of the European leaders, most of them saying, is this true? Are you really doing peace in the Middle East? This is the most incredible thing we've heard. Some think it's the biggest thing they've ever heard.
And it would be if this was a comprehensive roadmap born out of collaborative negotiations and agreed to by all sides. However, this Israel-US plan was announced to the press before Hamas negotiators had even seen a copy of it, let alone signed on. According to some regional analysts, it's less of a roadmap and more of a rough sketch. Of particular concern is the day after plan, which envisages Palestinians handing over control of Gaza to an international body led by President Trump and including former UK Prime Minister Tony Blair. Coming up, we'll debate whether this is really an historic plan that can end the war and deliver long-term peace, if Hamas has no choice but to accept the deal, and if the day after plan is a colonial imposition or a pathway to a Palestinian state. Joining the show is Chuck Freilich, a former Deputy National Security Advisor for Israel and Professor at Columbia University. Cenk Uygur is joining us again here on Counterpoints, host and CEO of The Young Turks, an independent American news organisation, and Kamel Hawash, a Palestinian writer and analyst who vice-chairs the Palestinian Solidarity Campaign, is rounding out our panel. Gentlemen, welcome to Counterpoints. Well, President Trump says his 20-point plan will not only end the war in Gaza, but ensure eternal peace in the Middle East, as he called it. Considering the generations of entrenched mistrust and conflict, it is a bold claim. But the newly announced deal has been endorsed by regional neighbours and major Muslim-majority countries. Kamel, let's start with you. Can this deal actually end the war and deliver long-term peace?
First of all, say that I'm no longer the chair of the Palestine Solidarity Campaign. I stopped being that a while ago, so I speak in my own name just so that it's clear. I'm not speaking on their behalf.
Okay.
When I heard the plan, I think that the thing that came to my mind was the Balfour Declaration, because I'm here in the UK. We had a Zionist, Rothschild, and a British minister deciding for the Palestinians what was going to happen in their land. And when I watched Trump and Netanyahu, it was deja vu. You had a Zionist in Netanyahu and an American president deciding what happens to the Palestinians in Washington. In both cases, the Palestinians were missing. So before we jump to what might happen, it's important that the lack of presence of the Palestinians is wrong. They should have been involved, even if it wasn't the Palestinian Authority, someone else and a few Palestinians could have been involved in these discussions. Now, in terms of the plan, it is an Israeli plan approved and agreed with Washington because they are partners. And the way it's framed, it considers what does Israel want and says, here you are, have it. And then on the Palestinian side, there might be an end to the aggression by Israel and the genocide. But what is certain is the release of the remaining prisoners of war. the fact that Gaza would be economically developed again by an organization that has nothing to do with the Palestinians on behalf of the Palestinians, but really for Trump and his cronies to benefit, is also an important problem with this particular plan. Now, of course, what we all want, I'm sure, is an end to the killing. And that is what is playing on my mind. How can we get to that? Because even today, the Israelis continue to commit crime after crime after crime in Gaza, killing little children, killing women, killing elderly men without mercy, and then finally saying to them, if anyone remains in Gaza, which is home to 1 million people, they will be considered terrorists or supporters of terrorists. Mm-hmm. How can you build a peace with that all happening in the background?
Okay, Chuck, give me your thoughts on what Kamal has said, but also on your impressions of this deal in general.
Well, first of all, let me say that I greatly regret some of the things that Kamal said. I think this is a continuation of the kind of time-worn and most unproductive rhetoric that we've heard from the Palestinians for decades, and it doesn't matter what is happening, we will hear the exact same arguments. Now, Kamal may be right that the Palestinians were not really...
Do you agree that the Palestinians should have been involved? Do you think the Palestinians should have been involved in these discussions?
We'll just let Chuck finish his response first, and then I'll get you to reiterate your point.
I mean, it really helps to let me finish my sentence, because what I was going to say is that you might be right that the Palestinians were missing here. But there is a reason for that. When you reject proposal after proposal after proposal, dramatic proposals that Israel and the United States have put on the table repeatedly, which would have given the Palestinians a state on 100% of Gaza and 98% of the West Bank 25 years ago, with the capital in Jerusalem, when you keep rejecting just about everything Israel could possibly give you, then you lose your agency. Now, we also hear the endless and false allegations of genocide. If you want to talk about genocide here, the only party that has tried to do it is Hamas, whose plan was for Israel's destruction. And we know from the captured documents that there was a Hamas-Hezbollah Iranian plan which was for Israel's destruction, not in the future as the Iranians and the others have always spoken. But Mr. Sinwar had the idea that it could actually be done in 2023. So Israel has been fighting a war for its survival against an enemy which was committed to its extinction.
Sorry, you go.
Now, sir, you can laugh, and I can laugh at what you will say, but we might want to conduct a more polite kind of discussion here. The plan isn't an Israeli plan. Again, this is the typical kind of rhetoric that the Palestinians always say, because they are incapable of saying yes to anything that is less than 100% of their demands. And you don't get that in the real world. Now, this is a plan which ends the war. I believe the Palestinians are interested in that. It speaks about a Palestinian state. That's something that the right-wing coalition in Israel, who I do not support, by the way, but that is something that the right-wing coalition in Israel may come apart over. It talks about a peace process leading to a Palestinian state down the line. So since Hamas started this war with a massacre and bears at least half, I would say much more, of the responsibility for the war's perpetuation, it's actually a pretty good outcome for them. The biggest problem, if I can just say, is actually in its, what should be on paper, its greatest advantage, which is that it speaks about Hamas being disarmed, dismantled, about a new non-Hamas government taking over, both in the transition period and subsequently. I think it takes a really big leap of faith to believe that this international force can really lead to Hamas's disarmament, and it's no longer being the government in power. That's where I have a major problem with this plan.
We're going to come to Hamas specifically in the second section of our debate, but Cenk, let me bring you in here. I mean, what do you make of that? A maximalist approach from the Palestinians hasn't worked. You know, they've lost agency in some of what Chuck was saying. What do you make of that?
Yeah, so first of all, I'm going to probably get disagreement on both sides here, and I'm going to surprise you guys a little bit in a second. But first, to the points that you're bringing up here. All this is nonsense. It's not remotely true. So there was American negotiators who said the Rabin deal was a joke. It was totally skewed towards Israel. Almost every deal that Israel has offered has been totally skewed on behalf of Israel. They offer you a terrible deal, and then you go, why? You didn't take the deal. Like this one in particular. There was one offer. Ehud Olmert in 2008 kind of made an offer that I think the Palestinians should have taken. But so, okay, we can agree to disagree on whether they did the right thing or the wrong thing at different times. But the second part of that was what was disturbing, because the professor here seems like a very genteel guy and love to get, into an exchange of ideas, etc. But then he says things very subtly that are really terrible. Like the Palestinians have lost their agency. What does that mean? Are you saying that that we don't have to take them into account anymore? We can just ignore them. And I know what you mean in terms of Israel.
I was saying that's
slaughter them,
unfortunate.
starve them. Wait. Okay, I'll let you finish. Let me finish, and then you can answer. Okay, so look, let's get to the deal. And then I want to address one other thing the professor said. Okay, so I think that they should take the deal. I think that Hamas should not run Gaza, and that doesn't mean that I think the deal is a good deal. I think Israel will, whether it's good or bad is irrelevant, because Israel will never abide by the deal. And in fact, Netanyahu has already said in Hebrew, conveniently, back at home, we're not going to leave Gaza. He thinks the Americans are a joke. So he's like, yeah, I'll tell the Americans we're going to leave Gaza. We get the hostages back in 72 hours. And then obviously what they'll do is what they've done literally every single time, which is they'll break the ceasefire and they'll go back to massacres, and they'll go back to the slaughterhouse. They'll go back to the internment camps. They'll go back to ethnic cleansing and trying to drive out the Palestinians so they can steal Gaza for greater Israel. But I want that exposed. First of all, I want the hostages back. Second of all, I don't want Hamas running Gaza. And third of all, I want to expose Israel's actual agenda, because there is a 0% chance that Israel is going to stop.
I'm going to put that to Chuck in a moment. Chuck, I'm going to bring you in on that point. But Kamal, let's bring you back in. What do you make of some of what both of the gentlemen have been saying here, particularly this idea of a maximalist approach leading to loss of agency for Palestinians? What do you think that means?
The loss of agency has happened because they haven't brought them in. They should have brought them in, the Palestinians. Even though I am against the Oslo Agreement, there was at least negotiations between the Palestinians and the Israelis. It wasn't the Americans and the Israelis deciding what happens. And Oslo has been a disaster, but that's a different story. I believe that if Israel was genuine about wanting coexistence and peace, and I'm afraid with this government, there's no chance of that, then it would have said, or at least Trump should have said to them, you must sit down with the Palestinians and come to an agreement about how we end the current situation. In terms of the previous negotiations, which went on for years, Israel always wanted them to continue for years. They didn't want to have peace with the Palestinians. They didn't want two states, because Oslo in itself said 5 years from that date, 1990, there will be a Palestinian state. Instead, Israel expanded the settlements to make it impossible for that to happen. And we must remember that while these discussions about Gaza are happening, and in the West Bank, Israel is actually taking parts of the West Bank land, is arming the settlers. It wants to drive the Palestinians out. 75,000 people have been driven in the West Bank, where there is no Hamas, by the way, in government. That 75,000 people have been driven out of the refugee camps, and they've been destroyed in the same way as Gaza has been destroyed. So my interest is in the larger. First of all, end the killing now, but then how do we get to a solution to this problem? Some people think it should be equality for all. And I live in the UK. It would be strange if Indians had less rights, Indian Brits less rights than Scottish people or Afro-Caribbeans. Equality should be the basis of anything that happens. The biggest problem is Zionism and the Jewish supremacy that has not ended to this day. And this particular plan is part of it. It is Israel that determines what happens to the Palestinians. And it is not the Palestinians being seen as equals who should be negotiated with so that they can live together as Jews and Muslims and Christians lived before Israel was created in the whole Middle East.
Okay. All right, Chuck, let's bring you in on to respond to those comments from Kamal, but I also want you to pick up on something that Cenk had said with regards to this assertion from Cenk that there's zero chance of Israel withdrawing. I mean, if, as this plan says, within 72 hours, Hamas has to hand over all the hostages. Without any leverage, then what's stopping Israel from saying, well, thanks, we've got them back and now we're going to continue with our campaign, like what they did back in March?
Well, first of all, you've got the fact that Israel will have signed on an agreement. And I agree that in March Israel did not, but it actually has a long history of abiding by its commitments. And second of all, you have the commitment by the President of the United States, and that should be more than enough of a source of confidence for the other side here. But I must say, I listen to people like Kamal, and I also listen to Cenk, and frankly, both of you simply don't know the facts. Kamal, the Oslo Agreement never said that there would be a Palestinian state at the end of 5 years. It was a framework agreement for a 5-year negotiating position in which the Palestinian side said that their end game is a Palestinian state, and that was a possibility, but the agreement did not say that there would be a Palestinian state. So let's be clear about that.
So that's terrible.
Secondly,
so that makes sense why the Palestinians didn't take it.
That is not true.
Excuse me, Cenk does not know the history of the negotiations. Oslo was only one of the things I was talking about. What I was talking about were the two proposals in 2000 and the proposal again in 2008. And that would have, I say this again, that would have given the Palestinians a state on 100% of Gaza, 98% of the West Bank, a capital in East Jerusalem, and some resolution of the refugee issue. A complete return, if they wanted, to the Palestinian state. And these proposals were turned down. Now, you have to learn how to say yes, and I sometimes wonder if there was a word for yes, I'm being facetious, in Palestinian Arabic. The talk about, Kamal's talk about Zionism, sir, I submit to you that until you and people like yourself come to recognize Israel's right to exist as a predominantly Jewish state, a democratic state, predominantly Jewish, in the ancient land of Israel, because we are certainly not the least and maybe the most indigenous people to the region. Until you,
dude, you're Polish.
There will never be peace in our region.
Okay, I'm just going to get you to pause for one moment there, just for the sake of time. Kamal, I want to bring you in.
No, I'm sorry. I reject the issue about Israel has a right to exist in my homeland. It doesn't have a right to exist in my home.
My homeland.
It could have existed. It was. They talked about Argentina. They talked about other places. If you want to go back to history, but if it was you in the United States and others, you would not accept a state coming and imposing itself on you.
Yeah. All right. So let's, first of all, I was fair. I said the 2008 deal was good. That was the only good deal that Israel has ever offered. And so the rest of them were a joke. And in fact, the professor just admitted it. He said, oh, at the end of the Oslo Accords, the Palestinians wouldn't have gotten a state. And in fact, Israel has voted now, their government has, to never allow a Palestinian state, which you have to concede is deeply racist. That's saying the Palestinians are the only people in the world that cannot govern themselves. So we think that they're violent savages. And so since we're so deeply racist and bigoted against them, we will never allow them to have a state. And then that's why I laughed out loud when he's talking about survival of Israel. You know that's just a propaganda trick, right? Israel not only is going to survive, It's not under any threat of it not surviving. It has nuclear weapons. It has Iron Dome. It has the greatest military in the Middle East. And then they do this Hall of Mirrors thing where they're like, oh, I'm so worried we're not going to survive. Meanwhile, they're slaughtering the Palestinians. They've murdered over 65,000, over 20,000, a stadium full of dead kids, pictured in your mind. And they say, we will never allow the Palestinians to exist. And then they pretend they're concerned about the idea of survival. You literally won't let the Palestinians survive, but you're so blinded by your belief that Israel is the almighty and we should all bow down. And how dare you, these Arabs are totally worthless. We can slaughter them at will, but it's my survival.
Melinda, I am getting off this call. I am getting off this call.
Okay, Cenk, just pause for a moment. Let Chuck have his response.
So
Cenk, just pause for a moment.
No,
go ahead.
Look, I got to finish the point. They attacked all of their neighbors in 1967. They took land. Now this has gone on for 2 years since October 7th. It's a genocide beyond description. They murder innocent civilians every single day on purpose.
Okay.
With a worse civilian kill ratio than Hamas. It is a terrorist state. And then they pretend that they want peace. They put an impossible standard in this deal. And I'd love the professor to answer. They say, we want all of Hamas to surrender, and we want all of Hamas's weapons. How do we know when we have all of Hamas's weapons?
Okay.
How do we know when all of Hamas is surrendered?
All right, we're going to move on in just a minute, but Chuck, I'll let you respond to what Cenk has been saying before we move on. Cenk, just a moment, we'll give the professor a chance to respond.
No, we had to steal it because Hamas, not all of Hamas surrendered. They're going to make they're going to stay. By the way, professor,
all right.
When they stay, are you going to come back a year from now and deeply apologize to us and say, you guys were right, we were murderous liars that I was defending. I'm so sorry, I'm filled with shame.
Okay. Chuck, go ahead, give your response, and then we're going to move on to our next segment.
I have nothing to say because really the two gentlemen are engaging. Well, first of all, they simply do not know the facts, and they are distorting those that they believe they know, and they throw out these terms. This really is just a form of propaganda or information warfare when you throw out terms racist and genocide and
say anti-Semite.
Cenk, let Chuck finish, please.
In fact, you're the racist.
Cenk, let Chuck finish, please.
You're a racist for not allowing a Palestinian state and saying the Palestinians have no agency. We shouldn't even talk to the Palestinians. They're so subhuman.
Cenk. We'll let Chuck finish. Go ahead, Chuck.
You admit that occupying them for 58 years is obviously
Cenk,
racist?
we have given you plenty of time to speak. Now we're going to let Chuck respond. Thank you, Chuck.
So, okay, I'm not going to respond anymore to these comments because they are simply not worthy of a serious discussion. What I do want to say is that rather than throwing out various terms and epithets, what we should be engaged in a serious debate or serious discussion about how we go forward to achieving peace between Israelis and Palestinians and Israelis and the broader Middle East. Now, I believe that the Palestinians have missed their historic opportunity to have a fully independent state.
Here we go again.
Because they have said no to
Here
everything.
we go again. Here we go again. Missed their opportunity.
Sure,
But the fact that they've been occupying my homeland since 1967.
I am about to get off
It is the propaganda that you are throwing at the audience. You are throwing propaganda at the audience.
Kamal, we'll let Chuck finish, and then we're going to move on, as Chuck has said, to refocus on the deal at hand. You know what? I'm going to move us on. Let's take a pause there. Let's go to looking at...
I'm curious what Chuck is going to say, though.
No.
Independent state, and then what happens?
No, because we need to focus on the topic at hand. There's a deal on the table, and that's what we're here to debate. We can't debate history. We can't debate whether the Oslo Accord said this or that. That's not the deal that's on the table. This is the current deal on this table, the 20-point plan that was announced on Monday. This deal requires Hamas to disarm and renounce control of the Gaza Strip. And it also precludes them from any future role in administrating Palestinian territories. So let's focus on that in this next segment. Kamal, I want to ask you, considering the devastating number of casualties that we've seen, the vast majority of Hamas leadership have been killed, does Hamas have any choice but to accept this deal? Should they accept the deal that's on the table?
It is what they're discussing at the moment, and I'm not going to prejudge that because they will be asking questions of clarifications we're not privy to, and I would like to hear what they ask for. But at the end of the day, let us acknowledge, first of all, and I'm not talking about Hamas and its methods, that the Palestinians have a right to resistance, including armed resistance under international law in accordance with international law. If we can't have that, and therefore we don't acknowledge there's an occupation in Palestine, then we're not going to get anywhere. So it's important that we say the Palestinians have the right to resist. Mostly since the 8th of October, Hamas has been fighting who? The IDF. And that is the occupying army in Gaza itself. So I think, and this is where it's quite difficult even for someone like me. I want the killing to stop. Okay, I want the killing to stop. But what this deal includes is another occupation layer above what we had before. So even if Hamas agreed to it, it's an occupation layer that a war criminal, Tony Blair, will be joining to administer. And I'm from the UK, I was prime minister here. So I think we should leave Hamas to discuss this, to see the points of clarifications that they need to have, because not everything is written down in the 20 points, even though there are quite a few things I disagree with.
Mm-hmm. We're going to come specifically to that issue of Tony Blair and of the Board for Peace in our next segment. So I'll park that point for just a moment. Cenk, do you think Hamas should take this deal?
Yes, I do. I think that it's not a good deal. Israel is saying they're going to keep a security perimeter, which means, as Kamal pointed out, that is another level of occupation. They're going to get to control the borders, the sovereignty. At any moment, they can come back and starve and murder the Palestinians in Gaza again and again and again. But even so, I would take the deal because I know that there is no chance that Israel is going to abide by this deal, and there is no chance they are going to leave Gaza. Okay, so no matter what you do, they're going to do that anyway. So take away their excuse. I want the hostages back anyway. Now, how do I know that Israel's not going to abide by the deal? Number one, they haven't abided by a single deal in this 2-year stretch. They are the ones that have broken every single ceasefire, and even the Americans admit that. Okay. Number two, they say the Palestinian Authority also cannot represent the Palestinians. So now Hamas can't. I agree with that. They say the Palestinian Authority can't. Why? And then you ask them, because everything is purposely impossible. So who is a Palestinian that you will allow in your infinite mercy to represent the Palestinians? And the Israelis say, no one. No one. No one is allowed to represent the Palestinians. The Palestinians are never allowed a state. The Palestinians are subhuman, and they will be our slaves or servants for the rest of time. Mm-hmm. 58 long, brutal years. This war did not start on October 7th. This particular war started in 1967 when Israel invaded and destroyed the militaries of all of their neighbors, took Sinai, took West Bank, Gaza, Golan Heights. They're an imperial empire in the middle of the Middle East, and they make America their vassal state. And we've now given them $310 billion. They stole our nuclear secrets. They are not in any way an ally. They have turned 1.6 billion Muslims against America for no reasons, when Muslims in America could get along perfectly well if it wasn't for the cancer of the occupation. Israel can exist and should exist, and I want it to be a safe Jewish haven. But they won't do it. They reject peace and safety every time in favor of war and land acquisition. Mm-hmm. And they have maps of Greater Israel, and they talk about it. It's not hidden. They say it to their own audience. They want not only Judea and Samaria, that's West Bank and the occupied and Gaza, but they want southern Lebanon, which they're occupying now, western Syria, which they're occupying now, and they want all of that land because that is what they are. They're
all right. Pause there.
Empire, led mostly by Europeans.
Okay,
having nothing to do with the Holy Land.
Chuck, what do you think? Do you think that there is a chance that Hamas will take the deal? It's all going to go smoothly. If they don't, what happens? I mean, how much faith can be put in a deal that was struck without allowing the Palestinians at the negotiating table?
First of all, I think that the deal, I hope that Hamas agrees to the deal, because it's time to end the war and get the hostages back home. But this deal, like every other negotiated deal, is one in which neither side is 100% satisfied, and hopefully not 100% dissatisfied, because if they are, then they won't sign or they won't adhere to the agreement afterwards. Now, there are painful concessions here for both sides. The fact that there is a danger that Hamas will continue to be the governing body in Gaza, because I raise my skepticism whether the international force will be able to disarm them. That leaves a terrorist organization in charge of a region, an area. Actually, the people who suffer the most from Hamas rule are the Gazans, the Palestinians.
I know. You guys are so lovely.
Israel withdrew. Sir, I am speaking now. Please let me finish.
I know you were in the middle of telling us how much the Israelis have helped the Gaza.
Let Chuck finish, please.
Continue.
Go ahead, Chuck.
Sir, you are a boor and you are incapable of holding a civilized discussion.
I'm giving you facts, brother. You're
Chuck, Chuck, I have a question that I want to direct specifically to you. Even if Hamas, Cenk, please, Chuck, even if Hamas does accept the deal, Chuck, and they disarm, I wonder what guarantee is there that people won't continue to support them ideologically? Disarming is one thing, but how do you kill the idea of Hamas?
Well, when World War II ended, the U.S. had defeated Germany and Japan, or the Allies had defeated them. The Nazi ideology had not been defeated. Many Germans continued to support it, at least quietly. And by the way, for me, the only difference between Hamas and Nazi Germany is capability, not intention. And we also have to understand that there was
Israel is 10,000 times closer
is the genocide
to the
of the Jewish people.
They learned really well from them.
And
goodness me.
Sir, once again, you will allow me to speak. A peace was imposed in that occasion. In this case, there will be, I hope, a negotiated peace. Now, there is a right-wing government in Israel today, which I do not support, but we'll have elections at most by next October, and I imagine probably about a half a year earlier. Mr. Abbas is now in the 20-something year of his 4-year term. We do need elections on the Palestinian side, free and fair elections, and we need a governing body in the West Bank, which can speak both for the West Bank and Gaza, because there cannot be a final peace agreement until there is a Palestinian leader who speaks for both sides and who is a moderate leader. We don't know who's going to replace Mr. Abbas, who is now 89 years old. I want us to go back to a serious negotiating strategy, hopefully leading to a two-state solution, or if not the two-state solution, some other way of separating the two peoples and giving the Palestinians, if not 100% independence, very close to it. No one in Israel has ever called the Palestinians subhuman. Sir, you should be ashamed of yourself.
That's not true.
Nobody wants to enslave the Palestinians. You should be ashamed of yourself.
Before we descend into that again, Kamal, I want to bring you back in with regards to what Chuck was saying.
Lying.
Go ahead, Kamal. I want your reaction to those responses.
Yeah, look, we can go back to Israeli ministers, including the defense minister at the beginning. Didn't he not call the Palestinians human animals? Isn't that subhuman? How can you
called Hamas.
Repeat the lies? No, he did not. You can go back and read it in more detail than you have. But it's not just him. The other Israeli ministers who think that Palestinians should be thrown out of Palestine, Smotrich, Ben-Gvir, and others. A minister who said that the nuclear bombs should be dropped on Gaza. Doesn't that mean that they see them as subhumans? This is the problem. Zionism is Jewish supremacy. It is Jewish supremacy because it says Jews have a right of self-determination in my homeland. But in 2018, Israel passed a law, which was the nation-state law, which said only Jews have a right to self-determination in the land that it is on and occupies. So it's really important that we talk. No. The point that I want to come to is we're not going to have peace while the Israeli Jews, and it is Israeli Jews, see the Palestinians as subhumans. It's not going to happen. And even if there is some sort of calm after what's happened, after the genocide, and everyone acknowledges it's a genocide except you. Once that we've come to a point that we need to get the Israeli Jews to see Palestinians as human beings. Why not have one state with equal rights? Oh my goodness me, the Palestinians equal to the Jewish Israelis? We can't have that. This is what the mentality needs to change on the Israeli side. We must change all the curricula. We must de-radicalize radicalize the Palestinians. The Palestinians are under occupation for as long as you cannot understand what occupation means and that your country is occupying another people. It is oppressing them. It's created 800, I think, more gates to seal them in the West Bank. Mm-hmm. And I must continue to bring up the issue of the West Bank because it's not just about Gaza. And I'll tell you what made me laugh more than anything. It was when Netanyahu...
You know something, Melinda, thank you very much. I am not continuing. Goodbye. Mm-hmm. Thank you for inviting me to be on.
Chuck, stay with us. I'm going to come to you after.
No, I am not willing. I am not willing to engage in this kind of discussion.
We like to have both. We like to have all sides on Counterpoints here. We want everyone to have their say.
No, but I mean, there's a difference between having your say and having two people ganging up with a purely propagandistic approach. I am trying to talk about how we go forward.
Absolutely. And that's why whenever one of them has a say, we'll always come back to you for your response to ensure that we're not having...
This isn't a say, this is a propaganda session. And the gentleman chooses, he cherry picks statements. He cherry picks very unwise statements by some Israeli ministers, most of them unimportant ministers. How about all the time Hamas calls Israeli Jews apes and dogs? Okay, apes and dogs. No one in Israel has ever called a Palestinian.
Cenk, I'm going to come to you in a moment. Let Chuck finish his statement, and then I'll come to you. Go ahead, Chuck, and then I'll come to Cenk.
No Israeli has ever called a Palestinian an ape or a dog. No Israeli has ever called them subhuman. This is a despicable form of discussion. Zionism is the national liberation movement of the Jewish people, and it is one of the more beautiful creations of the 20th century. Now, the gentleman may believe that Palestine...
We are living its effects.
Cenk, I'm coming to you in a moment, Cenk.
May believe that Palestine is entirely his. There are some people in Israel who believe that the land of Israel is entirely ours. The Zionist movement from 1937 with the Peel Commission through the 1947 partition agreement, and then in Oslo, and in 2000 twice at Camp David and under the Clinton parameters, and in 2008, the Olmert proposal, has proposed that the land of Israel be divided. And I say again, if there is an indigenous people in the region, it is us. There are others who are also indigenous today. And we now have to find a way to divide the land between us so that we can all live in peace for the long term.
Mm-hmm.
Hamas
so I want to agree with both of them.
Okay, all right, Cenk, you have a question. Go ahead.
So, look, I agree that I agree with Chuck that we should have a two-state solution. I agree with Kamal that, yes, it is saying that no, Palestinians are not equal to Jews, because if you had one state, they would say we don't want it. The Israelis would say we don't want one state with a democracy because you'll outvote us and we believe in Jewish supremacy more than we believe in democracy. That's fine. It's by definition. But I get it. We're way past that. Israel exists. Israel's always going to exist. I want it to be a safe Jewish haven. So, like, Chuck has this view of Zionism that I think is preposterous, but I believe him that he really believes that. Like, in his mind, it's this beautiful thing, and they're on kibbutzes, and they didn't slaughter people in 48. They didn't attack everybody in 67. They haven't murdered 65,000 Palestinians. Okay, but that's fine. Let's just separate the two, for God's sake. But in order to do that, okay, we ensure the safety and the peace of Israel. Then you've got to ensure the existence, the safety and peace of Palestine. So that's why, Chuck, I come back to you. I'm genuinely asking you because, look, I know sometimes we're loud, but actions matter so much more than words. We're loud because we're trying to stop a genocide. And I think every day on the Young Turks, what would I have done if we were around during the Holocaust? I would hope that we would have spent all of our time and energy trying to stop the Holocaust. So now this is not a Holocaust, it's a genocide, but that's bad enough. So the question then is it even possible for the Israelis to conceive of the Palestinians being allowed to be free and independent? You said earlier, and we didn't let you finish, and I really wanted you to finish, that the Palestinians can't get an independent state. So then what, in your infinite mercy as Israel, decider of all things, and the holiest of holy people, and the ones with more rights, and certainly the one with the greater military, et cetera, and all the power, what are the Palestinians allowed to have?
Okay. Chuck? What's the perfect vision? What's the perfect outcome?
All I will say is that there were 3 proposals, 2 in 2000, again in 2000.
No, now, Chuck.
Which would have given the Palestinians a state on virtually 100% of both the West Bank and Gaza. This is established fact.
Can we do that deal now?
This is established fact. And as a matter of fact, it was the Second Intifada, Palestinian terrorism, which killed both the Accords at that time in 2000.
But if I can bring you back to the question at hand there, Chuck, what is the best outcome now?
The best outcome is a 2-state solution. The problem is that the Palestinians have so proven their inability to govern responsibly, to put an end to terrorism. This has nothing to do with racism. That has to do with simple lack of competence. Now, that may change in the future.
It's racism by definition.
Maybe they can
racism by
gain...
definition. You were saying the Palestinians are the only people on earth who can't govern themselves. How could it be more racist than that?
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I said, look at the Palestinian Authority, look at Hamas, which took over and killed the leaders of the Palestinian Authority in Gaza at the time, and then set up a radical theocracy, a dictatorial theocracy in Gaza. Israel withdrew from Gaza 20 years ago in what was an experiment for the long-term peace process. If you can govern effectively in Gaza, Israel withdrew from every inch. If you can govern, and if you can put an end to terrorism, there will be a continuation on the West Bank. And that's why Israel actually dismantled 4 settlements in the West Bank as another token of good faith. And what we got instead was 20 years of endless rocket fire. And we got the massacre of October 7th.
All right, pause there, Chuck. We're almost out of time, so I need to make sure we keep things going. Kamal, a quick response for you, because I want to get to our final question before we're out of time.
Look, I think the 2005 reference is important because, yes, Israel did leave Gaza. What happened, though, Sharon made sure it was not in negotiations with the Palestinians. It was a unilateral act. Again, Israel does what it wants and expects everyone to over-understand it, think positively, and so on. If Israel then, and that was a strong leader who could have made a big difference and actually maybe arrived at the 2-state solution that you talk about, but unfortunately, it was not done with the Palestinians, with the PLO, trying to make sure that Gaza was the beginning. But then the reality is, if I said to you, Chuck, do you think that all the settlers in in the West Bank should leave, and therefore the Palestinians can have the whole of the West Bank, the whole of Gaza, and East Jerusalem without the settlers. Isn't that what will bring peace to the Holy Land?
No, because that was offered and it was rejected by the Palestinians.
Well, why don't you offer it again? Then why don't we offer it again?
The current, fine. I would like to. The current democratically elected government in Israel does not support that. As a matter of fact, most people in Israel today, including the left, believe that we cannot, for the foreseeable future, we cannot separate, or at least we cannot relinquish military control, because what happened in Gaza or along the Gaza border on October 7th, if that happened on Israel's West Bank border, well, that's where Tel Aviv and all of Israel's population centers are, and that would have been an absolute catastrophe.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we're almost out of time, so I'm going to move us on to our last topic that we need to say. Okay, all right, go ahead.
South Africa, if I may.
Let's be clear.
Yeah, just when I look
saying, even the Israeli left is for a permanent occupation where they keep the Palestinians
no, I didn't say
under
that.
their boot.
I didn't say that. Don't
under their
what
boot.
I said.
Because you say, oh, the Palestinians, we're occupying them, and dare to defend themselves.
Okay, let Chuck respond. Let Chuck respond, Cenk. Go ahead, Chuck.
And we murder them, and then, oh my God, I don't have a partner for peace. So I guess I'm going to have to keep occupying them forever, and then I'm going to have to set up Greater Israel like I've been saying the entire time.
Okay,
They're
Chuck.
on the record, Chuck. They want Greater Israel. You know they're trying to steal Judea and Samaria.
We're almost out of time, so keep these answers short, Cenk. Chuck, quick response from you, and then I need to move us on.
I'm just going to say one thing.
When's the state?
Okay. All right. You know what? Let's get to our final point, because one of the big issues has been with regards to Tony Blair. In 2017, Tony Blair conceded that he and others made mistakes by sidelining Hamas after their 2006 election victory. Instead, in these comments he made in 2017, he said the group should have pulled Hamas into the dialogue. And I'm wondering if we are not seeing history repeating itself now. Hamas has again been sidelined from the dialogue. Kamal, tell me what you think. Is history repeating itself? And is Tony Blair, therefore, the wrong man for the job?
He's the persona non grata in the Palestinian areas. It's well known that the Palestinians do not believe this man, this war criminal, the man who connives to support Israel all the time, rather than when he was head of the quartet, trying to genuinely bring peace. So Tony Blair is even in the UK, when his name was mentioned as someone who could rule Gaza, really? When he went and was part of killing 1.5 million Iraqis, this man should not be let anywhere near human beings, because what his plans tend to discount them, because he wants to make sure he fills up his coffers in his foundation. And let's be clear, Tony Blair's foundation has been involved in looking at how Gaza could be this fantastic place that everyone enjoys, apart from the Palestinians whose land it is. So I don't think the Palestinians see him as someone who could bring not just peace, but he doesn't respect the Palestinians to involve them. And that is, again, a supremacy from the country, Britain, that gave our land away to people who didn't come from that land. That is what Tony Blair is. And I heard today, I think that even the current Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, has commented about Tony Blair in not a very complimentary way, in terms of that he can help with ending this. He has no idea how to end it. He does know how to get money from dictatorships for his foundation.
Chuck, what do you think? What can Mr. Blair bring to this situation?
I think Mr. Blair is a man of great accomplishment in life. That doesn't mean that he didn't make decisions as prime minister that some people did not agree with. One of the problems is that every time there is a good faith negotiator, whether now it's Mr. Blair, in the past it was Mr. Clinton, who tried to deliver in 2000, if that person is in any way supportive of Israel, and I'm sorry to tell my Palestinian friends, there are people in Israel who support, in the world, who support Israel, or at least partially support Israel, not every position, but they immediately become enemies of the Palestinians. Well, you don't get 100% of what you want in life in any area, including the negotiators. Look, I think I just want to conclude with one sentence here. This discussion or this diatribe is simply a reflection of the Arab-Israeli conflict, an inability to hold a serious professional discussion. And let me just say to El Arabiya, because you invite me not infrequently, but if you wish to invite me to this program again in the future, it will have to be with people who can conduct a civilized, serious discussion, because otherwise I will not join in.
Thanks for your comments, Chuck.
How
Cenk,
will we ever get this
what does
Israeli
Mr.
voice
Blair bring to the table? And is this very fiery debate an example of why things have failed for so long?
No. So first of all, I don't know who's closer to Prime Minister Netanyahu, Mrs. Netanyahu or Tony Blair. So Tony Blair is basically rubbing it in people's face. So are there people who are neutral enough who, you know, care for Israel, but have also shown compassion towards Palestinians? Of course, there's tons and tons of those people. When you pick Tony Blair, you're saying, we're not trying to be fair. We picked the guy who's most likely to screw over the Palestinians and side with the Israelis. So, okay, that message is clear. And I will correct something I said, because I think Chuck was right to say he didn't quite say that. I said that he was arguing for, and the Israelis are arguing for, a permanent occupation, and he didn't quite say that. I think the more accurate is indefinite occupation, right? And that's inarguable. The Israelis are saying an indefinite occupation. So then I'm going to say something that Chuck's going to get upset about. But brother, we are having a conversation about a genocide, and you want us to be perfectly dispassionate as you tell us that it's no big deal. If somebody was doing a genocide against Israelis and the others were going, oh, well, it's no big deal, and the Israelis shouldn't be allowed to, or take Jews, which is a completely different category. The Jews should have no agency. They shouldn't be allowed at all. And we're going to continue to occupy 5.5 million Jews indefinitely. They'll have no rights at all, and we can starve them or kill them at any time. But of course, the real problem is the Jews. Now, if someone said that, I would be outraged, and I would say that is deeply anti-Semitic and obviously wrong. Jews are human beings just like everybody else. But when we turn to the Palestinians, they say no. So it's like occupation, in my opinion, yeah, there's a lot of different analogies you can use, but the one I'll use is slavery. So it's like white Americans in the time of slavery in America saying, well, we offered the slaves a peace deal, and we said we'd give them, maybe a couple of acres and a mule or something. They didn't take it. That's it. We have to keep enslaving them. Oh, we enslaved them for another 5 years, another 50 years, another 500 years. Well, it's not our fault. It's the slaves' fault. We offered them a peace deal. They wouldn't take it. And then some of them resisted. How dare they? So obviously we had to re-enslave them and keep an indefinite slavery in place. And that's literally that's basically what's not literally, but basically what is happening in the occupied territories now. And if 58 years is not enough, then I'm afraid the Israelis think it's never enough.
Okay, all right, we're almost out of time. Kamal, I want to give you one last comment and then we're going to have to wrap up. Just a quick statement for us.
Well, it looks like Chuck has left us.
He has indeed.
Typical cowardly way. That typical cowardly way that Israeli spokesmen come. He came with the propaganda.
Okay, he's not here to defend himself, so we won't say anything disparaging.
Because
a comment on our topic.
That directed our discussion. Our discussion was directed in a particular way. We were trying to dispel what he was saying. We were coming up with facts. We were concerned about the genocide. He wasn't. That's quite important. What I think is necessary is a change of mind in Israel. Most of the Israelis want the Palestinians out. The issue that Israel is always troubled by is the demography. There are 7 million Palestinians, 7 million Jewish Israelis. What they hope to get still from what's happening in Gaza is to remove 2 million, so it becomes 7 million Jewish Israelis, 5 million Palestinians, and then move on to the West Bank, because that's the expansionist brain that Zionism has planted in these people, not willing to share the land with the people whose land it is, but actually to throw them out. I was saying earlier, and maybe you didn't hear me, that I found it funny when Netanyahu said Israel had to occupy additional parts of Syria to protect the occupied Golan. They should be leaving the Golan, not taking more land to occupy. That's the mentality we need to defeat.
Okay.
And for as long as Israel, and it isn't just the government, by the way, I am increasingly troubled by Israelis. It's not just the government, as if Netanyahu...
Okay, we're almost out of
Israel
time,
will
Kamal.
become this peaceful partner for the Palestinians.
Okay, thank you very much for your contribution as well. Even though Chuck Freilich has left us, we do, of course, appreciate his contribution. This is a very difficult subject and one that, as you can see, brings impassioned responses. So he's not here to defend himself for these final comments, but we know that he would probably reject a few of the statements that you just made. So in the effort of being balanced, we thank Chuck Freilich for his contribution, a former Deputy Senior Advisor for Israel, Cenk Uygur, who's joining us, host and CEO of The Young Turks, and Kamal Hawash, the Palestinian writer and analyst. To all of our panellists, thank you for a very heated discussion here on Counterpoints. And thank you to you for tuning in to this episode of Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. To keep up to date with our latest debates and interviews, be sure to subscribe to Al Arabiya English on YouTube, and you can follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Luxor, the famous city of Luxor, Egypt. On the outside, the city is admittedly not all that charming. So what is it that will make you visit the city, with its scorching hot weather and dust-choking streets? Dare to explore deeper into the sun and sand to find its hidden gems. Egyptian sites, monuments, tombs, and temples. Amid the ancient sites are modern attractions as well. First is the Temple of Karnak. It's a massive ancient site that has several different temples that are dedicated to specific gods. The hypostyle hall is a pinnacle part of this temple. The pillars, so grand, will make you feel like you're in the middle of a canyon with cliffs surrounding you. Visit this majestic place that will make you want to learn more about the ancient gods and their beliefs. Next is the Temple of Luxor, a rather easily accessible place right at the center of town. It was founded by Amenophis III, but altered in later years by Tutankhamun, Horemheb, and Ramses II. The secret is to pay a visit at night, as you will see the illuminated yellow lights that paint nicely on the ruins and statues. It's a calm and curious place to sit by and hang out, or watch the people or little children playing. There's also the Luxor Museum, another breathtaking tourist spot. It houses some of the most important relics collected from temples and tombs around Luxor. The Valley of the Kings is also worth the trip. You can access it from across the Nile from Luxor. It's tucked beneath a barren mountain, and you will see its top like a triangular pyramid. The valley is hollowed out like an anthill. Buried beneath it are some of the most legendary pharaohs of ancient Egypt. It is considered a sacred place that secures and ensures eternal life. You will surely be amazed at the relics, reliefs, hieroglyphics, and spells plastered on the walls and carved into the stones. Nearby is the Valley of the Queens. The place has been hailed as the resting place of royal family members and relatives. It is where princes, royal children, and of course, queens are represented. And then there's Deir al-Bahri. It is the mortuary temple of Queen Hatshepsut, the only female pharaoh to rule Egypt. Its interiors are quite deteriorated, but the view of its facade, with its multiple terraces and colonnades, is impressive. Indeed, a visit to Luxor gives you a dose of heavy history and a culture you won't have in any other city. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Israeli forces detain activist Greta Thunberg after intercepting the Gaza aid flotilla as protests erupt around the world. 2 people have been killed during a terror attack at a synagogue in Manchester. On day 2 of the US government shutdown, Trump urges Republicans to cut Democrat agencies as mass federal layoffs threaten workers. And Elon Musk has become the world's first half-trillionaire as the value of both Tesla and SpaceX rise. Activists, including Swedish climate campaigner Greta Thunberg, have been detained by Israeli forces who intercepted a flotilla carrying aid to Gaza. Israel said the boats from the global Sumid flotilla were told to change course as they were approaching an active combat zone and violating a lawful naval blockade. Here's the moment they were intercepted.
This is the Israeli Navy. You are approaching a blockaded zone.
If you wish to deliver aid to Gaza, you may do so through the established channels. Please change your course toward the port of Ashdod, where the aid will undergo a security inspection and then be transferred into the Gaza Strip.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by news editor of Arabian Gulf Business Insight and correspondent and columnist Gemma White. Shane McGinley, your name was off there, but of course, that is you. Shane and Gemma, great to have you both on the show. So, Shane, let's start with you. So let's talk about this situation with the flotilla, because at the end of the day, this is not the first flotilla to have been intercepted and attempted on this humanitarian mission, and Greta was on the last one.
Yeah, exactly. So this is the global Sumid flotilla. So it's about 44 vessels, and it was around about between 400 and 500 people, and including parliamentarians, lawyers, activists. But obviously the famous one that everyone knows is 22-year-old Greta, who I still think of her as about 14. I can't believe it. But she did say that it was a humanitarian mission, it was non-violent, and it abided by international law. But like everything to do with Gaza, there's two sides of every story. If you look at what I thought was interesting was the Israeli Foreign Ministry side. They describe it as Hamas Sumid, so they're already straight away associating it with Hamas and trying to sort of get the propaganda out from that side. But I think, yeah, it is getting protests, like you said, in Italy, Spain, Colombia. But what I thought was different about this one is that it was giving a lot more weight in terms of the Italian, I think the Spanish naval vessels that were originally accompanying it. But I would assume they would have followed it the whole way through, which obviously then they wanted to de-escalate it, and they sort of held back.
No, the reason they didn't follow it through is because it will be integrated, the blockade.
Exactly. So that would escalate
and that would escalate it.
So I'm not really surprised that they weren't allowed in, and this is it sort of feeds into the thing that this was a publicity stunt, which Greta Thunberg has denied and said it wasn't a publicity stunt. But I think fair dues to her, and I think she should just go back and do it all over again and keep doing it.
Well, it's interesting you say that, because Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has praised Israeli naval forces for intercepting a Gaza-bound aid flotilla that sought to break Israel's blockade on the Palestinian territory. So we see Benjamin Netanyahu talking about it. But it's quite interesting because we talk about Greta, and we've spoken about her a lot, Gemma. And in my mind, and in a lot of people's minds, and there's been this question, is this just the selfie yacht that's happening? And really, this is not going to help the Palestinians at all. And the Italian Prime Minister, Giorgia Meloni, has said a very similar thing. OK, you can go out and protest, but this is not going to feed those starving in Gaza.
But I think ultimately it's not about feeding people, it's keeping the spotlight constantly on what's happening. And I think Greta, she is a digital native. She grew up with social media. She grew up with the internet. She understands how it works. She's been in the limelight for, I mean, you say you still think of her as like a 14-year-old. You know, she's been in the limelight for years and years and years. She knows the messaging. She knows how to speak to her generation. And sometimes it is just about keeping the spotlight on something as opposed to achieving the goals you set out to do. But and I think she's achieved that. She's made global headlines.
Yes, but then I think the argument is what's in it for the Palestinians. But earlier, I spoke to Saif Abu Sheikh from the Global Movement to Gaza and asked him to respond to Israel's response to what they do call the selfie yacht. Take a listen to what he told me.
The way that hospitals were bombed, schools, universities, community centers, journalists, your own colleagues in Gaza, even representatives of international organizations. Israel has no credibility regarding the accusation that they do. And for people to risk their life through the Mediterranean just for a selfie, I think they would have found other areas or other adventures. People came together because they don't want to be complicit. We came together because we cannot bear it on our conscience that we live in a time where our children will grow and ask us, what have we done to stop genocide?
So that was pretty much his comments, Gemma, to me. But we talk about this genocide happening, and we know there's this 20-point peace proposal plan on the table right now, which Donald Trump came up with and announced. Hamas are still haven't accepted it.
No, we haven't heard anything from them. I think ultimately the plan is not going to be taken up by both sides, even though Netanyahu has stood next to Trump and said this is our plan together. Even he's been backtracking since the announcement was made. Now, it calls for the immediate end to the war, but again, I find with a lot of Trump's plans, it lacks finer details. It then doesn't drill down into how we're going to actually achieve that. There's 20 points there and not a single, this is how we're going to work it on the ground. So from Hamas' point of view, well, the BBC's been reporting that the head of Hamas's military wing in Gaza has indicated he will not accept this plan. Now, the leadership believes the plan is to end Hamas, irrespective of what is agreed. And obviously, in the plan, it says Hamas to no longer have any kind of form of government. It doesn't talk about ending Hamas, but it says, obviously, they won't be able to govern the country anymore. The state, sorry. Now, what's interesting about this plan is that it has shown a split in Hamas. So you have Hamas in Qatar looking to maybe accept parts of the plan, look into it, start negotiating. And then you've got the fighters on the ground who absolutely are not going to contemplate any of this. And they're the people who are controlling the hostage situation. So you'll find that Hamas in Qatar has very little say over that. So you're seeing this split. And I have to wonder as well, if the 20-point plan hadn't anticipated that split and is working to drive a further wedge between them.
And that is a really good a point. Shane, I don't know if you want to comment on that.
Well, yeah, it does make sense in terms of the psychology, sort of divide and conquer, but it does make sense, and I suppose it depends within the Hamas sort of seniority, who's going to get to decide and who has the final say. But it does make sense that I think if you're the soldiers on the ground, you're too close to it and you're too radicalised. You can't have an sort of balanced opinion. While I think those that are in Doha are probably going to have a bit more of a worldview and be able to, even though the missiles did come at them. So I think they're probably the more credible one. But yeah, it's an interesting point that maybe this was all designed just to split, to entice a split within Hamas itself. So be interested to see how that goes. But I did look up what I thought was interesting is that the only way it might be solved is if Netanyahu kind of sees a softening within his own sort of voters. And there's a lot of surveys that have been done showing that there's growing sort of impatience among Israelis, and a lot of them are calling for a quick resolution to it. And even there was one done in September by a group called the Israel Democracy Institute, and it was up to 66% of Israelis who were saying they want a quick resolution. So I think Netanyahu has to listen to his cabinet, which is sort of split down the middle as well, but also he needs to listen to his own people. And I think that's probably where he needs to look.
But once again, we are in a similar position. We've got this proposal on the table that Israel and the US have agreed to, and we wait on Hamas to reply. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Stay right there as we move on to another story, which is actually linked. 2 people have been killed during a terror attack at a synagogue in Manchester. The major incident has taken place on the Jewish holy day of Yom Kippur, and the suspect was shot by police. Gemma, as I just mentioned there, this is the holiest day in the Jewish calendar. So this points to a planned attack, possibly?
Yes, all signs point to this having been thought out and planned and then executed. So Yom Kippur is the holiest day in the Jewish year. It's a time for prayer, it's repentance, it's reconciliation. There is fasting, there's seeking forgiveness and giving forgiveness. So it's very, very special to the Jewish community. Now, what this day meant as well, there would be increased numbers at the synagogue, so there would be more people than usual. And interestingly, the synagogue also posted online what time morning prayers would be. So morning prayers were going to be at 9 a.m. Now, the police actually were called to the scene at 9:31. So the information was out there. The suspect has taken advantage of that, but it's very clear that this was a long time in the planning. Now, it has been declared a terrorist attack by the UK government. We saw anti-terrorist police. We saw the SAS deployed. An SAS helicopter was flying over the scene. The Prime Minister obviously flew back from Denmark to chair a COBRA meeting. So everything has gone into action the way it's designed to when you have a terrorist attack like this. But yeah, we still don't know much about the suspect. His name hasn't been released, and we don't know his agenda either.
Yes, exactly. But it was one of those days where I think the UK really came together, and the government and the people from the community, and acted very, very quickly to what happened today. And also, we heard from Keir Starmer, Shane, and he said more police are going to be deployed at synagogues around the country in light of what happened in Manchester this morning. We've seen this kind of incident before happening.
Yeah.
Do you know, I wonder if there's enough right now to prevent these attacks and make the people in the Jewish community actually feel safe?
Unfortunately, I don't think so, and I'm surprised that it's taken this long for something of this calibre to happen, because the British government for years have had things in place to combat this. I looked up, and there was Rishi Sunak back in the day, if you remember him. He put like 70 million in over a four-year period of something called the Jewish Community Protective Security Grant, and this was anything that is likely to be the focus of a hate crime. So it could be like a synagogue, a Jewish school, and so this is a couple of years ago. So obviously that policy hasn't really worked. So adding even more police and just turning it into a police state, I don't think is really going to work. And I think you've got to look at things like the Community Security Trust, who's very close to government on the Labour and the Tory side. They've looked at anti-Semitic incidents in the UK, and they've gone up about like 60% in the last couple of years. So it's the sentiment that I think that you need to address. Obviously, you need to put more security in the short term. That makes sense, because you don't want sort of copycat people going out doing the exact same thing. But you need to look at the root cause of it, and I think a lot of this sort of right-wing, immigrants and them versus us is sort of feeding into that mentality. And I do kind of think this was obviously some sort of sicko who was going to do something anyway, and this was just a policy. But to go back to your first story, when I was saying about how sort of the Israelis were calling this like Hamas Sumid, so you're basically associating anyone who's pro-Palestine with supporting Hamas. So I think the sort of sane policy is that anyone who is Jewish then is supporting Israel. And I think there's probably a lot of Jews in the UK who don't support what Israel is doing. And I think there needs to be a sort of humanization of the Jewish community in the UK, and to see them as, everyday British citizens. And you need to combat that. So I think the government needs to put more money into that. But then, the government doesn't have much money to go around for basic necessities at the moment. So.
And surely it's kind of up to the individual, isn't it, to separate the person from their country's actions or the actions of their leaders.
Yeah, exactly, completely.
And I also find what's quite interesting is watching the news coverage today, they had a lot of voices from the Jewish communities within the UK, and they were saying this has also been fueled after October the 7th, and we also spoke about those protests around the world that happened in light of this aid flotilla supporting the Palestinians, and they said that happening every single weekend is not helping the situation, because it's almost making it worse for the Jewish communities. So maybe there needs to be more of a balance within how the government controls the protests that are happening too. I'm not sure if that's an option at all, Gemma.
I think, they've sort of talked about media coverage as well, haven't they? There's so many different things that you could blame for something like this. There absolutely is. But I think ultimately, as you said, it looks like a person acting alone, right now from what's kind of coming out, the little news that is coming out. And sometimes you can do everything right and you still can't find these people that are going to do these things, these kind of lone wolf, attackers. Do I believe that protest and media can influence people? Absolutely, yeah, I do. But again, you can't stop people from protesting their beliefs, and we have a free media, and you can't stop that either. So these are things which aren't going to change. So different workarounds, education, you know, they're the kind of routes that you need to take.
But it was interesting because there was a survey with the Campaign Against Anti-Semitism, and they said 92% of British Jews blame the media bias, and that the sort of condemning of Israel was leading into attacks on them. So the only way you can really solve that is if the Jewish community comes out and berates Israel for its policies. And I personally haven't seen too much of that. I don't know if you've seen a lot of that. But I don't know if that sentiment even really exists. And I think there just needs to be a strive among the media to divide between Israel and Jew, and that one is not exactly the same as the other. And that is a longer term strategy. And hopefully if this is agreement, which doesn't really look likely, we won't need to worry about that. But I think this is going to be a long term thing that the UK government is going to need to address long after there's hopefully an agreement in Gaza and they start rebuilding Gaza, is the sort of future perceptions of Jewish British people, because a lot of them are now terrified of even being associated with their faith, which, you know, in 2025 you don't want to be going down that route. So I think that's a long-term strategy they need to put in place, as opposed to just putting more police officers outside synagogues.
Yes. Well, when Netanyahu was talking as well, like a few weeks ago, about how Israel has to get used to being isolated on the world stage, I wonder if he was also thinking about Jewish people in other countries, or whether he's only talking about Israel, because the Israel, you know, us against the world mentality is obviously going to affect those communities in other nations.
Well, yeah, and the next time he's in the White House, I would hope that somebody would ask him, like, do you think about Jewish people in Britain or in Washington and New York who are basically on the brunt of his policies? And I haven't seen him being asked that question. And I genuinely think that, you know, I hope Greta Thunberg goes back again, and I think somebody, you know, asked those difficult questions to Benjamin Netanyahu. And we had the same conversation when those Israelis were killed in Washington, D.C. Like, does he not sort of feel personally responsible for these people losing their lives, which I think there was 2 of them in this case. And, you know, I genuinely hope that there's no more copycat ones and there's no more other cities have the same sort of impact. But I think he has to sort of, when he goes to sleep, take some sort of personal responsibility for the deaths that happened in Manchester.
And let's hope that we come to a resolution at some point. As we did say, Hamas still not accepting the deal. The situation on the ground for those Palestinians stays exactly the same. And of course, our thoughts are with everyone in the UK and the Jewish community. Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Let's move on to another story now. And the federal government has entered its second day of a shutdown after Congress failed to agree on spending bills. President Trump is using the moment to call for cutting democratic agencies and clearing out dead wood. House Speaker Mike Johnson defended Trump's authority to decide what gets funded, saying the president will prioritise administration goals. The Senate is actually set to return tomorrow for another vote. Oh gosh, day 2 of the shutdown, Shane. I feel like Congress isn't sitting today because of Yom Kippur, so we know that it's a quiet day over in Congress. But we've got another day to wait for a vote, which might not look very promising at the moment. Yes. But
so this okay, the first 2 stories we talked about make me quite angry, but this one really makes my blood boil. I'm really sorry. And I don't really have any affiliation. I'm probably slightly lefty, not a radical left, as Trump would probably say. But the fact that he's frozen $26 billion for democratic states, which includes $18 billion for infrastructure in New York, and I think it was about $8 billion in green energy in California and Illinois. And he actually genuinely said this. He said, I can't believe the radical left Democrats gave me this unprecedented opportunity. And it really annoys me, because I'm like, he's supposed to be the president of the United States of America. And like, he's supposed to be the president of Democratic voters and citizens, and he's always going about make America great again. I'm like, well, you're supposed to be governing for the entire country, not just the people who voted for you. So that really annoys me. And the fact that there's 2 million federal workers who are going to go out without pay, I'm saying a large proportion of them possibly maybe living month to month. Even if you look at the demographic, half of those could be Democrat, half will be MAGA.
Yeah.
How many of those are going to get really tired if this goes on for 35 days like the previous sort of shutdown? So I kind of get really quite annoyed at the fact that he's so just see as them and us, and it feeds into this whole mentality that we've been talking about, that he doesn't see democratic voting Americans as almost like part of his country, which that makes me quite angry, so to be honest.
Well, Schumer shutdown is what the Republicans have called it.
Yeah.
So they are basically blaming it on the Democrats. But also, I must say something, and everything that I've read today, about cutting the workforces, mass layoffs. Caroline Leavitt, the White House press secretary, also said thousands of jobs could be on the line now because of this shutdown. But when Donald Trump was campaigning to become the president, one of his main campaigns was to cut the bloat that was in the federal government. And we know there's hundreds of thousands of jobs where people don't do very much, and there's a lot of a workforce, and the Republicans are now seeing this as an opportunity to act on why they were voted in. Gemma, I don't know your thoughts on that, but Donald Trump will basically say, as he did say, the radical left are giving me this opportunity to do what I wanted to do, what I was given the mandate to do in the election.
To add to growing unemployment numbers, that would be... There's a glee here that I can't... that doesn't sit right
Well,
with me.
I actually did have a guest on earlier, Hunter Gaylor, and I asked him that exact question. It was quite interesting. I did say to him... actually, we've got it here. I did say to him, the CEO of Market Bridge Advisors, Hunter Gaylor, I asked him if this is an opportunity for Trump to get rid of agencies that waste taxpayer money. Perfect timing for this. Take a listen.
If they're going to sit down and shut down the government, why should we be paying these people? It's our hard-earned tax-paying dollars that are going to, these people in these useless positions. I mean, the federal government is one of the largest employers in America, and that's a lot of money that goes to a lot of people. And so, if they want to shut down the government, then as it's shut down, these people should be starting to be furloughed and laid off and start saving the tax-paying dollar, or start saving the taxpayers' dollars, because, it's just irresponsible for what the government's doing. So Trump has absolutely all right to go in and use this time to start slashing and limiting the size of government. So I think he's on the right path.
No, I don't think so.
Hunter's not a nice person.
No, and I think there's obviously a little bit of fat that needs to be trimmed, and there could be efficiencies that you can get. But I don't really buy into the thing that all government workers do nothing.
But it's quite
a bit of a generalization, and all of these extra sort of tariffs and trade deals that Trump has put onto the government, these have to be negotiated properly, and that takes people to think through them properly. And as you said, get down to the detail, which is not always. So I think. Yes, and this is an opportunity to trim the fat, and I think that's always a good policy. But I don't buy into the general propaganda that American government workers just sit around doing nothing and don't deserve to be paid.
And people like Hunter sit in their ivory tower in their lovely office and just can denigrate, millions of people in that way, calling them useless. He used the term useless. That does not sit right with me at all.
And what his argument was to me when I did push him on the job numbers, which I think is quite interesting, because it's a data point the Fed look at if they're going to cut rates. He said it doesn't matter because it's the private sector that generate most of the money. And actually, Shane, you mentioned this earlier, but past shutdowns have not had a lasting impact on the US economy.
They haven't dented the economies that much. But I think, and again, I'm not a Democrat, Republican, or whatever, but what is holding up is the Democrats are pushing for funding for, the Affordable Care Act. And I think, more funding for healthcare, that's not really a bad thing, really, is it?
But it's more funding to extend Obamacare. That's the argument when it comes to this. But the Republicans' argument is Donald Trump's worked so hard to get the price of pharmaceutical tablets and medication down with these tariffs that he's doing it in another way. It's not essentially with premiums and healthcare. So I think this is where that sticky battle
but also if
comes
he puts 100% tax on pharmaceuticals, which he was talking about, that's going to push the price up as well.
So bring it down for American American companies.
Yeah,
That's his
yeah.
argument. You know, we tax what comes in, but essentially the American companies are paying less.
Yeah.
And that's what he said the whole way along. So I think this is where we get to the sticking point. But it's not, it's an interesting place to be because it's just mudslinging at the moment.
Yeah.
If you see the Democrats on TV, they're blaming the Republicans. If you see the Republicans, they're blaming the Democrats. And it's the federal workers in the middle, right?
I would, and obviously no one's getting paid, where, you know, none of the workers are getting paid. I would like to see the senators not get paid.
President Trump's
during
still
this
getting
time as
paid.
well. Yes, they're all still getting paid, so they can drag this out as long as they want. I think when something like this happens, it would be quite a nice idea that they forfeit their salaries as well, because they would get paid, you know, retroactively. I think, you know, the sort of the analysts expect around 750,000 people to be put on temporary leave. That's about 40% of federal workers with regards to this. And that's in addition to the 150,000 people who are due to leave the federal payroll this week as a reaction of Musk and Trump's DOGE policies. Now, what's also interesting is tens of thousands of people have already been fired this year. Now, you've got the biggest exodus of federal workers in 80 years. So you've got all these people now not being paid, entering unemployment. Any government should be showing concern about this. I see absolutely zero concern. In fact, Caroline Leavitt said sometimes you have to do the things that you don't want to do, which seems quite careless to me.
But it is part of the MAGA playbook. This is why they came into power. They came into power because they said they would cut the bloat, which was in the government, that was there the whole time along. They'd give more people money in their pockets. They would get rid of as much as they could to cut back and save money for the normal people. So I think in some respects they would argue we're carrying out what we're doing. So it's a difficult situation to be in.
Yeah, but then there was just on October 1st, the Washington Post, which, you know, is still now probably like slightly left, but in the middle. About 47% of them were blaming Donald Trump for the shutdown and 30% were blaming the Democrats. So I think, like you said, we're only on day 2, so this could easily go on for another 33 days if it goes the way of the last one. So, but I think the longer it drags on, and I think the demonization, and I don't think, it's just really, really bad, I think, that he's focusing on freezing democratic states when, it goes back to my original point, you know, President of the United States of America.
But he's also doing it, I guess, to pressure them to come to the
Yeah.
table. It's
Yeah.
pure pressure tactics.
Yeah.
But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Stay right there as we move on to another story now. And Elon Musk has become the world's first half-a-trillionaire. His net worth briefly reached $500 billion after the value of his ventures, which include the electric car company Tesla and the rocket company SpaceX, have climbed in recent months. And there we are, Elon Musk, the first
half-trillionaire.
I know. That is something.
You really like him, and we know that on
Yes.
clips to show that.
Not a fan of Elon Musk.
That's okay.
In any way, shape or form.
But he seems to have enhanced his wealth.
I can,
even if you're not buying his cars.
I could have an appreciation of someone's talent, you know, in the arenas that he's in, absolutely. But I can still not agree with his policies, not agree with the way he works, not agree with the things he says, you know, absolutely. With the money and technology sector as it is now, nothing surprises me anymore at all, you know, that he's reached this point. But I think it's notable that his wealth has increased as he stepped away from politics.
Absolutely correct.
You know, when he was in the Oval Office, cozying up to Trump, taking his child to work, jumping about on stages with a cheese on his head, wasn't it?
And a chainsaw.
And a chainsaw. It wasn't a good look. His popularity took a nosedive, even amongst his most hardcore supporters, because I do believe that even if they absolutely love him and they think he's amazing and he's a genius, Americans did not like this foreigner interfering in their politics. So to me, it's very telling that this has come as he's been quite a few months removed as well now, hasn't he, from you know, sort of.
And do you remember that big spat he had with Donald Trump on X?
Yeah.
It's weird because we saw them meeting each other at the memorial of Charlie Kirk.
Yeah.
So it seems to be like that relationship's being patched up too, and he's sort of gone back to running his businesses like he should. And I think, Gemma, that's what people want him to do.
That's what people want. And the chairman of the board of Tesla said Musk is front and centre, and that's where people want to see him. And obviously his personality, his brand is so intertwined, not just with Tesla, but with X, with SpaceX, with all of his companies. They are Elon Musk companies. And when we hear the name, that's automatically who we think of.
Absolutely. And I think investors always think of Musk when it comes to Tesla or SpaceX. Yeah. So we just spoke about that. We know he's got so many companies going, Elon Musk. Yeah. We speak about them all the time. What do you think is coming next for Elon Musk? He's the man with, I think, personally, will go down as one of the great inventors of our generation when it comes to electric cars,
100%,
when it comes to renewable spaceships. He's been pretty phenomenal on many fronts. Yeah. What's up his sleeve?
Yeah, I had a look into some of them. Obviously, you mentioned some of the, like XAI he's doing, which has got like 200 billion funding recently. There was SpaceX, as you said. And the interesting one, remember the Tesla Optimus, which is like the humanoid robots, and we're going to get them to like make your tea and build sort of towers around Dubai. I'd like to, and then robo taxis he's getting more into to sort of compete with Waymo. I quite hope that he goes to sort of Mars and finds some sort of futuristic energy source there that he will then harness, and we'll all be sort of Elon Musk.
Mars and stays there.
So I saw a recent podcast with Elon Musk in it, and I found it really fascinating because he was talking about going to the moon.
Yeah.
And it was really fascinated me because we haven't been to the moon in so long. Yeah. And what is interesting is why aren't they working to go to the moon? Why are they working to go to Mars? And they asked Elon Musk this question, and I found it fascinating because Mars is unexplored. They obviously think there's lots of mineral that they can harness in Mars to help us back on Earth. But I want to see someone back on the moon.
Old school.
Yeah, it's a bit like, what was it, 1960s?
Do you think that?
I think
well, we haven't been back since then.
The red planet, the Republicans, that's what they prefer. So
yes,
that's
maybe.
where they go. But one of the ones I think that is in his sort of canon is Neuralink, which excites me and terrifies me. This is basically where you can have an ultra high bandwidth connection between your brain and a computer. So it's basically you don't have to say Alexa or make tea or what's your favorite song. You just think it and it'll happen. But that's scary on an awful lot of levels.
I think what Neuralink is based on, it's a chip, it's an implant. But it's mainly if you've had like a horrendous accident or a really bad stroke and it has affected your mobility. So, we see people who have these awful accidents and they're unable to walk. They are wheelchair bound. This basically gives
but most technology starts with they claim it's for a worthy startup.
Yeah, altruism.
And then in the same way ChatGPT was all education, and now it's going to sort of like take over every press release you've ever read.
Elon Musk, I did.
But that could be quite interesting, I think, as well. I was all big invested in Hyperloop when he announced that, and then there was a lot of companies that were set up, and I went to the launch when it was going to be between Dubai and Abu Dhabi, and I've not heard any more about that since. So
he's been busy.
Everything he does is, some of it is going to work, some of it won't be work. But what I thought was interesting when I was reading it is that he needs to be careful of China, because Chinese EVs are the ones that are creeping into his market share. So, again, all comes back to China, doesn't it? So.
This is it. And the Neuralink thing, it will be used for, if it comes, it grows bigger, it becomes mainstream, it is going to be used for nefarious purposes. Yeah. Human beings are geared towards trying to push the limit to things. It would be lovely if it was used for people, who have disabilities, but people are going to find ways to use it in strange ways. Yeah.
Yes.
An interesting point, just before we finish, was that I asked ChatGPT how many countries around the world does he have more money of now? And 3/4 of countries in the world he is richer of. So there's about... I thought Norway, he's richer than Norway.
And he's definitely richer
than... Philippines, South Africa, loads of countries, he's richer than them all.
I was going to say, he's definitely richer than my home country, Zimbabwe. I'll tell you that for
Maybe
free.
he'll start buying up countries.
Yes,
next.
maybe that will be good. Well, let's see what Elon Musk does next. But I always think he's a fascinating character with fascinating ideas, and I don't think we've heard the end of Elon Musk. I think he's going to get richer and richer.
Yes.
Anyway, it's now that time of the show where Shane and Gemma have chosen two of their quirkiest stories of the day. And Shane, let's start with you. You can now, I love this, reserve the seat next to you on an aeroplane.
Yeah.
But it's a catch-22.
It is. So it's Virgin Australia that's doing this, and it's called neighbour-free seating, which neighbours in Australia... I only thought
That's when
that.
good neighbours become good friends.
They've been cancelled.
Yeah, neighbour's a nice, pleasant word, and then it's like, oh no, free, sorry, we don't want you there.
Yeah, exactly.
It's quite a dichotomy.
I hate having someone sitting next to me on a plane. I hate it. I would pay a fortune to not...
Well, this will only cost you £14 or $30 US. But when you book your ticket, if you're like, OK, I don't want anyone sitting beside me, but they only let you know 2 hours before. So when you look between that means the seat's probably empty anyway. No one's booked it. So it's another sort of scam. I don't want to sound like Martin Lewis or something, but for the airline to make more money, what was probably going to be an empty seat anyway. Because if someone books that, so I think it's a nice idea in theory. And Virgin Australia said that 42% of people would be interested in this. So if they get $14 or pounds or whatever it is for an empty seat anyway, it's a good handy money for them.
But then you lose your money if someone books that seat.
Yeah, so it's...
Oh, you get the money back, do you?
Yeah, you'll get it back if somebody sits there anyway. But there's a whole long line of things that they were going... airlines have said about charging. Like, do you remember the famous Ryanair charging to use the toilets and stuff like that? And there's all of these demos I've seen of, standing up sort of seats that they want to put in to pack in more people. And I kind of did go through AI and say, what are they going to start charging you for now? And the next thing is that they might start charging you for the overhead locker to guarantee you can get your seat in. But I started thinking, what would I pay for? I've said this a couple of weeks ago, I would pay extra money to get my bag out into the belt quicker, or even when you get off the plane, get it straight away. Because my massive travel bugbear is the length of time it takes to get your bag when you get off the plane.
On the conveyor belt.
So if I could pay an extra $14 to get it quicker.
My big bugbear is sitting next to someone, so this is perfect for me.
And fighting over the armrest.
Oh, it's so annoying. And you know, if you have don't hate me, a child and it's jumping around. Anyway, Gemma, moving on.
I have 3 of those.
Yes. Please keep them in the different class.
I'll keep them out of your...
Yes, thank you very much. I'm sure they're very lovely. Gemma, this is the loveliest story. It's the world's chonkiest cat.
This is Bug. The world's chonkiest cat.
Oh, chonky.
He's become something... he's quite hefty.
He's beautiful.
He's become something of an internet sensation because of his size. Now, Bug, as you can see, is a morbidly obese cat. Now, it's not the fault of his current owners. They rescued him, so they've sort of taken him in, and his sibling, Cheddar. Between them, I think probably eating a lot of cheddar as well there. Between them, they have 64,000 followers on Instagram. And people tune in because Bug is on a diet program and a vet-controlled diet and exercise program, and people are tuning in.
Don't think it's working.
Well, some people are quite
slowly
rude.
But surely.
Yeah, this is it. If you've ever tried to lose weight, you know how difficult it is, and it is, a little bit at a time. But people are tuning in to watch Bug's progress. Some people are quite mean, body shaming. Cat
fat
body
shaming.
Fat cat shaming.
Fat cat shaming.
Other people are, giving encouragement. But Bug is just living Bug's life and enjoying themselves.
I absolutely love Bug.
Very chonky. Look
What
at
a
that belly.
lovely
That belly
kitty.
is looking for rubs. Yeah.
And I would like to follow Bug. I'm going to follow Bug, and I'm going to check Bug's weight loss.
Follow Bug's journey.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, what a lovely story to end on. Thank you so much. Thanks to our guest, news editor of Arabian Gulf Insight, Shane McGinley, and correspondent and columnist Gemma White. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Also follow us on X. G&T with Tom Burges Watson is coming up next. Goodbye and thank you.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up on today's programme, all eyes on Hamas. How will they respond to President Trump's proposal to end the war in Gaza? And what will Israel do next if they reject it? Plus, we'll be getting a check of some of the top stories in the United States, where it's day 2 of a government shutdown, and where the US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth addressed top brass earlier in the week and told them the military had lost its way, it needs a shake-up. And as well as that, he said some in the ranks need to get in shape. Well, we ask, how's that all gone down, and has he got a point? Hello and welcome. The civilian death toll in Gaza continues to rise. This as Hamas weighs its response to President Trump's peace proposal. Well, at least 13 Palestinians are reported to have been killed in the Gaza Strip as a result of deadly overnight Israeli strikes. Well, so far, Hamas has called President Trump's proposal, his 20-point plan to end the Gaza war, a bitter choice, and one, they say, that ignores the interests of the Palestinian people. Well, let's get more. We can speak now to Ahmed Al-Khatib, who is a senior fellow and director for Realign for Palestine at the Atlantic Council. He joins us now from Washington. Thank you very much indeed for joining us here on Al Arabiya English. There is a report doing the rounds that the head of Hamas's military wing in Gaza, a man by the name of Izz al-Haddad, opposes this 20-point framework put forward by President Trump. Does that sound credible to you?
Well, I can imagine there's some truth to that, because after all, the guys with the guns are the ones that are calling the shots in Gaza. The ones with the guns want to ensure that they're not left totally exposed by the process of disarmament, by the process of allowing an external security force coming in. We've seen reports of the groups attempt to distinguish between offensive and defensive weapons, as they've labeled them, indicating that they want to retain some capability for pushing back against efforts to forcibly remove them, perhaps. We've seen chatter on social media, in Arabic news and elsewhere, in officials that I've spoken to, that Hamas is actually still opposed to the principle of an international security force coming into Gaza and effectively replacing the Israeli military presence. They view that as some form of an external occupation. While we've also seen reports of other members of Hamas who are desperate for the war to stop. They feel the pressure from the Arabs, from their own population in there. They're out of options. They're out of financing. They're out of any real leverage to try to end the Israeli onslaught. The hostages, of course, are their only remaining leverage. And so there really is a split that both is emerging now as a result of the negotiations, but has always been there consistently throughout the war, and indeed throughout Hamas's history, between the hardliners often found in the military wing versus those who are a bit more pragmatic, if you will, that are found in the Politburo, particularly those who are in Doha.
Okay, so Ahmed, basically, the man we mentioned at the beginning, al-Haddad, is one voice. There are other voices who suggest there are splits in the ranks of Hamas. But does one person have the final say? And if so, who is that one person?
Well, I mean, on the one hand, Hamas has been splintered into many bits and pieces after 2 years of warfare, after the elimination of most of their frontline commanders, senior commanders, military and political, inside the Gaza Strip. So what remains of Hamas are a bunch of disparate cells in different parts, and they're technically under a broad, let's just call it a ethos-based umbrella of Hamas. However, Ezzedine al-Haddad very much so has the influence as the sole legitimate authority within the terror organization, within the armed wing of Hamas. And so, of course, he's going to have oversized influence that outmatches and outshines that of the political echelons outside of Gaza. I don't foresee, even if Hamas abroad agrees to the deal, I don't foresee them being able to impose it upon those inside Gaza, particularly those who control the hostages, the cells that control the hostages. And if Ezzedine al-Haddad has control and dominion over these cells, then he ultimately is the decider. The other component to think about is that the vast network of tunnels that exists in Gaza, that not only is the IDF, the Israeli military itself, unaware of fully, but even most remaining members of Hamas, they have such a high degree of compartmentalization that many of them don't even know the full extent of it. So he might be one of the last senior leadership within Hamas to know the full extent of the tunnel network, such that he could potentially try to hide some of the group's weapons in there and do a ceremonious surrender ceremony to the media and to the cameras, but actually retain some of the group's weaponry. So he is definitely somebody not to be underestimated.
Right, and Ahmed, you make an interesting point there, because that also raises questions about the hostages. Because if Hamas has been so splintered, and we imagine that the 20 surviving hostages are being held in different places, it may be that some units of Hamas don't know who's holding which hostages, and maybe that does mean that some of the hostages could never be found. I mean, is that a possibility, do you think?
Well, that actually is the biggest concern that many in Israel and the United States have, both in terms of it being a reality that it may take more time than 73 hours or 72 hours, rather, 3 days for Hamas to produce the hostages once the deal is in effect. So there's a tactical consideration of it, but then there's a strategic consideration, which is that Hamas might very well be able to play a game and say, oops, we've lost contact with some of these hostages, as they've done in the past, as a way to claim that we have no idea where 1 or 2 or 5 living hostages went, along with several bodies, such that they could retain them as a insurance policy, as leverage to ensure that the deal proceeds accordingly. And we got to keep in mind that Hamas's biggest concern is the timeline for the withdrawal, and how that time of Israeli military units throughout Gaza, the 3 lines that we saw the White House and Mr. Trump release, and how that is tied to the entry of the International Security Force. And so is this regional stabilization force going to be stood up and ready to go in a month or 2, or is it going to take 6 months? If it takes 6 months or 8 months, then I see no reason why Hamas would accept the deal as is, because that means basically surrendering their main leverage, their only leverage, and then sitting idle under siege by the Israeli military for that long, waiting for an international security force, during which the war could resume, during which battlefield conditions could change. And so the hostages remain the biggest obstacle. And I've seen some try to maybe even push for 5 days for Hamas to actually produce some of those hostages. So that is definitely a point in the deal to look out for when it comes to Hamas's response and reply, and whether they'll say yes, but, and I expect one of the buts to be about needing more time to locate the hostages.
Because Ahmed, just to pick up on that point, because that's really important, your hunch, and you know these matters better than anyone, is that a yes but is the likely response to the 20-point plan, not an outright rejection and not an outright acceptance. Is that what you're saying?
Indeed, I do not think that Hamas has the guts, if you will, to say outright no. They know that the Arabs have put a lot of capital and time. Mr. Trump and the Trump administration have put a lot of capital, making Netanyahu apologize to Qatar, producing that security pact with the Qataris yesterday. There's so much hanging in the balance right now that for Hamas to be identified as the boogeyman, if you will, by saying no, it's just out of the realm of possibilities. I do not, even if they say no, they will say no indirectly. So what I suspect they'll do is they will come back with reservations, as they call it, or attempts to modify the clauses as they relate to the timeline for the release of the hostages. They want the withdrawal of Israeli tanks and military units from Gaza to be linked to the release of hostages rather than linked to the entry of a security force. They're going to want the distinction between the offensive weapons and defensive weapons. They're not going, because basically they're going to want to retain their status as a resistance group, Hamas and others. And what's been interesting is how Hamas is basically going to be using other factions like Palestinian Islamic Jihad, PFLP, Palestinian Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, the Marxist-Leninist group, to say, well, these guys are saying they want to remain in Gaza, when in fact that Hamas is just using them as a vassal, as a proxy, as a vehicle. And so then there's the issue of Hamas doesn't feel it's appropriate to allow outsiders in the form of the International Security Force to come in and then accept the departure of terror leaders and members of the terror group who choose not to commit to peace, as we saw outlined in the plan. And so those are the primary terms that I think the group is going to insist on modifications. My assessment, and that of folks that I'm speaking to and that of folks who are involved in this matter, is that the administration, the U.S. administration, and certainly the Israelis have very little margin for renegotiation. It's a very much so a take it or leave it. There's a small margin for clarifications here and there, but a fundamental rework is out of the question. And so my concern is that I don't see, as of now, and I hope I'm wrong. I pray that I'm wrong. I'm from Gaza. I have surviving family members there. I have siblings there. I lost a lot of my family there. So I have a personal stake in this matter. But my personal hunch and assessment right now is that Hamas will not accept the deal, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, we did hear President Trump say a couple of interesting things, actually, about, the rigidity of this 20-point plan. When he was asked about room for negotiation, he did say there wasn't much room, but he didn't say there was zero room. So it's not 100% set in stone with that 20-point plan. And the other thing is the deadline itself isn't that precise. It was sort of 3 or 4 days, I think, to quote the president. So it doesn't really pin them down to, Thursday, Friday, or Saturday. It's not quite clear, is it? That struck me as quite interesting.
Yes, exactly. I mean, and this is where, as much as President Trump was playing hardball with Hamas, and I think many parties are very nearing the point of no return in terms of that they're tired, they're exhausted, 2 years, and this deal and that deal, and yes, Israel is certainly a party to this, and Israel has had its own role in maybe hindering the reaching of an agreement perhaps earlier. And I understand for a fact that President Trump exercised maximum pressure on Bibi Netanyahu, Israeli prime minister, over the last week to get him to agree to the plan and to the framework, especially the point when it comes to the full abandonment of any talk of forced displacement, the Gaza Riviera that gave life to a lot of the far-right elements of Netanyahu's governance coalition, Smotrich and Ben-Gvir, many of whom have been quiet. They've been talking behind the scenes, but they've been publicly quiet because they've all understood that the United States forced basically Israel and the Israeli government to come to the table. And so I believe that Mr. Trump is determined to let the deal go as is. However, I also know that he invested a lot of political capital, and he might be convinced by Doha in Qatar and maybe Egypt to a lesser extent that what's a few more days to really make sure that your investment is not lost in vain. And therefore, I do expect some flexibility, especially with the Jewish high holidays in motion right now. There might be little room for going back to the Israelis and trying to really iron out some of the details because of Yom Kippur and some of the other high holidays. So we shall see, but I predict that we're not quite at the point where Hamas is ready to deliver a response, and we're not quite ready at the point where the president is going to throw in the towel. Well, throwing in the towel in this case will have deadly consequences for the people of Gaza. Nevertheless, this is it. There's no other plan. There's no other push for the end of the war. There's no more negotiations. What happens beyond this, and this is what terrifies me, but this is the reality, is that there will be a blank check for Israel to basically proceed into annihilating Hamas, however they see fit. And that timeline could very well extend into next year until the next elections. We're a year away from the elections for Israel's, in which Netanyahu could conceivably either lose his premiership or win a second mandate. And so we could be looking at another year of deadly war that will be disastrous for the people of Gaza. And that's where I expect the Arabs will apply maximum pressure in both directions to give this a little bit more time.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you speaking to us. Thank you very much indeed, Ahmed Al-Khatib. Thank you for your time, sir. Now, the Trump administration is moving to revamp the military. Earlier on this week, the U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth gathered the top U.S. commanders at a Marine Corps base in Virginia, outlining new directives, including, in his own words, tougher gender-neutral fitness standards, an end to woke culture, and zero tolerance towards fat troops. Let's take a listen.
Frankly, it's tiring to look out at combat formations, or really any formation, and see fat troops. Likewise, it's completely unacceptable to see fat generals and admirals in the halls of the Pentagon and leading commands around the country and the world. It's a bad look. It is bad, and it's not who we are. So whether you're an airborne ranger or a chairborne ranger, a brand new private or a four-star general, you need to meet the height and weight standards and pass your PT test.
Pete Hegseth speaking there. Well, he also argues that many officers have been promoted on the grounds of their race, gender, or what he calls historic firsts. Well, he insists that the era of political correctness must come to an end.
This administration has done a great deal from day one to remove the social justice, politically correct, and toxic ideological garbage that had infected our department, to rip out the politics. No more identity months, DEI offices, dudes in dresses. No more climate change worship. No more division, distraction, or gender delusions. No more debris. As I've said before, and will say again, we are done with that.
Well, joining me now to discuss all of this, Malcolm Nance, a former U.S. intelligence officer. I'm also joined by Jack Posobiec, who's a U.S. veteran, Republican political operative, and author of Citizens for Trump. Thank you both very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Jack, let me start by asking you. We just heard some clips of the U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth there, talking to hundreds of generals and admirals in Virginia on Tuesday. He said the military had lost its way. It needs a shake-up. Amongst other things, he said it's too woke and too fat. Has he got a point?
Well, look, I think this was the best speech the U.S. military has heard since General Patton. I mean, standards need to be uniform across the force. And whether that be a person of any background, regardless of what position you're in, you need to meet the standard. That is what military excellence is all about. This is not a partisan issue. Everyone should be held to the same standards, and that kind of excellence can be returned through the national security gains for the American people. Look, and he talks about people being overweight. We had General Milley, who you can't find a single picture of this guy ever doing physical fitness, doing any PT. And it's real simple. A fat general can't march, and a fat admiral is going to sink the ship.
Okay, plenty to get us started with. Malcolm, feel free to respond to that. I just want to ask you as well how these comments by Pete Hegseth have gone down. I mean, he was, after all, talking to the top brass, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was talking to the top brass. And right next to every admiral or general, there was a person like me. I was senior enlisted, a senior chief petty officer. That is one step below sergeant major. And they had all the sergeant majors of every command there. We are the people who have to understand and respond to those standards. Let me put something very clear. All right. I spent 20 years in the Navy. My family put 152 years in the armed forces of the United States collectively. That was one of the most ridiculous speeches ever done. It was not equal to Patton. It was not equal to General Schwarzkopf's character and competence. It wasn't even equal to the rank of major that he had. He was lecturing people that had the combined experience of 64,000 years in the armed forces. That was 1,600 people with 20 years experience. Setting a standard is one thing, but to have a guy who never met the standard himself, well, then all he's going to do is degrade the force.
Okay, Jack, lots for you to react to there. I mean, has Malcolm got a point? These were generals and admirals being addressed by a man of 45 who made it to the rank of major. Did he strike the wrong tone?
Well, I was listening to Malcolm's retort there, and I couldn't find him actually make any substantive disagreements with the speech. He made a lot of personal attacks, but at the end of the day, it was all about applying standards. And that's right. Those standards should be applied to the war secretary as well as his command, as well as his staff. If he's going to be setting standards, he absolutely should follow them. And I'd more than you see him do that, by the way, all the time. He goes out, he does the PT with his troops. He's there all the time with people when he goes and visits. Anytime he conducts a visit, he's out there doing the PT. So when it comes to holding yourself to the standard, I think he's done that. I think he's been doing that. If he didn't do that for one day, I'd certainly be the first one to say something. But at the end of the day, this is about applying uniform standards. And we all know, you can just look at a picture of General Milley and say, you know something, we've gotten away from our standards. I also like the fact now, Malcolm and I, we're both sporting beards right now, but this is something that's gotten a little bit out of hand in the military, where people are getting beards all the time. Grooming standards have gone down. And I liked what he said. I appreciate what he said about that it starts with the little things. It starts with the little standards: physical fitness, grooming. If I was in uniform, I'd have to shave the beard. That's just what it is. My hair, I'd say Malcolm and I's hairs are about uniform standard right now. But again, this is part and parcel of being in the military, holding yourself to the standard. So when Malcolm said he agreed with that, I would say I agree with him.
Okay, Malcolm, I mean, lots to talk about here. I mean, this issue of weight and fitness, very much the headlines from all of this. So let's stay with sort of the weight and fitness dimension. I mean, he said it's unacceptable to see fat generals and admirals in the halls of the Pentagon. Let me put it to you, Malcolm. Shouldn't those people be setting an example?
Well, sure, they should be setting an example. But I just want to call attention to some things that perhaps the Secretary of Defense, right, by legislation, he is the Secretary of Defense, seems to miss. One, he has never been pregnant. And we have a force in which we have women who are skilled professionals who carry out their operations, who during pregnancy may gain a little weight. We have people who are on profiles because of medical disabilities. We have soldiers who are going through cancer treatment. That can add up to 30 pounds to you. General Milley, who was the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, if you look at his chest and his shoulders, he ran some of the largest special operations units in American history. He met the physical standard at that time. We have generals right now who can go out and PT with the best of them. But you know what that's not doing? It is making China laugh at us while they outpace us in shipbuilding, while Pete Hegseth goes out and does PT for an hour in the morning, poorly, I might add, and tries to worry about what we look like. We are not here. The U.S. Armed Forces has never been an armed forces of marching and look. It has always been a force of professionalism and lethality. And what he's playing is a Fox News host game, when at a time we need to make sure that our force is actually professional. And what he wants to do is he wants to cut this out. I don't know, take us back to a world before 1948 where there are no blacks, there are no women, and there are no Asians, and make our force not leaner, stupider, younger, in a world where a guy who's 45, 50 kilograms can wipe out a special forces platoon with a PlayStation drone handle.
Okay, Jack, I mean, feel free to comment on anything that Malcolm's just said there. And I also want to ask you, are there really so very many overweight officers out there? I mean, apart from General Milley, I mean, no one seems to have come up with any other specific examples here.
Oh, I could find you plenty of examples. You just there's entire Facebook pages that are dedicated to this sort of thing, and whole TikTok video. When I was in, it was more Facebook, but nowadays TikTok, you can find it all over the place. Video after video of this, which I'm really confused why we even allow TikTok, by the way, used in so many military installations. Malcolm mentioned China, and I think that's a great example. I also agree that China is our biggest near-peer competitor when it comes to that. And having both served in the Navy, we really look to the issues that 7th Fleet is having, the mishaps that we've been having in 7th Fleet. And this starts at the lower levels. It starts at the deck plate level. If you're taking care of yourself, if you're not taking care of yourself, how can you take care of your ship? If you're not taking care of your ship, how can you take care of your fleet? If you're not taking care of your fleet, how can you defend against China? Look, China maintains rigorous fitness standards. I've focused on China. That was my main focus when I was in there. And they maintain those standards like clockwork. And if anyone has a problem, they will get booted down. All we're doing is saying we're going to get back to the fighting stance that America was in. Look, go back to World War II. Go back and look at those guys when they were signing up, when they were going on the Navy ships over to fight the last Asian power that we fought in the Pacific, which of course was Japan. You don't see too many fat guys when you're looking at the storming the beaches of Iwo Jima and Guam and some of the other island hopping, Saipan and others. So I think it really actually is all about taking care of ourselves and maintaining those standards from the deck plate level on up, so that we're making sure that we're paying attention to detail, and we're using that attention to detail not just on ourselves, but in our work and others. It's about creating that culture of excellence. And by the way, that includes anyone who is welcome to join in that culture of excellence, regardless of background. All you got to do is meet the standard.
Okay, what's the counter argument here, Malcolm? I mean, it is about the little things, isn't it? It's sort of a bit like the broken window theory, that if you overlook the little things, everything gets a bit sloppy, and that goes against sort of military discipline and military training in most countries, doesn't it?
No, sure. That's a standard. And we have all met the standards of uniform and discipline. That's why we're in the armed forces. That's why we can do what we can do. But, if you look back, his argument about World War II, the median age of survival was 65 years old. The average person there had a body fat of like 9 or 10% because they had just come out of the Great Depression. You can't put the standards of 2025 to a standard from 85 years ago and expect these things to change. We have soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines who come from a world where they have less education. They come from a world where they have a fatter diet because of the way that Americans eat. It's different in Europe as well. But I have had when I was in the Ukrainian army, I had fat 60-year-old Ukrainians, right, win the Hero of Ukraine award. We had drone operators who were 19 years old with 5% body fat, right, racking up kills by the hundreds. This is a different world. And for the fact that Pete Hegseth, a man who never met the standard, right, this guy shouldn't be in the job. He's not qualified. He was picked out of a TV show lineup because he looks like he's the kind of guy. He's talking about, removing, listening to the wisdom of E6s as opposed to the E7s, 8s, and 9s, my rank area, where we are the solid body of all knowledge in the armed forces, and ignoring the 32,000 collective years of generals. This guy should never have been chosen for the job. And the fact that he chose to focus on this, disobeying the laws of war, relaxing the rules of engagement so that we can go out and kill, for a president that has said that they're going to start withdrawing from Asia and the Pacific and focusing on bringing the armed forces to American cities. This shows you this White House, this Secretary of Defense is lost. He doesn't even know what the job is.
Okay, Jack, how do you respond to that? And also picking up on this next sort of chapter of the discussion, which is the rules of engagement that Pete Hegseth talked about, and making soldiers more lethal. I think he used the word increasing their lethality. What are your thoughts on that?
I couldn't agree more. Increasing lethality is the entire primary purpose of having a standing army. You can go all the way back to the days of the initial debates about this with Washington and Jefferson and Hamilton, and sort of the questions about whether or not we should have a standing army. And that, of course, is the purpose, the defense of the homeland, the primary purpose of that. And yes, of course, you will need a military that is able to carry out that mission, both with the technological ability and on the ground ability. If you're sending in, a QRF, you're sending in a SOF unit, you want to make sure those guys are the best of the best, and that their support staff, from the logistics to supplies to medical to all the intelligence all the way down, are also the best of the best. And that certainly starts with holding a standard. And so this is something where I'm afraid I can't let it go. We need to maintain the standards. The standards have gotten lax. We've seen mishaps in 7th Fleet in the Asia Pacific region, and we've seen mishaps in other places. Certainly the biggest, of course, being the disastrous withdrawal of Afghanistan, which did take place under General Milley. And I think it's a cop-out to say that there's no connection here between the lax standards and these unfortunate military scandals, failures, and mishaps that we've seen in the prior administration. It's just as simple as that. And now, so you mentioned sort of changing the subject back towards rules of engagement. Look, it's very simple. The rules of engagement in the United States military, defense of the homeland, it's written right into the Constitution.
Okay, but just staying with you, Jack, what's your understanding? I mean, is that maximum lethality more of a kind of kill now, ask later approach? Is that what it is?
Well, I'd like to define the parameters of what exactly we're talking about. Certainly the military has a range of options that are available. I mean, certainly different missions depend on different things.
Okay, but what I was talking about is when Hegseth said, no more politically correct, overbearing rules of engagement, just common sense, maximum lethality. I mean, Malcolm, what's your interpretation of that?
Let me tell you something. I've served in the armed forces of 2 nations, right? With exception right now, the eastern battlefront of Ukraine, which has, without any question, the greatest lethality on this planet right now in practice, mainly because of their drones and the skill of the Ukrainian army as they've developed over 3 years. The United States Armed Forces is the single most lethal force on this planet. And it's not because of PT standards. It's because the 3 things that Pete Hegseth seems to hate: the diversity of the force and its thought, the equality of those soldiers, and knowing that each of them meets those standards and will be judged by those standards and will be respected for what they bring to the force, right? The inclusion of all thoughts, minds, ranks, and positions into the fighting force and bringing that to the battlefront. That is where America's lethality has been traditionally since the founding of this nation.
Okay, and just lastly, I mean, let me turn to you, Jack. I mean, one thing we heard Pete Hegseth say there in Virginia was soldiers, officers who disagree with what he said there should, quote, do the honorable thing and resign. I mean, what's been the reaction? Do we expect a backlash here and a spate of resignations?
No, I don't think you'll see resignations. I mean, when someone's been in that long, they're really focused on their pension. They're focused on their career afterwards. So their prospects regarding the Rolodex, defense contractors, these types of things, the types of positions that they'll get. But at the end of the day, here's what it all comes down to. When you have a standard of lethality, that should be first and foremost. I want my military to be the most fearsome, terrifying fighting machine on the face of the planet. And you know why? The more terrifying my military is, the more terrifying and scared the rest of the world is of my military, the less chance that anyone is going to pick up a gun or a boat or a missile or a bomb or whatever it is and try to come after my family, my wife, my children. That's the purpose of my military. And so that's why I support Pete Hegseth, because I want my military to terrify the rest of the world from even thinking about messing with the United States of America.
Okay, Jack Posobiec, thank you very much indeed for your time. Thanks to our other guest as well, Malcolm Nance. Thank you both very much indeed. Now, it is Thursday, and as ever on a Thursday, we get a check of some of the top stories in the United States. And joining me today is Republican strategist and lawyer Amanda Mackey, a friend of the show. Amanda, great to see you. Thank you very much indeed for speaking to us.
Great to be with you, Tom.
Thanks. Just before we crossed you, we were talking to a couple of guests there about the comments made by Pete Hegseth, the U.S. Defense Secretary, who seems to think that U.S. soldiers need to clean up their act, brush up their act. They're getting sloppy and they're overweight. How's this all gone down in America?
Well, definitely you have people on both sides here. So you definitely have people who feel like, maybe people don't have a leg to stand on when they look at who makes up the cabinet, for example. They look at who or what senators look like on the Republican side and say, these guys are overweight. How come weight is now an issue? I think the reality is that somewhere in the middle is a good place, but I happen to agree with Pete Hegseth. And I think a lot of the older members of the military would say, so what would now be considered veterans, would say that, they came in under very different rules than perhaps they have now in the last 15 years for soldiers, airmen, sailors. It's a different set of circumstances that they have to be a part of. So in other words, it was a lot harder back in the day, and the physical endurance and the strength testing and the PT and all of those things were a lot harder than what people have to do now when they enter the military. So in other words, they've relaxed the rules a little bit. Now, if you look back on what happened during the Biden administration, you were seeing men who were soldiers cross-dressing, literally dressing up as women and then posting those on social media. And I think that needs to absolutely stop. And I think that's where Pete Hegseth's going, not just with the weight, but really cleaning up the act of the military so that they act like the military that we've always known and loved here in the United States.
But do you think there's an element of people who are saying, Pete Hegseth got the tone wrong? I mean, he's 45 years old. He's addressing admirals, generals, people with a lot more experience on this planet, not to mention military experience, because he only made it to the rank of major. And there he was addressing these, senior figures. And in some, articles, it's being said that he addressed them like children. I mean, do you think he got the tone a bit wrong?
I think that he is the Secretary of Defense, Secretary of War, and so he outranks them. I worked in the Pentagon, and I worked for someone who was the Army General Counsel. So when he was in the Army and he separated from the Army, he was only in 03. He was, or in 04, I believe he was a major. But the point is that when he was in the Pentagon as the Army General Counsel, he had 4-star status. And so there was definitely a point where someone would say, well, you only, were in 04 or 03 in the military, and now you have the status of 4 stars, but that's the rank that he has. He outranks them. He has the ability to dictate the rules coming from the president or in conjunction with the president. And so I think a lot of people looked at it as, wow, there's, 50, 60, 70-year-olds, clearly people older than him sitting in that audience with many more years, decades of experience. However, he is the Secretary of War, and he is putting out these mandates, and they have to comply, or else they need to find other jobs or retire.
Okay, so is there a sort of a public perception out there in America that the generals perhaps aren't quite as in shape as they ought to be, and then they need to lose a couple of pounds? Is that a sort of a widely held perception, would you say?
I wouldn't say it's the generals so much as it is how the military's changed over the last decade or so, where they have just relaxed the rules and relaxed the standards. It was a lot more difficult, some would say. I did not serve in the military, but people would say it was a lot more difficult. And then, during the conflicts that we've had in the last 15 years, they have been more engaged in recruitment, and recruitment sometimes means relaxing standards, and they want to come back to traditional standards. Of course, insert that with the Biden years and the Obama years, where they did allow, as I mentioned before, where you had people that were members of the military posting on social media that they are cross-dressing or doing different dances. I mean, just things that are out of sort for the military and what most people don't associate with the military.
Okay, so it looks like there's going to be a bit of a revamp of old-fashioned standards and getting the soldiers back in line in the United States.
That, but also I would say the timing of this happens to coincide with a government shutdown here in the United States. Right. So that obviously affects the military. So the focus may be shifted immediately to when are people in the military going to get paid. So people didn't so much worry about what Pete Hegseth said, other than the sound bites that we saw. People more focused now on what happens with the government and when are we going to reopen.
Right. Well, you've leapt on to the next topic I was going to ask you about, which is, of course, the shutdown. Day 2, 750,000 federal employees have been sent home without pay. President Trump meeting his budget chief, Russell Vought, today. And I just wonder, what is the latest overall on this issue? Does it look like there could be an impasse?
It looks like both sides are digging in their heels. And it's really amazing to me. And of course, I come at it from a perspective of objectivity, if I can be honest, and say this is a bill that has been passed 16 times with Democratic support. They are literally continuing the government on what we call a CR, a continuing resolution, which just means at the same numbers that we've voted for 16 times already, just most recently in March, we're going to continue the government at those levels. That is going to take us through to 7 weeks from now, right before Thanksgiving. And so, late November. And so that's what the Republicans are asking Democrats to support in order to get through a government shutdown so that federal workers can go back to work. And yet the Democrats are digging in their heels on various provisions. That's really meant for a larger, broader bill. If you're funding the government for 7 weeks, you don't need policy changes. In fact, you don't want policy changes because guess what? This is what happens. You have a government stalemate and a government shutdown. You have these two parties that are not willing to negotiate right now because they are so dug in. And the Republicans are saying, we have a 24-page bill you voted on 16 times. And Schumer said he's not going to hold up the government last March on this very same bill, yet you are stopping the government from working because you want to push other provisions that we should decide in a much larger and broader bill where we make policy changes. So I think that's the big issue right now, is that the Democrats have basically dug in. Republicans feel very confident in their position. 63% of Americans want the Democrats to support the Republicans in continuing the government. I think what's important here to remember is that this always comes down to elections. And we have a governor's race in New Jersey this year, next month. That means early voting has already started. But more importantly, we have a race in Virginia, which is much of Northern Virginia tends to house a lot of the federal workers who are now sitting at home furloughed. So the state of Virginia has about 300,000 federal workers of the 750,000 that you mentioned. Now, not all of them are in the DC area, but 300,000 of them live in Virginia, and they are voting for their next governor right now. They started voting September 19th. So I think we may see an outcome of what actually happened with this shutdown in the form of 2 elections in New Jersey, but more importantly, in Virginia.
Now, we've heard from the president on this issue, and since the beginning of his term in office for the second term, he's made no secret of his desire to cut down on unnecessary expenditure as he sees it, and perhaps lay off people whose jobs aren't entirely necessary, and he believes they're costing the country too much money. And he heard him saying that this shutdown is actually what he called an unprecedented opportunity. And I just wondered what to read into that, because I'm just wondering whether that means perhaps he'd like to see some of these temporary freezes to headcount being made permanent. Is that one interpretation of it?
I think that's accurate. I think what he's looking at are jobs that are no longer relevant, perhaps, in the federal government is very clunky. It's very hard. Civil servants have a lot of protections in their jobs. But perhaps President Trump and Russ Vought are looking at ways to cut these ancillary jobs that they believe are maybe either redundant or are obsolete, no longer relevant, or don't fit within the mission of President Trump and his administration. That's entirely up to him if he wants to do that. Now, we saw that happen a little bit earlier in the year with what Elon Musk was doing with Doge and trying to clean up government waste, fraud, and efficiency. And so certainly there are going to be jobs that can be looked at as being inefficient and no longer necessary. And where that hurts the Democrats is that a lot of these civil servants, I would argue most civil servants, are Democrats. And so you kind of gave President Trump and his team an opening to go in and take those jobs and say, these aren't relevant anymore. So it created a problem not only for the Democrats on that front, but I think also, again, talking about just how the perception has been of this. I think the Democrats are losing when it comes to the perception argument to the general public. How is this being perceived? It's being perceived that Democrats are stopping the Republicans from trying to continue the government at current levels. And then you're giving President Trump an opening for him and his team to be able to cut jobs, which he believes is in the best interest of taxpayers, given these are taxpayer-funded jobs. And so it creates a worse situation, worse dynamics, definitely for the Democrats than for the Republicans.
Okay, now, Amanda, you mentioned a name that we haven't heard for a while. We used to talk about Elon Musk quite a lot a couple of months ago, not quite so much lately, but he's back in the headlines. I mean, it's been a real roller coaster of a year for Elon Musk, some real ups and downs, but there's an up that we can discuss. Elon Musk is the first person ever to surpass the $500 billion mark in terms of his net wealth. I mean, that's cause for some celebration, I'd imagine. What's behind this?
Well, I mean, he's heavily invested in various aspects of the economy. And obviously, he's someone who has worked hard to get to where he is. And I think a lot of people, certainly during the campaign, he was able to inspire a lot of youth, just the way, Charlie Kirk did. You could say he is inspirational because a lot of the youth look to him as, I want to be like him. And so what he's been able to do, I don't know that it's definitive that he is out on top right now, because I think it's been between him and Larry Ellison, the CEO of Oracle. But nevertheless, he's a very wealthy man, and he's been using his money to influence politics in the last at least year, if not year to 2 years, if not longer. But really what we've seen of him in the last 2 years has been really a dynamic where he shifted all his efforts to help President Trump get elected, especially after President Trump was shot last July in Butler, Pennsylvania. He really said, the gloves are off. I'm coming out and I'm going to support him, even if it means it could be detrimental to the assets that I hold and the companies that I'm a part of. And certainly it did have an impact when he and President Trump parted ways, when he went after President Trump on certain things, certain policies that he didn't like. It did have an adverse impact on him. But obviously, as we're discussing, not that adverse, because he still seems to be leading, if not at number one, he's in the number 2 spot in the world as the wealthiest man in the world.
Yeah, I mean, we heard President Trump talk about Elon Musk a couple of months ago. I think he described him as being 80% genius, 20% problems. I mean, that's not entirely, that doesn't sound like a personal attack. I mean, we've seen the two men together as well, haven't we, at a public event? I mean, is there a sense that the two men have sort of patched things up?
I really hope so. And I think a lot of people, while we were all mourning and grieving what happened with Charlie Kirk at his funeral, I think a lot of people, the takeaway was also, wow, maybe in his death, Charlie Kirk was able to bring these two individuals back together once again and reunite them, because there was so much force for good that they did together. Doge certainly was a great example, I think, of allowing for people who would never be part of the federal government, but for a small stint that they could do. And again, the federal laws are so clunky when it comes to hiring someone for a defined period of time. It's just hard to do. But Elon Musk was able to bring in some of the brightest minds in the world from the private sector, people who weren't doing this for money, glory, or fame, but really doing it because they believed in the mission and the cause. And Elon Musk spearheaded that and was able to root out a lot of things that the government wasn't aware of when it comes to waste, fraud, abuse, efficiency, inefficiency. And so I think President Trump certainly lauded him for that. I think where it came down to was, personalities, which is understandable when you're dealing with people surrounding the president. But I think Elon always had the best interest of our country at heart. And I think a lot of people continue to believe that. So I hope that he stays active and involved. Obviously, he has his own financial interests and, boards that are looking at what he's doing and what he's saying. So hopefully it all works out in the end.
Okay, and just lastly, Amanda, and briefly, if you will, I mean, we've here at Arabiya English, a top story for us all week has really been focusing on President Trump's 20-point plan to bring about a conclusion to the war in Gaza and a framework for peace between the Palestinians and the Israelis. I mean, how much of a top story has that been in the United States? Is that what a lot of newspapers, news shows have been leading with?
Well, unfortunately, a lot of this was the culmination of it happened right around the time of a government shutdown. So obviously that is front and center right now in the United States. Everyone's focused on when does our government reopen? Of course, what happens in the Middle East has always been an important point when you have a crucible in the Middle East that people are always worried about what's happening, but it's not front and center in the United States. I think this comes down to, for Netanyahu, does Hamas accept or not accept? And what does he do in those two scenarios? I think it's very difficult to see how this is not going to be a challenge for Netanyahu if Hamas does accept, because he's at a critical time right now in his own reelection. The polling numbers are not good for him. He needs the help of his conservative base, and he has to sell the conservative base on this in his own country. And so I think it's a challenging thing for him, but it's great to see 8 Arab and Muslim nations that are in support of this, and hopefully Hamas will agree to the terms. I think the hardest part for Hamas is going to be that clause 17, where they basically say, no matter what Hamas does, we're still going to go in and do the humanitarian aid, and we're still going to go in and clean up what we have to with Hamas. So Hamas is in a tight spot, but hopefully enough Arab and Muslim countries' influence and Western influence will make all the difference for them to engage, and hopefully we see a new world order there.
All right. Well, thank you very much indeed. Always a pleasure talking to you, Republican strategist and lawyer Amanda Mackie. Thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thank you, Tom.
Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. We look forward to seeing you again tomorrow with a look back at some of the best interviews of the week. Until then, goodbye.
Joining us exclusively is Saudi Prince Turki Al Faisal to discuss the latest on Palestinian recognition and also the two-state solution. Your Excellency, thank you so much for your time and thank you for joining us.
It's a pleasure to be with you. Thank you for having me.
Absolute pleasure. During the UN conference led by Saudi Arabia, we witnessed global governments recognizing a Palestinian state. How do you assess this response?
Well, it's a welcome response after 70 years of attempts to do that. And I'd say it's about time. And finally, most of the world, at least, recognizes the Palestinian state. And that is an accomplishment that we've been dreaming of for some time.
But some analysts say recognizing a Palestinian state is symbolic and has no effect on the ground when it comes to the people in Gaza. How will this initiative change the ongoing war between Israel and Hamas, and how will it change things in general?
I believe it will have an important effect on the way that the countries follow up on this recognition, because now there is a defined entity with borders that are negotiable, but land that belongs to Palestine. And depending on how the countries who recognize the Palestinian state continue in their support for Palestine by opposing the Israeli encroachment on Palestinian territory, what I call colonies, there will be substantial ramifications for that, because it means that the countries who recognize Palestine can take action to affect Israel's position on these policies that they pursue there.
And Your Excellency, let's touch a little bit on that, because, you know, in response to the recognition of a Palestinian state by many countries, it's infuriated Israel and Benjamin Netanyahu, and he hit back. And a lot of their response, they say, is to now annex the West Bank, which is raising lots of concern. What do you make of this response by Israel and the possible annexation of the West Bank, and what it will mean for the two-state solution?
The Israelis have been stealing Palestinian land since they occupied it more than 60 years ago, and that is a declared policy of Israel. And just recently, we heard from Mr. Netanyahu that he will not allow a Palestinian state to come into being. So there is a virtual takeover of all of Palestine, and not just Gaza or bits of the West Bank. So that is what we are facing with, and that's what I meant by the countries that have recognized Palestine now need to follow up by protecting the sovereignty and the independence of the Palestinian state that they have recognized.
And Netanyahu did not hesitate to describe the decisions to recognize a Palestinian state as a reward for Hamas. How do you respond to this?
You know, that is a canard that the Israelis and unfortunately even their American allies are now promoting, because the thing that rewards Hamas is the oppression of the Palestinian people by Israel. Hamas as a movement that resists the occupation acquires popularity among the people of Palestine because the Israelis oppress them and deny them their rights. So that is the big reward that Hamas gets. It's from Israeli actions, not from the recognition of the Palestinian state.
But President Trump also said we have to get all 20 hostages back now and stop the Gaza war immediately. Without extra US pressure on Israel, is it possible to end the war or come to some sort of ceasefire?
I cannot see anybody pressuring Israel other than the United States. And that is something that now the France and Saudi Arabia, who are leading this effort to get recognition of the Palestinian state, by the world, they have to follow up with the United States. And we saw recently, just yesterday or the day or today, the meeting between Monsieur Macron and Mr. Trump, in which Mr. Macron explained in public the Saudi-French joint effort to end the fighting and completely bring peace to Palestine and the rest of us in the area. So this is the effort now for not just Saudi Arabia and France, but all these countries that have recognized Palestine as a state.
So do you think Donald Trump is the only man who has the capability to pressure Israel and stop them when it comes to the occupation of Gaza City and the bombardment and the annexation of the West Bank?
Absolutely. He is the one I hear from newspaper accounts and from media experts, even Israeli media experts. They say that Mr. Trump is more popular in Israel than Mr. Netanyahu. So he is the only one, I think, who can put the pressure and the squeeze on Israel to make it stop its genocidal war on the Palestinians.
And we have seen a near consensus, actually, regarding Hamas, especially among Western countries that have recognized the state of Palestine, where there appears to be a conditionality that Hamas has no future within any Palestinian state. How do you view this?
Well, that is something that was dealt with by the Saudi-French communique that came out about recognizing the Palestinian state and going forward to a peaceful settlement between Palestine and Israel. The wording of that statement takes into account that Hamas must give up its weaponry and arms and basically remove itself from the political equation. I think that can be done if Hamas is agreeable to it, through their joining the PLO. As you know, Hamas has been keeping its, it wants its cake and wants to eat it too. They are very reluctant to declare their full acceptance of the Arab Peace Initiative, which guarantees that there will be a peaceful settlement in this conflict. So that is what has to be done now if the Hamas recognizes that the Palestinian state must come into being.
And do you think that they could join forces with the PLO and that could be successful? Because one thing Israel has said, and many people from Israel who have spoken to me say the main plan is to completely eradicate Hamas and make sure they have no place in the future government inside Palestine. So is it possible that these two could join forces? How could this practically be done if Israel's plan is to eradicate the group?
Well, they've been trying to eradicate Hamas now for 2.5 years and haven't been successful in that. I don't see how they can have the ambition that they can eradicate Hamas. And so it is for them to negotiate with the PLO and the Palestinian Authority on how the parameters and the conditions of the new state are to be. If Hamas is going to be fully integrated into the PLO and become committed to the same conditions that the PLO has accepted, that is one way that Hamas will remove itself as an independent entity from Palestinian political life. That is one way of achieving the result of removing Hamas as an obstacle to a peaceful settlement between Israel and Palestine.
Your Excellency, I want to talk a little bit about negotiations that were going on in Qatar, of course, which included Hamas and Israel as they were trying to work towards some sort of agreement. And we did see Israel launch bombs in Doha at the delegation. How serious was this, and how can negotiations resume after Israel did launch these strikes on Doha?
This is the how can I put it? This is the exposure of Israel for what it is, a treacherous and an unreliable potential partner for peace in the area. They negotiate and let the Qataris negotiate a settlement for the Gaza conflict, and then they bomb the country that is negotiating this conflict. So this is par for the course for the Israelis. And I was not surprised by this, because Israel has been treacherous throughout its history in the area.
Do you think that Israel is becoming more of a concern to its neighbors and Arab countries in this region?
I think it is becoming more of a concern to the Jewish community in the world. You've seen that in the demonstrations that take place, the public demonstrations that take place throughout the world, that Jewish people are joining in those demonstrations to oppose Israel's actions against the Palestinians. And many Jewish rabbis and important people have declared their opposition to the Netanyahu government conduct vis-a-vis the Palestinian people. So this is not just a danger to us, but even Jewish people consider it to be a danger to them.
And if I can just bring you back to what the plan is the day after Israel's offensive into Gaza City ends, and also the continuous bombardment of Gaza that we have seen. We haven't heard much of what happens once this is over and how the Palestinian people get their lives back to normal and their future. Do you have any idea of how that looks?
I am not privy to the talks that took place between the French and the Saudi partners in this effort to end the war and bring peace to the area. I'm sure they have in their plans definitive ideas about the day after. And if we just review the statement that came out a month ago, I think it was, or nearly that, about their idea of what peace means in the Middle East, particularly towards the Palestinians, we can see that they have a plan already to install. I think there is supposed to be some sort of council that takes over in Gaza, and the removal of the weaponry, as I mentioned, from Hamas, and then the integration of that Gaza area into the Palestinian Authority, etc. So these are things that I think the French and the Saudis have been working on, and I'm not privy to them.
And do you have any idea who would finance the rebuilding of Gaza? That's been a big question. Where would the financial input come from?
I think the financial issue should come from the world, because basically this is not just a simple question of Palestine versus Israel, but it's a worldwide issue that has been on the books since 1948. And the voting of the big countries in 1948 that created Israel should be responsible for financing the so-called day after and what goes on from there.
And also, I was just wondering, you know, the UN Commission said that there is a genocide happening within Gaza City.
Yes.
And I wonder what your thoughts are on that, because Israel said there's no genocide happening, the UN is biased. Do you believe that there is a genocide?
Absolutely. I'm not an expert on these issues, but experts themselves have said so, including some Israelis who are, quite frank about their definition of genocide and that it applies to what the Israelis are doing to the Palestinians. So in my mind, it's a clear-cut case of genocide against the Palestinians.
But why isn't the UN doing enough to open these aid corridors to get food to the people of Gaza? This has been a big question. And yesterday we did see Donald Trump criticize the UN and say they actually don't do much. They just have talks, but nothing actually happens. Do you think the UN has been effective in helping these people and reach the people who really need it? Or what more needs to be done?
If we remove the veto of the United States from these considerations, the United Nations can do its job. Unfortunately, it's the US veto that stymies the actions of the United Nations, not just in Palestine, but in other places as well. And we see that also Russia has used the veto power vis-a-vis Ukraine, etc. So the veto is the stumbling block that prevents the UN from doing its job.
Perhaps the most notable thing that we are currently observing at the moment is that the Saudi initiative for a two-state solution has gained significant momentum, especially among Western countries. How will the kingdom build on this momentum and make sure that diplomacy wins the day?
Well, I'm sure that the leadership in the kingdom, King Salman and Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, have in mind what to follow up with on the Arab Peace Initiative that the late King Abdullah presented to the world nearly 23 years ago. And it's been an effort that has been left on the table since that time because the Israelis have not accepted it. Had they accepted it when it was first presented, we would not be in this place now.
And let's just talk a little bit about the Abraham Accords, because Donald Trump did get many countries to do normalization ties with Israel during his first term. And Donald Trump was really praised for the Abraham Accords and the normalization of ties between some Arab nations and Israel. What's the future of the Abraham Accords?
Well, you know, the kingdom is not party to the so-called Abraham Accords. And in the past, I have made public statements that my view is that so-called Abraham Accords do not deserve that name, actually, because Saudi Arabia is not yet part of them. The Prophet Abraham, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, he actually came to Mecca, as you know, in his pursuit of the service to God and the establishment of the Holy Kaaba. And unless the kingdom becomes party to any future agreement that envisions the establishment of a Palestinian state and the right of self-determination for the Palestinian people and the capital in East Jerusalem, I don't consider them to be Abrahamic. Some people may disagree with me, but that is my view.
And Your Excellency, just before I let you go, what would you like the future of Palestine to look like for the people who are there? And how do you hope a resolution is reached?
That is something I think all of us hope for peace. You know, my late father had a wish to conduct a trip to Jerusalem before he died. Unfortunately, his death preceded that event. But I have publicly said that I hope before I die that I'll be able to visit the mosque in Jerusalem. It will be a crowning achievement for humanity to finally put this conflict to end and the Palestinian people to get their full rights as was envisioned in the initial UN resolution back in 1948. This is a desire that I wish and I hope everybody will be of equal demand for that desire.
Prince Turki Al Faisal, yes, we all hope for peace. And I want to say thank you so much for your time and thank you for joining me.
Thank you.
Pleasure.
Sorry, Tom, I'm late. I'm nearly there.
I think what you do is magic.
You know how difficult it is to be yourself? You try it.
You make movies. That's what the world wants from you.
Simply Cuddy.
You're never alone.
Really? I think I'm always alone.
You're opening Venice. Venice would never open without you, I think, in the future.
That's right. That's part of the deal.
It is. And you're going to Toronto as well. This movie is so ideal for movie-loving audiences and festivals. So do you interact with them? Do you like to discuss the film after with the international audiences?
I try not to talk to other people. You know, as you know, I don't enjoy really anyone. Just you and I talking, that's fine.
There we go. Talk to Maggie today.
No, she wasn't in class. No call, no show. I need to speak with you.
There's a genre that you particularly enjoy being part of in cinema. Do you have a favorite, personally?
I always prefer whatever I'm not doing. Like if I'm doing a drama, I think, oh, to do a comedy is so great. And then when you're doing a comedy, you think, oh, just to sit around and cry over a cup of tea. Isn't that what you want to do? You know, it's always what you don't have.
Happy to see them on the one hand, but I just have to keep them from stirring things up.
You've always been my favorite son.
Well, your only son.
As far as we know.
Talking about different practices and different genres of films, which you've been successful in all, but independent versus blockbuster, do you feel it stretches the acting exercise in any different way?
It certainly stretches your relationship to your audience, and that's what I love. I think if I was always dealing with the same audience, it would sort of, I don't know, the dynamic might become a bit, we'd tire of each other, you know, and so making a film like Carol or, you know, Elizabeth or Indiana Jones or Thor, they're very different audience bases, and often there's crossover, and so you might bring some audience members from one genre into another, and so I think that that's the challenge for me.
Do you like that when you get a script that you think, you know, it's going to be something I haven't done before, that I can do a la Jude, and that, you know, I'm going to enjoy making in the process?
I look for all those things. I want to, you know, change things up. I want to try things new, and I want to, you know, push myself in areas I've never been, or audiences haven't seen me in, and equally want to work with interesting and exciting people.
I had a vision. Took shape in my mind.
I
Are we talking about a specific kind of set of skills that you need to acquire to be those characters because they're such trained individuals?
Yeah, I mean, we're never going to have the time to really learn any of that stuff. But I think for us, the big thing was at least getting a bit of the spirit of what these guys do and an approach to at least how they think. And we had really incredible military advisors.
Yeah.
First time I interviewed you was for Mamma Mia. It's been such a wonderful career ever since. Do you like to mix it up?
Yeah.
Different things, sing sometimes, comedy
that's
sometimes.
the secret. That's the secret to a long career. I mean, hopefully. I haven't been in it long enough to say that, but that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to... Why not? With people, you don't want anyone to get used to you in one role. It's very easy for that to happen for women in this business. So, yeah, I think you're smart if you just switch it up all the time.
Winning is the best feeling there is. It's 40,000 people, and they're cheering you on. There's no other high like it in the world.
It has its own flavor, you know, because you each found your own comedic timing for it.
Well, I think it starts with the chemistry that we had, but we all just got along so incredibly well, and chemistry happened just like that. And also there was an immediate sense of trust, which doesn't always happen as fast. So I think in a movie like this, there was a lot of trust, a lot of fun, and we, as you were saying, Raya, we were all able to find our own moments.
Big strong man, I love
You ever miss it? I haven't touched a gun in 10 years. I just put my sword down, you know, without that bad luck.
You're gonna be okay. Family, producer, humor, action. Does this embody the soul of what The Rock is, this film?
Wow.
I think it does. I mean, it's a movie that kind of resembles.
I think so. That's a good way to look at it. I think, which is one of the reasons why I was very attracted to the role.
Yeah.
What were you going to say?
I think
because you wrote it. So.
Well, no, I mean I wrote it for you because that's who you are.
Hell of a day, huh? I think we'll be all right.
You've got a very eclectic cast. You've got Naomi in it. You've got Jeffrey, who's hilarious.
Yes.
How much is it important for you to be surrounded by people that you appreciate, you know, improvising with?
Oh, always. I mean, you know, so I've reached a point in my career where, you know, I'm very fortunate, but I can pick and choose everybody who I want to work with, and I choose to surround myself really with great actors who, you know, all are very eclectic, like you said, and come from different backgrounds, and some from TV, some they're TV stars and movie stars and character actors, and it's always this eclectic bunch that just inherently make me better.
Is it a prerequisite for you that it's something that challenges another aspect of you as an actor, as a person?
That's a great question. I think the prerequisite for me when I read a script is, will I enjoy playing the part? That's part one. And then part 1B would be, would the audiences enjoy the movie? And would they find a lot of satisfaction, a lot of fun in seeing the movie?
Hey, we are in the red! We are going to smash!
Natalie, we are going now!
Well, we've been talking about your career going up and up and up and up for years now. Do you feel that now you're at a stage where you can do what you want, what you feel is good for your career, the next move, the people you want to work with? Does it give you that freedom?
It does. It gives me that latitude. You know, success can be a funny thing. Number one, how you interpret it and how you utilize it, and also how you leverage it.
Chris is here!
Hello, Puddin'. Did you get tired of being all that you could be?
No, I'm still all I can be.
I've been interviewing you, I think, for about 10
Long
years now,
time,
since The
yeah.
Scorpion King, and it feels like, you know, you've mapped up your career the way you wanted, and you have the confidence. You are now an actor. It's no longer something you do on the side, right? Do you see the scope for the future?
I try to, sure. I try to have a plan. You try to have a strategy. Since, for as long as I've known you, so say over 10 years now, The Scorpion King, I'm pretty happy to be where I'm at today.
You're a bona fide actor now, so, you know, and superstar, but that's always been the case.
Superstar, yeah.
Hey, you know, it's always a big word since wrestling.
It's a cool thing. Yeah.
It is. Thank you so much. Great to see
Thank
you.
you. Good to see you too.
The Rock. This is my town. Walking Tall.
I feel wonderful. It's a beautiful, sultry night, and we're here to raise a lot of money.
This is such a massive gathering that I think we can actually make a difference. And at the end of the day, human connection is everything. And the way we have this going on right now and creating awareness is number one.
This is my first time getting to be a part of the event. I'm a chair this year, which is really exciting. Usually I'm performing, so I'm hidden off somewhere in the back until the end of the night. I get to actually sit in the audience and watch everything unfold, and I just can't wait to see it from that perspective.
If I think back of when this started, there's a lot of friends of mine that I lost, and there's some people that are still alive because of AMFAR.
Any initiative to bring health and goodwill to people in need is essential. And I think AMFAR's programs across the board are helping save lives, and I couldn't be more pleased to be a part of it.
Start with that because of the creative process of making multiple films together and creating a character every time. So how do you work together off camera before the discussions, the brainstorming?
Well, I guess there wasn't much rehearsal for this one, but there was a bit.
It was a bit. We were rehearsing or talking about tons of kindness.
Yeah, exactly. Or doing press references.
Yeah.
Do you ever get confused about, which film you're on at the moment? No, I'm joking. Of course not, because every film is so specific, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. There is a sense of ease when you're able to just sort of, when you know each other and when you have that ability to just cut straight to the point of the thing.
I took comfort in the fact that, I had worked with them previously because we didn't have all that much time.
Yeah.
Before this movie, we had a couple of weeks, but I remember thinking, I wish we had a month because there was a lot of dialogue. But we tried to use the time as best we could, and it's such a rich, thought-provoking script that everyone on set, it's impossible for you not to bring your own experience to it because it just kind of demands it.
They want you to think it's you, that it's you who made this world. But it's always been them. All we've lost, all that's been done to us, we're setting that right again.
How much fun is it for you, Yorgos, to kind of morph new characters with actors you've worked with before, Get out of Bella Baxter and get in this?
Fun.
Well, it's fun to watch because I'm just there mostly as a
as an audience member, you know, like, and I try to create this conditions for them to be able to, you know, try things, explore things, and figure it out for themselves, and then I just, you know, watch. So it's always, you know, fun. And we were saying before, like, I then even notice more things while I'm editing about their performances and what they've contributed to the characters, because, you know, during filming you're so stressed, there's so many things going on, and, you know, sometimes you lose all these, you know, minute differences in someone's, you know, performance. But yeah, I'm always pleasantly surprised and enjoy, yeah, watching them create the characters.
Welcome to the headquarters of the human resistance.
Where's my hair?
Your hair has been destroyed to prevent you from contacting your ship.
What ship?
Your mothership?
Emma, how much do you enjoy that? And do you get more immersed or more attached to those types of characters?
I don't know.
You got a little bit attached to Bella.
I was just about to say, the only one that I like still can't shake is Bella. I guess more immersed than attached, but Bella attached. Feels like my child.
In the next 48 hours, the police and the FBI will begin a statewide manhunt. I'm a high-profile female corporate executive. I am crucial. In all humility, I can say that. Think of it like you abducted the governor, but worse.
What was the biggest challenge of this one for the two of you, because of the nature of the interaction of both characters?
What do you think?
Oh my God.
The tone is always something you're trying to discover, and, you know, what makes Yorgos' film so exciting is they're always sort of walking this line that feels like new territory, even within his filmography. You know, there's some, at least from my perspective, there's something that a thread connecting them all, but feels like a sort of offshoot in their own way. And so this felt like that. I don't know, it was just a constant sort of exploration into how far you could push the extremes of the tone, I guess.
What was really fun for me about the dynamic between these two characters was it feels like sort of a dance, you know, kind of like a jousting match all the time, in the way we were sort of constantly reading each other and preparing for, you know, it's like a wrestling match. So that was, I loved getting to do that with Jesse. Also, Jesse's just so incredible that it makes it really fun, even when it's, you know, challenging, because there is so much dialogue.
That dinner scene, I think Will even mentions it in the exposition in that scene, that it sort of takes on the tone of like a Wild West sort of shootout with that long dinner table. I mean,
it's like a bunch of different versions of showdowns throughout, to varying degrees.
I've done a ton of research on this. You're killing our planet.
Alien fell. I'm not an alien.
You're lying to me.
What's the difference? You know this is crazy. You know this is wrong.
What is it most about for you, this film?
Happy, fun stuff?
Yeah.
Light.
To me, humanity. I mean, the nature of it, the course of it, the history of it. Yeah, just trying to reflect what that means right now.
On Friday or Saturday, Homs province called me. There was great terror.
I can almost hear the walkie-talkies crackling. Close the 7th gate, close the 11th. If they had the power, they would have shut the heavens themselves for Bashar al-Assad.
Everything unfolded within just a few hours, from 11 at night until 2:30 on Sunday morning. And suddenly, it was December 8th. The choice to escape was not impulsive or abrupt. Rather, it was a directly correlated response to the progressively escalating event.
We persistently questioned the whereabouts of our president.
A Syria without Bashar al-Assad. In the heart of Damascus, the once secure ruling class found itself on shaky ground. Trust had started to decay within the inner sanctum of power, and allies began to realign, thus revealing glaring weaknesses that could no longer be conveniently overlooked. In his final days, his grip on power appeared to wane, and the once unassailable leader faced genuine political isolation. The crisis wasn't just about the regime. It marked a significant turning point in the state's bond with its people, when crowds passionately demanded long-lost dignity and their right to live. In the spring of 2011, in the southern city of Daraa, the first spark of the uprising was a simple message scrawled on a school wall by the innocent hands of children, oblivious to the profound impact their words would have. The response from security forces came quickly, triggering a wave of protests that swiftly spread from Daraa to the cities of Homs, then Hama and eventually Idlib, inching ever closer to the heart of the Syrian capital, Damascus. As the days progressed, the cries of the protesters gradually evolved, raising their demands from mere reforms to an open and direct confrontation.
There were several political maneuvers made in an attempt to rescue the precarious situation, such as reaching out and contacting Russian President Vladimir Putin. However, the response received was one that merely concealed a sense of nostalgia emanating from Moscow. Nothing could be done now in Damascus. The only chance Bashar al-Assad saw was to flee. The decision came from the impossibility of saving the situation or resisting the coming counteroffensive on Damascus. The fall of Hama, subsequently the fall of Homs, and the unimpeded path that now lay open, leading directly towards Damascus.
At 1 o'clock in the morning of the 27th, I received a startling call urging me to mobilize, to prepare, insisting that I must join. I dressed, left, unsure of my destination, but rumors hinted at a battle. The leadership's initial instructions were, "You as journalists were witnesses to this stage. We reached a place near western Aleppo's countryside. The fighters were ready, weapons were ready. Now begins the response battle. Rebels were upbeat, determined not to retreat until reclaiming areas taken by the regime. Strength was crucial. We filmed fighters setting off fully prepared. I interviewed the fighters. Their spirit was high, making you sure, God willing, that things were going well. 0 hour began.
The final events began with a call from the governor of Aleppo at that time, telling me that the military had begun a major assault toward the western countryside of Aleppo. The advance was swift and surprising, with the army witnessing a huge amount of withdrawals. Within 2 days, Aleppo was essentially militarily fallen to the operations command. I was at home, and meanwhile, I reached out to him. During a call at 10:30, I expressed to him how difficult things were, the fear gripping the streets, and that something urgent had to be done. He simply replied, "Tomorrow we'll see."
When he received the news, he remained silent and issued no directives. Unexpectedly, the north fell out of the regime's hold, a jolt the palace had never anticipated.
Our forces, with a boldness that was commendable, moved swiftly along the entirety of the border, blocking any potential infiltrations. With the invaluable aid of our supporting partner, we ensured that no military units, regardless of their size, could penetrate the front lines or create any semblance of a new reality that could possibly bolster the crumbling military order that had previously dominated.
It was a significant moment. We, the fighters and operatives, were instructed to publicly announce the severing of the M5 highway, the principal lifeline connecting Aleppo, Hama, Homs, and Damascus. Even though it was not fully seized, a crucial opening had been created. A major breach. They brought us, the media, to it, and we declared the highway closed, Aleppo's lifeline cut. It sparked real fear and panic in the regime and the Iranian. Then, the withdrawals started.
These were our initial moments spent on the M5, the principal highway that stretches between Aleppo and Damascus, the two symbolic poles of Syria.
Was there a skirmish in Aleppo? Hamas saw only limited combat. How about Homs, or in the rural areas of Damascus? Consider this, it's a 200-kilometer stretch from Homs to Damascus. Any conflicts there? Not at all. What about the towering walls of Damascus? None there either. Were there any clashes to the west or east of Damascus? No battles in Dara or the coast either. The battle never occurred.
As PM, my main liaisons were the governors. The Aleppo governor was devastated and fled, while the Idlib governor reported stability initially, then considered flee. On air base, escaping to Hama via military plane. Meanwhile, Idlib's governor initially assured me of their resilience, but soon began discussing fleeing from the advancing command force.
On November 30th, 2024, Aleppo experienced a sudden and unexpected pullout of regime troops from their positions inside the city. Airstrikes finally stopped and checkpoints were removed from the streets for the first time in over 14 years. Opposition flags were proudly raised over the Central Post building, and celebrations erupted in some neighborhoods.
On the eve of Aleppo's fall, after his meeting with President Putin, the Russian military attaché was a close escort back and forth.
So, I'd say, things began to take a terminal turn. Up to Saturday, which falls on December 7, and before the frantic calls from Bashar al-Assad to Putin are met with no reply.
Aleppo has returned to center stage amid sharply differing international coverage, as political labels and military assessments varied widely. However, on the ground, from a city worn by war, the pullout clearly signaled a significant shift in control. Control that factions managed with striking skill amazed everyone.
We came today, my love. We came to the citadel, my love. Oh, mother, my strength is gone. Alas, I walked the whole road to Aleppo, olive trees all along.
Before the war, Aleppo was known for its rich social and religious diversity, thriving without the need for slogans or decrees. Daily life itself fostered coexistence, with calls to prayer mingling alongside church bells, and accents blending in the bustling markets. The city never needed tolerant slogans. It lived them in its very essence. Even as things changed over time, Aleppo retained traces of what it once was, a city holding on to a shared memory despite shifting maps and deep divides. In long and drawn-out wars, losses aren't only measured in rubble. They're also found in the values a society once practiced every single day.
When the insurgent forces first made their entrance into the city of Aleppo, all the young men who knew me from our shared time in Idlib, they all sought me out. The chief greeted me and asked if I wanted to speak with the Sheikh. Certainly, I responded, then proceeded to express my congratulations on the newly achieved liberation. Aleppo was now emancipated. He responded with a clear directive: tell your people to strive for excellence in everything they do, to elevate their standards from what they were before. Whether it's safeguarding churches, endowments, homes, factories, or offices, let them revel in the Christmas festivities, ring their bells, adorn their squares, erect their trees. We were on the cusp of the holiday season then.
Aleppo embodies the diverse sects and ethnicities of Syria. The regime, a criminal entity, recognized this truth and for decades attempted to sow discord and division among these groups, but ultimately it failed. Aleppo endured, and so did its remarkable social fabric.
Protecting Christians and other minorities in Aleppo was a critical red line. From the ops room, the order was always mercy first, and that message truly mattered. It affirmed that you're in the right, and they genuinely are our brother.
We worked closely with the new authorities to calm people's fear and build trust. We held several meetings as Christian heads of churches and with the state. And this time, the state stood with the people. For the first time,
Ops, infantry west of Tab, 2 kilometers out.
Say again. Repeat.
2 kilometers west of Tab Day.
Copy. Copy.
We thought we'd finally have a moment to rest, then get back to our coverage. But no, the orders came in. Head straight to Hama. Hama. Did you hear me clearly? We were directed towards Hama.
Hama wasn't captured through force, but through the power of imagery. It was a clear-cut case of psychological and media warfare. A brief video broadcast by the opposition depicted their fighters standing near a sign that read, "Welcome to Hama."
We moved and reached Hama's outskirts. The sign was roughly 20 kilometers away. This was psychological warfare. Arriving at the sign, we found the conflict was a mere 1 or 2 kilometers away. We captured footage of the sign before making a hasty retreat, making it clear that we had made it to the outskirts of Hama. This ignited fear and chaos among regime forces.
We are currently on the outskirts of Hama, where intense battles are raging between the rebels and the regime's gangs. With the support of their allies and the additional reinforcements that have been brought into the city.
A brief video segment lasting mere seconds captured more than the skirmishes did. On-field disarray, unsanctioned retreats, and a total absence of official clarification. There were no confrontations in this footage, yet the message was powerfully conveyed. The battle's focus wasn't in the city, but rather on the height dominating Hama's east and west countryside Jabal, Zain al-Abidin, one of the regime's most fortified sites, featuring underground bunkers and camouflaged artillery that provide wide fire control and long-range observation capabilities.
The problem was that Mountain Zain al-Abidin, high peak over most of Hama's rural belt and the city. It was fortified and used to hit the roads. So Ops planned a long detour to slip to Hama's edge or inside and declare it fallen. We actually slipped through trees for a long distance and entered Hama from the east. The mountain hadn't fallen. There was resistance. We reached Al-Asi Square. Filmed, then were told to exit at once fighting was close. Amidst chaos, the regime retreated from Zain al-Abidin, a mountain once deemed insurmountable.
While field visuals depicted an evident retreat of the regime from the rural Hama vicinity, the defense minister made an appearance on national television, asserting that the situation was well within their control. The observed shift on the battlefield was characterized in official communications as a deliberate part of a strategic plan, rather than being perceived as a defeat.
Today, we are engaged in a fierce and ongoing battle against the toughest terror groups that employ guerrilla tactics, which compels our armed forces to adapt their strategies. So our armed forces adapt their strategies. They attack and withdraw at various points, advance and fall back, especially since these Takfiri groups have the backing of well-known regional and international states.
At that time, the official statement appeared disconnected from the harsh reality on the ground, as images revealed abandoned tanks, grounded aircraft, and defensive posts that were completely empty. What we witnessed on the ground contradicted the speech and raised serious doubts about the official narrative.
We strongly urge our people to remain patient and steady, trusting that we will not relent in our efforts to restore security to the areas seized by the terrorists. The Syrian Arab army, as you have known throughout this long war, will continue to stand as the solid dam.
On the contrary, it was a brittle system, but it fed every claimant their share. And I think Bashar al-Assad worked by the creed of the last Abbasid caliph. Baghdad is enough. He would grant every seeker what they desired in order to keep that chair secure.
The main battle was at Hama, because the city holds a unique and significant mark in Syria's national struggle. It suffered and paid dearly, the Hama massacre among other costs. It suffered in silence. Few spoke of it, in Syria or abroad. Since 2011, the city was heavily besieged. Unlike other provinces, it was closed off, surrounded. Lately, I feared not the fall itself. It would fall, but that I would die outside, that I'd be buried without ever seeing the regime finally fall.
After taking Hama, opposition units advanced south toward Homs, a crucial strategic hub in central Syria.
On Friday or Saturday, Homs province contacted me, and there was panic everywhere. It seemed that the defenses before Homs had completely collapsed, and while I'm no military expert, I could see that the road lay open. Then he asked, "Can we ask defense to bomb Al Rastan Bridge?" I told him that wasn't justified.
After Hama's liberation, forces gathered here, eyes fixed on Homs, crossing only over Al Rastan Bridge. They advanced toward Homs, but it wasn't free. Heavy strikes severely damaged the bridge, rendering it unusable. You can still see the remnants of the air raids on that bridge today.
We were a band of seasoned fighters with no choice but to fight. We couldn't wait for another chance to break the cruel siege and crush the forces that caged us for 9 years. This was it. The Tamim soldiers and commanders, filled with resolve, pushed the forces across 4 axes an effort we'd prefer not to boast about. Syria is far greater than just saying we delivered. Syria is greater than saying we fought and broke through. Syria is greater.
By evening, we were getting close to Homs. Resistance from the city's north was fierce, and the jets were relentlessly bombing. We waited patiently, and as night fell, the lads finally began to enter. As usual, the first aim was to open the prisons. You can't imagine the welcome we got in Homs. And Homs is special, you know that. Fireworks and celebrations lit up Homs like it was daytime. This was around midnight, close to 1 a.m.
We're talking about a distance of 200 kilometers from Homs to Damascus, and by that time, discussions had already begun on how to escape and how to take flight. The only option left was the sky, not the ground, and on Saturday night, December 7th, the Russian military attaché made a visit to the People's Palace. A session was convened to discuss one critical objective: how to ensure the secure transfer of Bashar al-Assad and his entourage from the heart of Damascus to the international airport, how to safeguard the flight from Damascus to Hameimin, and to prepare the aircraft accordingly.
I received a call instructing me to keep moving towards Damascus, with plans to encircle the city by morning, and it was around 1 a.m. We aimed to impose a ring around Damascus at 3, as events were unfolding quickly.
All of this unfolded in just a few hours, from 11 at night until around 2 or 2:30 on Sunday morning, and it was now December 8th. I remember the protocol's cars and weapons everywhere to protect Assad. How would he manage to leave tonight? How did he escape?
In the palace that evening, almost everything looked normal. In the kitchen, dinner was being prepared as usual.
Simple meal for a man who knew the table no longer mattered most.
Forces known as Repel, the aggression, were already at the gates of Damascus, and I believe he was part of those forces. They reached the airport road's edge.
In his office, he sat still and motionless, his mind adrift in thought, the heavy silence only broken by the persistent ringing of the landline. At Damascus Airport, a plane landed without prior notice, guided straight to a closed side runway. Its timing and path were off protocol.
We were surprised at how quickly a plane was prepared and parked in an unusual location that clearly wasn't designated for. Our curiosity was piqued. Something significant was unfolding. What could it be?
Inside the palace walls, unusual movement was noted. 2 cars entered quietly through the back gate, avoiding routine routes and unseen by the guards. That night's actions broke all established protocol. Assad left his office taking nothing, not even jacket or tie. He walked the palace corridors alone. No orders, no escort. In the basement, a waiter lined dishes, expecting a normal meal.
Stop movement, shut the gates. I still hear the devices. Close gate 7, close gate 11. If they could, they'd close heaven's gates for Assad to pass. Suddenly, cars rushed in, faster than words can tell. And suddenly Assad climbed aboard the plane. His entourage left their cars behind, doors wide open.
No farewell, no announcement before departure. Just a silent withdrawal by a man who has nothing left to say, moving as if the place itself had suddenly turned foreign, as if the end, long delayed, was now unavoidable. From the cockpit came the clearance to move forward. The plane rolled slowly toward an unknown destination, leaving everything behind. Assad sat by the window, staring at a city he was leaving behind. Just as it was leaving him, in silence, a clear break marking the end of one era and the beginning of another that was just starting to form. Past 3 a.m., the plane took off, then landed at the Russian base. A new tense phase began. Reports said Assad and his sons stayed for hours in a private hall at Maimim. His entourage also waited for a plane able to evade radars, secured to fly safely to Moscow, where Assad landed for the first time without title or office, a fugitive in guilt. The palace lights dimmed.
At 10 minutes to 3, I left the People's Palace and made my way to Umayyad Square. I drove on Mezi Highway and other streets. After 3:30, news began to spread that Assad had left the palace, neither a secret nor widely known. His true departure, marking his arrival in Memim, occurred at 6:10 or possibly 6:20. At 6:18, at that time, Assad was no longer president.
No state of emergency was declared in Damascus. No sirens wailed. Yet the city acted as if bracing for an unmatched event. Roads were nearly empty. Fear spread ahead of the news into homes before official reports. With no orders, the regime's shape began to fade. Figures vanished. Slogans no longer raised. Sights pulled from command. The institution seemed to dismantle itself step by step, quietly, without announcement, without resistance. The same unsettling picture repeated in other corners. Weapons abandoned, uniforms left behind without their owners. A system quietly collapsed in shadow as it slowly departed into the darkness.
I waited seconds and minutes to hear out.
It is now exactly 6:18 Damascus time. Syria without Bashar al-Assad.
Syria without Assad.
When Hatim's song played, Hold Your Head High, you're a free Syrian. They danced, and I danced with them, despite all Syria's pain.
By God, Ibrahim, I lived to see it. I never thought I would. I did. And Bashar al-Assad has fallen.
Now, in the context of ongoing economic and social reforms and efforts to diversify Saudi Arabia's workforce, demand for talent is significant. Construction, finance, hospitality, energy, logistics and tech. Those are just some of the sectors seeing strong demand for people. Well, the national unemployment rate, including both Saudi and non-Saudi nationals, is just under the 3% mark. And when you look at the jobless rate amongst women, especially Saudi women, we're seeing some of the lowest numbers on record. Well, today we're going to take a closer look at how skills are being aligned with market demand and what some of the trends and challenges are in this thriving jobs market. Well, to discuss this further, I'm joined here in the studio by Justin Maguire, who is the founder of MCG Talent. That's a recruiting agency with roots in Riyadh and Hong Kong, as well as Dubai and Singapore. Thank you very much indeed for coming to see us, Justin. A pleasure to see you. I just want to start by asking you, you're labelled as being a talent consultancy. I just wondered how that makes you different from a sort of classic executive search headhunting firm.
Okay, so what I would say the difference is we've been in the region for 17 years now. So what we can do is we advise on board alignment, we advise on the types of talent that you need, we advise on skills where there's ready available talent, for example, for Saudization talent, and also where you need to bring in international talent. So from a consultancy and advisory perspective, we've got the background and experience because we've had footprint in the region for a long time to help clients and customers go through that.
Okay, so just tell us a bit about the main sectors that you operate in.
Yeah, so it's really in the digital transformation, marketing, communications, creative media world. That's where we've got a well-known name, well-known brand. Not so much in construction and healthcare. However, if you need a media or advertising professional or marketing professional in those spaces, we work with people in that space. So that gives us actually quite a good broad view of what's going on in the market right now.
Okay, where are you seeing the most activity at the moment?
Interestingly, this year in Saudi, we've seen a bit of a slowdown for international talent. Okay, I think there's a few reasons for that. First of all, Saudization. I think it's important for us to sort of make the audience aware that that's really, I think, kicked into overdrive for many brands this year. What that's done, therefore, is it's prolonged interview processes. Most businesses now, be those private sector or public sector, are prioritising Saudi talent. And there's, frankly, still at a senior level, there's quite a limited supply. So it just drags out interview process and take them longer. I think also the days of, a couple of years ago, my business, for example, did phenomenally well from the consultancy space. There's a lot of consultants going out to Saudi. There's a lot of consultants advising government. You've seen a stark slowdown in that space. And that really is to do with recalibration, rescoping of big, large construction projects, and a focus on things like the Expo 2030 and World Cup, and where they've aligned with much more Saudization hiring. And the senior talent that we're seeing come in, really, they need to go in and understand that they're probably going to be nurturing a role for a Saudi to take over at some point.
So what's a sort of a typical role or profile that you'll be seeking to fill in Saudi Arabia in a given week or month?
So for me to be involved in my team, we only work on the senior level assignments. So it would be senior or one or two levels under that. So that's where we're seeing, because I can directly comment on that. We wouldn't do the more junior level positions.
So you're positioning CEOs, CFOs?
Within our niche, yes. Okay. Yes, and that's, consultants as well, so helping partners, helping senior executives move out there. And that really, there's been areas which have slowed down and areas where we've seen things, still moving at a reasonable pace.
Okay, so let's talk a bit more about Saudization. Is there the local talent that's needed to fill some of these jobs? I mean, some of them are, presumably very sort of niche roles. And, the Saudi economy is still maturing, isn't it? So, are there the right people locally for some of these senior roles, or do you, by definition, have to go outside Saudi to find the right people?
Yeah, when we sit down, this is part of the advisory piece, when we sit down and we're briefed on a position, particularly if it's relatively niche, we have to just be very clear that if you really want a Saudi for this, you're probably going to have to pay above market share because there is really limited supply. And secondly, I would advise getting an international talent just because it needs to broaden it out. Otherwise, you're going to maybe just have one or two people in the interview process, and that's a very risky place to be, quite frankly. So Saudi hiring is still incredibly tough. I think anyone that tells you otherwise is frankly not telling you the truth, because it's a supply and demand, the market where the supply is in short supply at very niche skill sets. And from a senior level, given the way the market's matured, from a junior level, you talk to businesses, they've got a young, enthused, highly enthused generation that are coming into the workforce. At the more senior end, particularly in the private sector, and particularly in spaces that I work in, like media, marketing, digital transformation, there is actually quite a limited supply, because traditionally that wasn't seen as a glamorous place to go. Normally, if it was in the private sector, you'd see Saudis moving into banking, you'd see Saudis moving into more traditional legal space, more traditional spaces, not so much the areas where we get involved in, and where you're seeing a lot of Saudi investment now go.
We're going to be talking about Cristiano Ronaldo a bit later in the show. Don't worry, you're not involved in that segment there. But there is this perception, isn't there, that people who go to Saudi Arabia are going to make really big money, like Cristiano Ronaldo. And, he's sort of out there on social media sort of showing the world what a glamorous life he leads there. But when it comes to the remuneration for the sorts of people you're positioning, are you seeing any trends, any changes to the packages? Are they getting smaller? Are they? What sort of trends are you noticing?
Yeah, Tom, that's a really good question. And to be frank with you, what we're seeing is a knock-on effect of the UAE oversaturation of talent now as well. You've got a lot of people that have moved out to the GCC. Initially with a keen interest in moving into the Dubai market, but realising that A, they're not getting the salaries that they wanted, and B, they're just, quite frankly, there aren't the jobs. So they're broadening their search out to the wider GCC. Therefore, Saudi is becoming on their radar, and the more they're learning about Saudi, the more they want to go there. But there's a reality check that a lot of people need to have when they look at Saudi. First of all, Saudi's quite aware that there is a keen interest on, because of what's going on in the rest of the world right now and a slowdown, and a lot of eyes are on the GCC, that Saudi a lot of businesses in Saudi are woken up to this. So it's a very different, like 3, 4, maybe 5 years ago, we were putting people into Saudi for, let's call them Cristiano and Ronaldo wages almost, right? Now...
Telephone number, Saudi.
Now, people are quite real, and actually... and they have to be. There's a few that's not the case in all instances, but we'll call up some executives, and frankly, they're quite happy in the position they're in. For those that are in Dubai in a job that we headhunt to move to Saudi, they want big increases. But for those that are active and looking, you can actually push them through for similar salaries to what they get in Dubai, which was never the case before.
What about women in the workplace? Are you seeing more women being positioned in roles in Saudi Arabia? Because that's a very big part of Vision 2030, get women into the workforce. Are you seeing that at all?
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, we're actually asked for really balanced sort of shortlists from customers and clients now. But even when you go and visit offices in Saudi, you'll see that there's a very strong female workforce there. I noticed that particularly in media communications companies that I work with, really high population or density populated with women within those workforces. So I'm just seeing more and more demand and interest from international female talent to want to move there in a way that I never saw before.
Right, OK, so things are clearly changing. What are some of the biggest myths and misconceptions, do you think, about the jobs market in Saudi Arabia? Are there things that you hear time and time again and you say to people, talking to someone who might be positioning from London, they've got this idea about Saudi Arabia that's totally wrong? What sort of stuff do you hear?
Yeah, the stuff you still hear is more that people simply don't know how much it's transformed and changed. I think that's the biggest thing that we encounter. Can I, if I'm a lady, can I walk outside? I heard I can't drive. I heard, there's all these traditional sort of misconceptions that you still need to sort of hold people's hands through. Saudi's done a very good job of publicising itself now. I think, even when I was back in the UK in the summer, you could see Saudi tourism promoting, etc. So that in a way that it's never been before. So people's eyes are being opened, but there's still a strong stereotype that we have to overcome. And because of the footballers' salaries, probably the biggest one that we get is people think they're going to go there and retire in a couple of years. And frankly speaking, that just isn't happening anymore.
It would be nice, but not going to happen, as you say.
Listen, we get a fee on that, so it's even nicer for us as well. So, but that's just not the case.
And you've been going there for quite some time, and you've presumably seen some of these changes for yourself, haven't you?
Yeah, absolutely. We've got a licence in Saudi, so every time I go there, it feels different. And the thing that I want to just get across is there's just a real excitement and buzz and such a belief in the leadership there that you don't really get in many places. Probably the UAE is one of the only other places where I've encountered that. So everyone believes in the vision where Saudi's going. And even with recalibration of big projects like NEOM, The Line, etc., there's still a faith that it will happen and it will come. And there's, people are very proud. Saudi's incredibly proud. And I think when people move over there, the hospitality, the friendliness, and generally how welcome they are into the environment, people are really sort of blown away by that. But there is limited, I must stress this point, at the moment in 2025, there really has been a limited amount of international talent going over there from our side and from many of I suppose my peers that I talk to in recruitment as well. This year in Saudi has been a real realignment and focus on Saudiization, I must say.
OK, it sounds like that answers my next question. My last question, actually, what are the biggest challenges that you're facing at the moment? Is that it? A sort of a little bit of a drying up of the demand for talent?
It's not just a drying up. There is international talent that wants to go into Saudi, but there's limited businesses that will take international talent right now. And interview processes are incredibly long. And I must also say that the current economic climate is really there's been a knock-on effect into Saudi. I think there are fewer international businesses prepared to make those big, expensive moves into Saudi right now because everyone's kind of waiting to see how the global scene is going to play out. Trump tariffs have had a knock-on effect on certain pieces of business that we've even had in Saudi. Saudi doesn't like uncertainty. The oil price has wavered over the years, and I've learned from being out in the region for a long time that when that price of oil wobbles a fair bit, it does impact recruitment.
All right. Well, thank you very much. You've been really generous with your time. Justin Maguire, the founder of MCG Talent. Thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thanks.